Trump is calling for a 10% one-year cap on credit card interest rates.
Did he reincarnate as Bernie Sanders?
No. Multiple parts of the Bible speak about the sin of usury and charging high interest rates. And the modern interpretation understands the necessity of some interest, but where we draw the line is predatory interest, and Trump is translating that into policy. Except this policy will hurt the very people it intends to help. The credit card industry has a lot of competition, and issuers calculate rates based on default risk. The effect of this policy will be plain and simple. If issuers cannot charge adequate interest for the default risk they face, they will simply stop issuing credit to high default risk consumers, which are the poorest, youngest Americans. In fact, one study shows 67% of revolving card U.S. borrowers could lose access to credit with this cap. Well, if default risk commands an interest rate above 10%, then maybe they shouldn't be eligible for credit, as it typically only leads to further financial struggle. Oh, so the government should make that decision for them, huh? But say an unexpected emergency happens, then they'll be forced to pursue even more predatory institutions like payday loans or pawn shops who charge like 100 to 700% interest. Look, the way the current system works is credit card companies are incentivized to use deceptive marketing and sign-up techniques to get low-income Americans to sign up for credit cards with unfavorable conditions, therefore to fund all these fancy credit card benefits for upper-class Americans. A Fed study says these rewards are essentially a $15 billion transfer of wealth from the less to more educated, poorer to richer, and high to low minority areas, widening existing disparities. Except the numbers actually show that rewards divide is more so a transfer of wealth from people rich or poor with low FICO scores to those rich or poor with high FICO scores. Plus, if high-end credit rewards programs weren't profitable on their own, they wouldn't exist. Issuers make a lot of their money through interchange fees charged to the merchant and subscription fees. If you're high income with a low FICO score, it's more likely due to behavioral spending problems, while low-income Americans with a low FICO score, it's more likely due to sudden uncontrollable emergencies. They're the ones who get screwed more than anyone in this system. I mean, this is just adding more consumer protection. This is socialistic price controls that we know only cause those businesses being controlled to exit the market, and then low-income Americans with low FICO scores who face an emergency. Congratulations, Trump made it so you can't get credit, but you can get a 500% APR loan from 1-800-PAYDAY loans. Look, the credit industry is far too large and far too advanced. They won't want to lose all these customers. They'll find ways, hopefully healthy ways, to work with this new consumer protection. Socialism.
Like a thief in the night, I send me a strike. Kidnap a op, I'm taking his wife. Me and Joe Biden, not nothing alike. DT, nigga. Drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm thugging. I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Since 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to hey, Barack. They must not heard what happened to the line. 6 men deep and everybody by. If we get it started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to world war like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the arm. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I won't say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck is it, Masu, Masal, First of the money, we clocking they rip. Plant a home on the head, we tactical with it. Take over your country, infested with it. Tell Ali that he better repent. Setting up base right outside of the fence. Tell Qasim that nigga a bitch. Dig his ass up and I kill him again. You still ain't get back for that boy, he got bent. In the way that I did him, how could you forget? And I'm smoking your leader, this shit getting bored. They're not trying to get.
Well. Yo, but we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and get right into it because we got Trump gaggling with the press. We're going to go ahead and recap the week on recent announcements made by Trump, J.D. Vance, and, of course, get into the Iran protest dates, more updates on Venezuela, and, of course, more footage of the ICE shooting not Venezuela, but in Minnesota released. All right, guys, let's go ahead and double tap that screen. Let's get right into it.
Had a great meeting with the oil executives. We sort of formed a deal. They're going to be going in with hundreds of billions of dollars in drilling oil, and it's good for Venezuela and it's great for the United States. A lot of money is going to be made. Oil prices will come down, although they are getting down pretty good now without it. And it was a great meeting we had today with the biggest companies anywhere in the world. What will happen if the meeting with the president of Colombia doesn't go as planned? I think the meeting will go very well with the president of Colombia. I look forward to it.
At the National Capital Planning Commission, there were some concerns that this 89,000 square foot structure, same height as this building, is going to dwarf it.
No, it's beautiful. Actually, they had a great meeting yesterday, a really great meeting, and people love it. They love the ballroom. We need it. If we would have had the ballroom today, we could have had all of the oil companies there. We don't have the space. So they've needed it for a long time. They've needed the larger building. And this forum will be the best anywhere in the world. There'll be nothing.
Please, the border of Venezuela with other South American countries like Venezuela and Brazil, is that place a matter of concern for you? Because some people that live in South American countries, not only Bolivia but Colombia, Brazil, they are somehow concerned. Is it a matter of concern for
Everyone's going to be happy in South America. Everybody. What we've done is, some people would say it's a miracle. Actually, what we've done.
I mean, well, not just as somewhat of a miracle. Honestly, I guess there's such thing as planned miracles, because Yasi Rodriguez has completely changed her tone on the way she's going to deal with the Trump administration. She's pretty much saying that she's going to be dealing with them, and basically she was double speaking. But yes, the current president of Venezuela, which is Yasi Rodriguez, does not want to be blown up or overthrown. So she's working with the Trump administration, and she's phrasing it as, oh, cooperation is a way of resisting them. And I'm just like, okay, whatever you got to tell yourself to stay alive. I get it, sis.
And Venezuela's happy. I think they're all going to be happy. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, now let's go ahead and recap Trump's meeting with the oil executives. Let's go ahead and get right into it, where there was asking questions, because he said some very shocking things that, kind of, I guess, disturbed everybody on what he said about Greenland. How he said, look, it's either we're going to pay for it or we're going to take it. And everybody was like, oh, okay then.
Thanks. Called Biden some terrible names, far worse than he called me. But he called yesterday through people, and he wants to meet. And
this is him talking about the, I think it's the Cuban. No, I think it is the Cuban leader. Check. All right, let's get right into it.
Yesterday.
I'm sure double tap the
and,
screen.
He's been very hostile to us and to the nation and to me, called me a dictator and lots of other things. Called Biden some terrible names, far worse than he called me. But he called yesterday through people, and he wants to meet. And that's fine with me. I've made up with people also, So we're going to have a meeting with him. We had a very good conversation. The people of Colombia are incredible people. Marco would know that better than anybody because he's married to a woman from Colombia. And I don't mean Columbia University. That would be, I'm not sure. I think I like Columbia, the country, better. Okay. If you want to know the truth. The people are. Hold it. The people are great people. I look forward to meeting with them. We're going to meet in the very near future.
Would you meet the president of Venezuela here in the White House? Would you greet her to discuss the fate of?
And we've actually hurt Colombia, and we furthered their fuel crisis that they're having, because Colombia was receiving about 35,000 barrels of oil from Venezuela. Now they don't have access to that. So they was already going through a fuel crisis, and now it's even worse. So we'll see what they're going to do about that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to meet a lot of people, and we're going to meet, we meet a lot of people. When you end 8 wars, you get to know a lot of people. And I think it's very important. As an example, we have over $18 trillion. Think of that, $18 trillion coming into our country. A lot of that's coming in from foreign countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE and others. And I get to meet a lot of people, but I will be meeting with various representatives of Venezuela, probably pretty soon. We haven't set that up. But the relationship that we have with the people that are currently running Venezuela is very good. We also have a young lady that received the Nobel Peace Prize. She's going to come in and pay her regards to our country, really, to me. But, I'm a representative.
Yeah, Maria Cachado. Now, I'm not really sure if we're going to bring her in or not, because it does seem like D.I.C. Rodriguez is playing ball with us. But we did, well, let's see here. Some of her political allies was released out of prison, and we're not sure if there's really that much support for her in Venezuela. So that's a to be continued, and we're going to see what happens with her. So I'm not sure if we're going to install her or not, but we did get some of her political allies released.
Representative of the country, nothing else. And she's coming in sometime next week, I think Tuesday or Wednesday. And we'll see how that is. But no, we're dealing with the people from Venezuela. We're dealing with them very well. I think they've been very smart in the way they've dealt with us, frankly, because that whole place could have been obliterated with one more strike, and we didn't want to do that.
Well.
On on Venezuela and your meeting with Machado next week. If she gives you her Nobel Peace Prize, will that change your view about her running that country?
Well, I have to speak to her. I mean, I'm going to have to speak to her. She might be involved in some aspect of it. I will have to speak to her. I think it's very nice that she wants to come in. And that's what I understand the reason is because Norway is very embarrassed by what took place. I mean, they're getting decimated. Look, whether people like Trump or don't like Trump, I settled 8 wars, big ones, some going on for 36 years, 32 years, 31 years, 28 years, 25 years. Some just getting ready to start, like India and Pakistan, where already 8 jets were shot out of the air. And I got it done in rapid order without nuclear weapons.
The funny thing about, him getting involved in India and Pakistan and, stopping that conflict from growing or getting out of control. Yeah, Pakistan gives Trump credit for it, but India says Trump had nothing to do with it. So, depending on who you believe.
I can't think of anybody in history that should get the Nobel Prize more than me. And I don't want to be bragging, but nobody else settled wars. Obama got the Nobel Prize. He had no idea why. He still has no idea. He walks around, he says, I got the Nobel Prize. Why did he get a Nobel Prize? He got it almost immediately upon attaining office, and he didn't do anything, and he was a bad president. So, I mean, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. These were major wars. These were wars that nobody thought could be stopped. President Putin called me and he said about 2 of the wars that he's been trying to stop them for 10 years. He wasn't able to do it. He couldn't believe it. So in theory, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. Every one of them was major. But I don't care about that. What I care about is saving lives. I've saved tens of millions of lives. The Prime Minister of Pakistan came here and he made a very public statement. He said that President Trump saved minimum 10 million lives having to do with Pakistan and India, and that was going to be raging. So, but I'm honored that she's coming here. I look forward to meeting her, yes. Go ahead.
The state officials there have said that the FBI is not sharing evidence with them. Typically, they would conduct a joint investigation, as you know. Do you believe that the FBI should be sharing evidence with state officials in Minnesota?
Well, normally I would, but they're crooked officials. I mean, Minneapolis and Minnesota, what a beautiful place, but it's being destroyed. It's got an incompetent governor, fool. I mean, he's a stupid person. And
all the fraud Tim Walz is allowed to go on. And then, of course, him allowing his residents to get out of control when it comes to protesting ICE, these ICE watchers. So, yeah, lots on Tim Walz, I guess. Well, honestly, a lot of it's on his head. I would like to put that straight out there. The fraud's on his head. What's happening with ICE out there is on his head, because if he wasn't allowing Minneapolis to be a sanctuary city, none of this would ever happen. So this is mainly because of Tim Walz. Let's never forget that. Let's never forget where it all came from.
It looks like the number could be $19 billion stolen from a lot of people, but largely people from Somalia. They buy their vote. They vote in a group. They buy their vote. They sell more Mercedes-Benzes in that area than almost. Can you imagine? You come over with no money, and then shortly thereafter, you're driving a Mercedes-Benz. The whole thing is ridiculous. So they're very corrupt people. It's a very corrupt state. I feel that I won Minnesota. I think I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won it since Richard Nixon won it many, many years ago. I won it all 3 times, in my opinion. And it's a corrupt state, a corrupt voting state. And the Republicans ought to get smart and demand on voter ID. They ought to demand maybe same-day voting and all of the other things that you have to have safe election. But I won Minnesota 3 times, and I didn't get credit for it. I did so well in that state every time. The people were crying every time after. That's a crooked state. California is a crooked state. Many crooked states. We have a very, very dishonest voting system. The last time I won, 24, the one that just took place, I won because it was too big to rig. You couldn't rig it. It was too big. But I won the state of Minnesota. It's a corrupt voting system with an incompetent governor, a very incompetent governor.
President.
And
A
by
qu-
the way, he's a very corrupt governor, too. Go ahead.
I have a question on Iran, but first, very quickly on Venezuela. How do you provide total security guarantees to these companies without putting U.S. boots on the ground?
Well, we're going to work with the Venezuelan leaders and people, and we're going to have a very safe group. And they're going to also bring over some security with them. You know, these are not babies. These are people that drill oil in some pretty rough places. I could say a couple of those places make Venezuela look like a picnic. These people around the table, these are tough people. They go into areas that you wouldn't want to go. They go into areas that if they invited me, I'd say, no, thanks. I'll see you back in Palm Beach. No, this is a tough group of people. They know how to do it. But we are, in addition to that, we'll have very good security for them. We're going to make sure there's very, very good security.
It's looking like they're gonna have Venezuelan security, army forces. Who knows? But most likely is not going to be us. It does seem like we're working something out with the current leadership in Venezuela in order to get the oil refinery started over there and get things going. So we'll see where that goes. But that was a lot of the main concern as well. Do the oil companies even want to go there? Well, and according to this meeting, he just had a roundtable event of all of them saying, look, we can't wait to go. So that that question has already been answered. Now, the second question is, what type of security would they be getting? Because if it's American forces, then I'm be real with you, this would be considered an occupation. But if we're working with Venezuela and maybe we have private military, mercenaries, something like that, it could work out.
I think the people of Venezuela are going to give you very good security. The people, now I'm not talking even leadership, the people of Venezuela are going wild over this. They named a street after President Trump. What do? You attack a country and they name a street? That's never happened before. Although I heard that's also taking place in Iran. They named a street, the protesters. I just hope, just God bless them. I just hope the protesters in Iran are going to be safe, because that's a very dangerous place right now. And again,
it's a very dangerous place. What was it? Right now, there have been about 3,000 people imprisoned. I think about 36, maybe more now dead. That's the last time I heard it was 36. So there might be more than that by now. And it's popping up and these protesters are getting control all over the region, all over.
Iranian leaders, you better not start shooting, because we'll start shooting too. With your glasses, sir, go ahead, please. Hold it. Next to you. Yes, glasses. The gentleman with the glasses.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
With those very big glasses, actually.
Yeah, Ferrari, actually. Mr. President, I have two questions. What do you want the European Union to do in Ukraine? The European leaders seem pretty divided on Ukraine. And then if you can reiterate this straight message that you have to the Iranian leader, to Khomeini. The message that you have.
You're talking about Iran?
Iran, yeah.
What
the
do
first
I
one
want
is on
Iran
Europe.
to do?
I'm sorry?
Where are you from?
Italy.
Oh, nice place.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first question
So
is
what
on
are you
Europe.
asking about Iran for?
Well, if you can answer about Europe and what you think the Europeans should do on Ukraine, and then a message.
Well, look, Europe has been doing so much for Ukraine, but it hasn't been enough. And obviously that I would say that President Putin is not afraid of Europe. He's afraid of the United States of America, is led by me.
Yep.
There's no fear.
Yeah, that's true. Putin's not afraid of NATO. He's not afraid of, the United Nations, which is basically NATO. He's afraid of the United States. And that's why United States is kind of pulling out of what was it? I think it was a lot of UN treaties, councils, something like that. But he's slowly pulling out of the UN. I'm going to go ahead and get more information on that. But yes, the U.S. is slowly pulling out of the UN. And I believe NATO is next, because we're going to take the battery out there back. And I bet you they're not going to be so frisky to get into it with Russia after. So we'll see.
Europe, Europe's fallen behind. And Europe, and JD said it very strongly. I don't know. He took a lot of heat. But I didn't give him any heat. Europe is a different place. Europe is changing. Europe has got to get its act together. I love Europe. I guess I came from Europe, essentially. I have my roots are in Europe, but Europe is a different place. They have to get their act together. Now they've said they have a great NATO leader, and they've gone up to 5% from 2% GDP. That's a big step. but they have to be very careful with their immigration policy, and they have to be very, because, I will just say, to be nice, that there are certain places in Europe that are very important that are no longer recognizable. I'm being very nice. I'm being very diplomatic when I say that they are not recognizable, and they have to be careful on energy because they're putting windmills all over the place and losing a fortune. They're destroying their country. They're just destroying the beautiful landscapes, the beautiful everything. They're doing. And by the way, in case you people don't know, I'm not much of a windmill person. I can proudly say, Doug, that we have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers. They lose money. They destroy your landscape. They kill your birds. They're all made in China. And all you have to do is, just about all of the windmills are made in China.
I mean, look, the potential for wind energy and solar energy, trust me, it's there. It got a lot of potential. The problem is we're not nobody's really implementing it, right? And the only people who are really making money and benefiting off this, well, is China. They're the ones who's making all the windmills and the solar panels, which, well, I'm be honest with you, if we started doing, it might be a bit more profitable for us to do. And we might be able to make some advances in it as well. But hey, that's just my personal opinion on the matter.
China, the structures. All you have to do is say to China, how many windmill areas do you have in China? So far, they're not able to find any. They use coal and they use oil and gas and some nuclear, not much, but they don't have windmills. They make them and sell them to suckers like Europe and suckers like the United States before. They are the worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy, and in 8 years, they're rotted out anyway. Go take a look at Palm Springs, California, and take a look at what that looks like. It looks like a junkyard of steel. So we don't approve, and I've told my people, we will not approve windmills. Maybe we get forced to do something because some stupid person in the Biden administration agreed to do something years ago. We will not approve any windmills in this country.
On Venezuela, is it ultimately more important to you to establish stability there or democracy there?
Well, you're talking about maybe the same thing. I mean, you're talking about stability or democracy. I don't know. To me, it's almost the same thing. We want stability, but we do want democracy. Ultimately, it'll be democracy. Peter?
I do have a policy question, President Trump, but I'm having a hard time seeing here. I see the American flag lapel pin. What is the other lapel pin on your
Somebody
jacket?
gave me this. You know what that is? That's called a happy Trump.
I'm done.
And considering the fact that I'm never happy, I'm never satisfied. I will never be satisfied until we make America great again, but we're getting pretty close, I'll tell you what. This is called a happy Trump. Somebody gave it to me. I put it on.
Thank you. Thank you. And the policy question. How much money are you thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have.
I mean, yeah, they'll do it through economics. You know how China likes to do. They'll go over there, give them a 100-year lease, and now it's China's. And then Russia's, I don't know what they're going to do, but honestly, if China hits them with a 100-year lease, it would be China's. And then it wouldn't even be Denmark no more, because China would probably buy it from Denmark. So let's go ahead and take advantage and buy Greenland. Or, well, if they don't want to buy it, it seems like Trump is saying we're going to take it. I know, bro. It's like an imperialist mindset, but it's all for the benefit of, well, hemispherical dominance, which we kind of need. Be real with you. It is a race for, well, the minerals, the rare earth minerals, and we do need them. Why? It's to power our, well, the AI infrastructure that we're trying to build.
Russia.
Well, and a whole lot more than just that. I mean, let's be honest here.
Or China as a neighbor. Okay. I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way. And I'm a man, and by the way, I'm a fan of Denmark too. I have to tell you, and they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan, but the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land. I'm sure we had lots of boats go there also. But we need that because if you take a look outside of Greenland right now, There are Russian destroyers. There are Chinese destroyers and bigger. There are Russian submarines all over the place. We're not going to have Russia or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't. So we're going to be doing something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way.
All right. The nice way is basically Denmark, set your price and we'll pay that. And well, Greenland is ours. Or you guys can play crazy. And I mean, we could just take it by force. We'll be building more military bases there. And now it's ours now. I mean, like I said, is it we can pay them or it'll be by force. I know it's tough to sit there and, hear that, but this is what the president's doing, if you like it or not.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. President, why is it so important to you to own it when you have a military presence there, which you could expand to affect security?
Because when we own it, we defend it. You don't defend leases the same way. You have to own it. And, with a nation, look at what happened with Obama, with that horrible deal they made with Iran. It was a short-term deal. It was like a 9-year deal. Countries can't make 9-year deals or even 100-year deals. Countries have to have ownership. And you defend ownership. You don't defend leases. And we'll have to defend Greenland. If we don't do it, China or Russia will. Not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to be real with you. Trump just said the quiet part out loud. And let me decode it a bit for you. Now, if you don't understand the world, let me tell you how it works. Like I said, first tier, second tier, and third tier countries. Like the first tier countries are the superpowers, which are only 3. There's America, Russia, China. That's it. That's all. The second tier countries are the countries that can choose what superpower they mess with. They have free will to choose with the devil that they want to mess with. Then the third tier countries are at the mercy of the second and first tier countries. And I mean, you know what I mean? They don't get to choose their leaders, how to use their resources. I mean, the fishing land, all that good stuff. All of it's cooked. All of it's, they're kind of at the mercy of, more powerful countries. And that's what Trump is pretty much saying. He's going to be real with you. Greenland, like basically a third tier country. I mean, look how small Denmark and they run Greenland. So as a first tier country in Denmark, well, be real with you, basically a second tier country. We're going to take it. It's ours.
We are not going to have, and I like China. I like Russia. I love the people of China. I love the people of Russia. I get along very well with President Putin, but I'm very disappointed in him. I get along very well with President Xi. I'm going to go over to China in April, but I don't want them as a neighbor in Greenland. Not going to happen. And by the way, and NATO's got to understand that. I'm all for NATO. I saved NATO. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have a NATO right now. But we're not going to allow Russia or China to occupy Greenland, and that's what's going to happen if we don't.
I mean, that's one of the main reasons we got involved in Venezuela. It was Russian, Chinese influence. And let's be real, when we went into Venezuela, they had Chinese radars and missiles that failed them. They had a Russian missile defense system and jets that failed them. So obviously they're working very closely with these two countries and selling, billions of dollars of oil to them.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, one, can you respond to that? And two,
it was an amazing report. The most amazing thing is government jobs are way down, and yet the employment numbers are very good. We've gotten rid of tremendous numbers of federal government jobs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And yet the employment numbers are very good. They're really getting better. But now we have all those people to work in the private sector for a lot more money. I think that's one of the very big things. The other thing is at 5.4%. And remember, this is after we had a shutdown. And that shutdown had an impact because the concept of the shutdown, even though it's before, people knew we were going to be shutting down. A lot of bad things happened. And by the way, on January 30th, you may have another shutdown. We'll see what happens. But I think the numbers, Caitlin, were really amazing. Look, to think about 5.4%, nobody thought that. They thought it was going to be 2%. And you know what it is? It's tariffs.
Yeah, well, according to the Atlantic Fed, they're saying that GDP is up by 5.4%. They're also, and of course, December, there was a positive growth in employment by 50,000. Unemployment actually went down, and inflation has remained at 2.7%. I mean, and so core inflation also took a dip as well, about 2.7%.
And it's also November 5th. We had a great election, a great election. Our country was dead 1.5 years ago, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I hope you guys were impressed. 5.4%, and we haven't even really transitioned yet. There's no reason it can't be much, much higher than that. Yeah.
First off, can you respond to the manufacturing
Let's
numbers?
give CNN a chance. You know, they've been fighting so hard to get back into the mainstream.
Mr. President, you posted some numbers actually on Truth Social last night. People saying you posted the job data early when you're not supposed to obviously share it till the next morning. Did you do that on purpose?
No, I don't know. If they posted them, I said post them whenever you get a chance. I don't know. They gave me some numbers. When people give me things, I post them. But the numbers are amazing. Yeah, please.
Does the administration plan to distribute the money from the Venezuela oil sales? Is it, well, obviously you say it's going to go into these controlled accounts.
Yeah.
Would it go back to Venezuela in a
Yeah.
direct payment? Is it going through these goods? How do you plan to do that?
Well,
And
we
then I have
want to
a
make
second
sure
question.
that Venezuela can survive. You know, Venezuela needs money, and we're going to make sure that they get money, and we're going to get money, and the oil companies are going to make something for the work they do, and they're going to get back their money. We're devising a formula, but it won't be so much of a formula. It's going to be what they need. We're going to take care of what they need. There'll be plenty left over. We're going to have a lot of money left over. And the money left over is going to the United States of America, and the oil companies are going to be very happy. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Would the administration offer a backstop to these oil companies for like financial guarantees, some sort of backstop, if the country did destabilize again?
That's a very interesting question. Using the word backstop, I haven't heard that word in a long time. That was at the Wharton School of Finance I last heard. That's a good term. We ought to use it more often. I hope I don't have to give a backstop. I'm just, look, these are very smart people, the smartest people. They're not only in oil and business. These are the biggest companies in the world sitting around this table.
Yo, and shout out to my man Jordan for starting us off for the $5. He said, I don't bet you being in first place. Well, shoot, you might have made a bit of an error on that one, but hey, let me know what you actually meant in the chat. But appreciate the support, my brother. Appreciate the support.
They know the risks. I mean, there are risks. We're going to help them out. We're going to make it real easy. They're going to be there for a long time. We're going to be there together for a long, long time. And they're going to be taking the oil, and they're going to be bringing oil prices down. They're going to make a lot of money. They're going to get their money back. They're going to be safe. The people of Venezuela are going to be big beneficiaries, and the United States of America is going to be a big beneficiary for what we've done. And you know, one other thing I might say, it's also very big for national security because, again, just like Greenland, we can't have China or Russia occupy Greenland. We can't have China or Russia occupy Venezuela. And if we didn't do what we did, China or Russia would have been in Venezuela. I think I can. Where's Mr. Chevron?
I mean, to be honest, they already were. China and Russia was already in Venezuela. I mean, let's be real. I mean, what keeps them more tied together in the fact that they're buying military weapons from them? They're buying missiles, jets, radars. I mean, they're already in Venezuela. Shoot, actually, their delegates wasn't in Venezuela the day we caught Maduro.
So let me ask you, they would have been there if we didn't do this. Do you agree with that?
They certainly have a lot of economic interest in country. There's absolutely no argument about that.
They were trying to be there. I mean, you know, we had a Russia, I guess sort of I call it a semi-Russian ship yesterday that we took over, and Russia decided not to defend that ship against us. It's a big movement. The ship was loaded up with oil, and we took the oil, and it came out of that port. But Russia would be there or China would be there. And we want them to be there for a different reason. We want them. Do you people agree? In particular, China, they need a lot of oil. Russia doesn't need so much, but Russia was there anyway. But I assume you agree that China would like to be doing a lot of business there by buying oil. And I want to just tell President Xi and President Putin, but more so in this case, President Xi, because they do need a lot of oil. And we are open for business in the United States. And we are.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Open for business in Venezuela, right? Go ahead, sure.
Mr. President,
You know,
what is your
I could take questions from these people all day long. You know, they're sitting here And generally, they're very rich, very powerful, but nobody gives a damn about them. It's a sad thing. You have all that money, all that power, and look at all these crazy questions. We could do this all day long and they wouldn't be satisfied.
I have a question on today's meeting, Mr. President.
We'll take a few more,
I have a
though.
question on today's meeting, Mr. President.
Do you have? Let me ask you more importantly. Do you have any questions from the biggest?
Yes, sure.
Hold it. Do you have any questions for the biggest people on earth, the biggest business people, the biggest companies anywhere on earth? Do you have any questions for these people? No. Do you have a question for them? Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask them a question.
To rebuilding the oil infrastructure in Venezuela. And for the executives in the room, what do you need from the administration in order to invest?
That's a good question. Do you want to go and answer that question?
Yeah,
Exxon, small company.
I'll refer you back to the statements I made before. There are a number of legal and commercial frameworks that would have to be established to even understand what kind of returns that we'd get on the investments. So I think all the investments and the opportunity sets, I think everyone sitting around this table would have the opportunity and the know-how and the capability to make the investments. The questions will ultimately be how durable are the protections from a financial standpoint? What do the returns look like? What are the commercial arrangements, the legal frameworks? All those things have to be put in place in order to make a decision to understand what your return would be over the next several decades that these $1 billion investments would be made on.
Okay.
Could I do this?
And all right, now we're going to go ahead and move on to JD's Van's controversial press briefing. Because, a lot of people didn't like the way he was talking. But, I mean, let's be real. I mean, he was speaking truth.
Discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, will be joining us now.
Thank you. Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're doing to combat the rampant.
And shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. He says, sure glad you're I thought you said ads at first, but he said, I'm sure glad your AIDS cleared up. Magic Johnson money. I'm crying. I do not have AIDS and I do not have Magic Johnson money, boy. But it would suck if you couldn't take one without the other.
Fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major.
And I'm gonna be real with you. Like, here's the thing. The reason why I don't really put so much blame on the Somali immigrants is because the city, the state was allowing this to happen. Like, they failed to inspect these daycare, these health centers. They failed to follow up on proper inspections. And they let these Somali immigrants and a lot of others, not just them, get away with it, especially when it came to the Feed the Children program. So it's kind of crazy how we're kind of right off on the Somali community, but let's be real. Now, I know they're the main ones that's crying about it and they're trying to defend it. And yes, that makes them look really bad. And I wish they would actually speak up about it instead of just trying to hide it. But let's be real. The only reason they're able to get away with this is because officials in our government have allowed this. Like Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar, I believe I don't know what the mayor of Minneapolis name is, but he looks like a dick. But hey, it is what it is. These are the people that allowed this to happen. And they allowed it to happen because, well, the Somali group in Minneapolis they're a very large voting group. Like, think about it. There's 80 to 100,000 of them in one area. Like, do you know how much in Minneapolis? So damn near they control a very large portion of the city vote and other district votes as well. So they have a lot of politicians bending the knee to this very community, just off of them growing in numbers. It's just how it works. And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He said, JK guys, I always open up with the troll. And so he's looking. I was okay, I got you. Don't worry, I got you. Shout out to my man Daniel Castro, and shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He said all centralized systems are failed. Yeah, well, yeah. Hey man, I can't even argue against that. I mean, look at this.
Interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud, so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis. It's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California.
Oh yeah, bro. There's this brave white lady going around and going to these Somali daycares, and she's getting, I ain't gonna lie, she's getting pushed out of there. Like, bro, they're getting aggressive with her, and they're being real defensive about something that honestly they should be real open about. Like, guys, I'm just gonna be real with you. They should be able to let these reporters in, knowing that they're reporters, to be quite honest with you, and give them a brochure. Here's our website. Here's the process to enroll a child, because we just want to let you know that no, not all of us Somali daycares are fraudulent. That's it. I mean, and that would be really good if they would do that just for the one time. But no, they're out here trying to push reporters out of there, yell at them, mob them. Like, this is not helping their case. And it does make it seem like, well, I guess all the Somali daycares are fraudulent the way y'all protecting them. I'm not saying this for a fact, but it's just what it looks like.
And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new assistant attorney general position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it. But importantly, creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this associate attorney general position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official. But this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people.
Okay.
Here's one final thing I'll say about this.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen like the video, guys. We got about 700 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen. Appreciate the support.
I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an associate attorney general. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis.
Wild. Wild. Before we get into this, shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He says, we are from the government and we are here to help. Like, yeah, I mean, bro, every time you hear that line, bro, like, man, you know you cooked.
Well,
but let's go back to that headline.
about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack.
I mean, yeah, they're trying to frame this as a murder, as if this guy doesn't have any grounds for self-defense, as if it's just oh so clear cut that he wanted to go out there and kill this woman. When I'm gonna be honest with you, one, she was out there impeding an ICE investigation, honking the horn, getting in their way. Yeah, I mean, this is what the new footage shows that was recently released. So yeah. And then also she was told 4 times to get out the car. You cannot drive away once an officer tells you to get out the car. And then here's the thing. Where's the blame on her wife who told her to drive, which pretty much got her killed? Like, I'm like, where's the accountability for her? I'm just being real. Like, come on now. And if you don't believe me, look, this is the footage. It's about a 3-minute video. So bear with me. It's a 3-minute video, so please get your attention span ready, guys, for you 60-second watchers. This is it right here. This is the video. Because y'all don't understand what was going on. This is before the shooting occurred. And the reason you're hearing all that honking is because that's what they're doing. They're honking, trying to warn the immigrants in the area, blocking cars. You'll actually see her. Here it is. There she is. And who is this? This is Renee Good in her maroon Honda Pilot. Doing what? Agitating. Like, bro, she was dancing and doing it. Like, what else? Like, did you not see the moves this lady was committed to at this point? All right. And God rest this lady's soul, because if you actually look at her past, I mean, she's actually a good person, to be real with you. Like, God rest her soul. I wish the man didn't decide to shoot her, but she put herself in the position to be shot. And yes, this isn't called impeding law enforcement. You're on the side of the road trying to block them, trying to, I guess, warn the illegals or your neighbors doing this. And here they come. Still out there honking. Now, as we go forward in the video, you see the pickup truck back there. Well, here it is. Here it is. We're basically walking up to her. Still there, blocking the road as ICE is running their operation. And they're honking the horn, they're blowing whistles, letting anybody who may be an illegal or a suspect let them know the ICE is in the area. This is the ICE watchers, and this is what they do. They have a phone. There's the ICE agent officer's car who shot her. He went right behind her, pretty much letting her know, might want to get up out of here. Here it is right here. Where he goes around the car, the video footage that you've seen, where he goes around the car, she's in his, that's the wife, in his face. He actually moves the car a little bit. Tells some of the people to go over. They're not playing though. They was like, no, you don't get to pick and choose when you want to impede and then be a do-gooder or whatever. Get out the car. They told her 4 times, tries to take off, and they pause it right there. But yeah, that's newly released footage letting you know that yes, she was an agitator. Sadly.
Attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement.
And shout out to my man, the Cap Hunter. He says, just joined under Paul P and still banned. Really? I thought I actually released that one. That's crazy. But all right, I'm going to try to find it. Like, give me your actual profile name. Like, I think that's what they do it under.
This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile. What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back.
Now, I'm gonna be real with you. I cannot say, I'm not gonna say she was trying to ram the guy. She was trying to ram him, but the fact that she even moved her car and made it a threat to the ICE officer, that's what sealed her fate. As soon as they told her, don't move, get out the car, that's exactly what she should have done, and she'd still be here today. I mean, sure, she'd have a court date, but she'd be alive. Oh, God, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just send in the $2 super chat. And if you want to go ahead and double your support towards the call-in or conspiracy hour, you can go ahead and just scan that QR code up there to send your support through Venmo. Appreciate the support. All right, let's go.
Defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, when things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, it's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new assistant attorney general position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
Yeah. I mean, you know, he did take like half-ass accountability. He said, oh, the buck stops with me when it comes to the fraud in this state. And then he said, But Donald Trump, though, but if it wasn't for Donald Trump radicalizing everything, I would have got away with it. If it wasn't for that pesky Donald Trump, it's like, bro, you serious? Like, I thought you was taking accountability, bro. Like, damn.
Big question here. I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents. And you're talking about ICE agents right now, being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers.
I mean, yeah, let's be real. Like, the left has not turned down the temperature when it came to ICE. And let's be real, I've been said this was going to happen. I kept saying, yo, you guys need to stop calling ICE Gestapo, fascist, Nazi. Stop doing that, because it's going to lead somebody to hurt an innocent American citizen that honestly just doing their job. And or is going to lead them to do, you're right, the violence against them, lead them to harass them online, and they're just doing their job. So the left, like, guys, turn down the temperature. Stop trying to say that it's murder when there's really a strong case for self-defense. Stop trying to run off and trying to paint ICE as murderers now because you guys are just losing on this argument. I'm sorry, but there is a strong case for self-defense. Did she deserve to die? Of course not. But you shouldn't have ignored the police or a federal law enforcement, well, federal agent. I'm sorry. Just if you do that and you try to run off, while I'll be real with you, he was moving across the car. He wasn't standing in front of it, moving across it when she pulled off. And oh, you guys say he was recording, but guess what? You're right. He was recording, but he's recording like this. It's not like has the camera strapped to him. And how you guys was able to see her turn away. Yeah, he's not able to see the same thing that the camera's catching.
When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American People's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations. And that means that we are going to get tougher. And that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice. But we're going to keep on doing it. And this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out. But here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. And part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it? Who's supporting it? Who's cheerleading it? And of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Let's be honest. Instead of radicalizing the public against ICE, you could just tell the people, like, look, we don't agree with this, And you can go ahead and protest, but don't impede on them, because that's, you guys will get arrested and it might lead to something worse. I mean, that's all you got to tell y'all people. Just show some accountability. Blame this on the red. Let's be real. We can blame Renee Good's death on the rhetoric of, well, left-wing media. It's your guys' fault. You guys created this bad image about ICE, what led to her overreaction. Because I don't personally believe that she was trying to kill that man. I believe she overreacted in a very tense situation, and that's what got her life taken. But she wouldn't have been there if she didn't believe the rhetoric that you guys were spewing all day.
Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator.
That's
Nobody
debatable.
debates that.
Hold on now. That's debatable. Like I said, like, when I truly look at the video, it does look like she was trying to turn away from the officer. But in the officer's point of view, I can see how it looks like he was going to get hit and she was about to go towards him. But it is definitely debatable that if she was trying to, run that man over or not. But like I said, guys, if she'd have just stepped out the car, if she'd have not even moved her car whatsoever, she'd have been alive. But for some reason, the Dems ain't trying to hear that one. I mean, look, man, that they out here screaming for blood, apparently, or bloody murder. But shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. Appreciate the support, my brother. He says, freedom of speech is not freedom of consequence. And that is the truth. Like, hey, man, you can, do it there and do all the protesting you want until you go too far. And then it's time for you to get arrested. I mean, trust me, then if you want to try evading the police, I mean, that's what's going to get you hurt or, slam to the ground violently.
Believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what? You don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement. But why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful and it's got to stop.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota?
Actually, due to new release footage, she wasn't, I can't say she's deranged, but she was out there pretty much impeding the investigation of ICE while she was sitting in the middle of the road, honking her horn in rhythm, by the way, in rhythm. She had rhythm while doing it. So yeah, I'm sorry. You can't sit there and say that she wasn't doing anything. She was just some innocent bystander. No, that's not what happened at all.
The temperature as this investigation is unfolding.
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they.
And shout out to Ray here. He's hashtag you can't fix stupid. I mean, in this situation, I'm sorry, but you cannot. And honestly, you can't fix the emotional. That's the real problem. People are too emotionally charged towards it. They, in their minds, ICE were already these villains before the shooting happened. That's what you also got to understand. They were already emotionally charged and, like, honestly convinced of ICE being this type of force already. Like, to be quite honest with you. So you can't fix the emotional, but I agree with you too. You also can't fix the stupid. But no, these people are just highly emotional. They're not trying to see the facts in front of them. And they're just, bro, they're looking at the same videos that we're looking at and they're saying murder. That's the crazy part. So like I said, you can't fix the emotional. Like, we'll have to wait till they get out their feelings. They calm down, give it about a month and they'll come to the realization. Or, you know, the guy gets let off for self-defense and he just ride in the streets.
Shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
You want to hear?
Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials.
True.
It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question.
Honestly, and it's not even about her true intention. It's the perceived intention. Like I said, it's not about if her true intention was to actually run this man over, but it's the perceived intention. So like I said, she could have had none at all, no intention at all. It just had to look like it. And he just had to feel it. And that's that.
That funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. Nope. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life. And that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. I'm sorry, guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
The investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
Mr. Vice President, I mean, you presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim...
I mean, honestly, look, as much as the left want to be mad, I would hope this would teach you guys a lesson. Don't impede a ICE investigation. Stay out the way. Don't leave your cars in the way because it's a good way you can get arrested and possibly shouldn't be this way, but you could possibly be killed. I'm just going to keep it real with you guys. And I want you guys to stay safe, to believe it or not. Like, even though I do think you guys can be idiots sometimes, I'm be honest with you. I want you guys to be safe. You're my fellow Americans. So please cut the bullshit. It's not getting you nowhere. Only more ICE is going to come. And I'll be real with you. If you impede them more, then you're going to have the National Guard in there. And then what you're going to do? Then you're really going to kick, scream, and start crying at us. So turn down the heat, like just a little bit.
You still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head. And obviously, we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly, and some of you have said.
That's what I'm saying. They're not even allowing the conversation for the bro. Don't you think there could be a grounds for self-defense? No, it's complete murder. Well, how could you think any differently? I mean, like, I'm sorry, but yeah, if you look at the footage, you can definitely think differently. And I mean, if you're thinking that just one way about this, then you're not being fair, and you already radicalized ICE in your head to be these people that just goes out and kill innocent civilians when they don't. When this didn't have to happen, all she had to do was listen to law enforcement. She would still be here. She would still be here if she wasn't radicalized to hate ICE. So I'm sorry, but a lot of this blame lies on her wife, the mainstream left-wing media, and of course her own ignorance.
That's what I have. And
shout out to my man Monty. He says, video request in Discord. Let's put this one to bed. Yeah, I got you right here. I see it. And I also got mine's as well.
Objection to the idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President,
in the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to unite America?
I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media. I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who was defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by
Hey, and shout out to my man Scott for sending a thumbs up for 10 joules. Appreciate the support.
so many of the people in this room. First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the president.
Here's the thing. At that moment, they were going after a pedophile. Yeah, they were going after an illegal immigrant who was basically a child molester. And they was basically running cover for that guy. And here's the thing. They warned them. These ICE agents warned them, like, yo, get up out of here. You're impeding law enforcement and you will be arrested if you keep doing so. There's videos of ICE warning these citizens before it gets real. Usually they leave out before that. Sadly, Renee Good did not take that warning. She did get a warning. It's not like they just walked up on her with no justification. No, there's plenty of justification. The problem is you guys just didn't see it. Actually, in what was it, in a newly released video, you kind of see it. The man goes up to her car and starts talking to them, and well, apparently the wife hops out and started antagonizing him.
United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are.
And like I said, we'll go through it again. I'm not going to play the entire video, but yes, there is now like 3.5 minute new footage that emerges the moment leading up to Renee Good's shooting, leading up to it. See, look, and this is before the shooting. ICE officers were already out in the street conducting their operation, and look what these people are. Look what these people are doing, honking the horn, basically trying to get in the way. And guess who's doing it? There she is. Look at this, Renee Good in the middle of the street, honking her horn in rhythm. That's her car right there. So there was no justification like some of you guys were saying in the chat. But you didn't wait for everything to come out, did you? She's still down there doing it, guys. Still doing it. Still going in rhythm. She's still going. She had an ample opportunity to leave, but she wanted to honk in rhythm. And as they're walking up to her, there's her car right here. Now here comes the ICE officer. The ICE officer is about to drive up behind her. And we're talking about the ICE officer that shot her. He's about to drive up behind her. And pretty much it's like the warning they give you, like, yo, get out of here or you will be arrested. And they ignored it. Still honking. That's what she's doing right now. Yep, there's the ICE officer moving to the back of her. He's up like the almost right into the shooting. After that light went off, it was a wrap. There's the truck. They're about to step out. There he is right there. There's the officer who parked right on beside her, pretty much already let her know what was up. She's been there for a while, creating a disturbance while they're trying to run an ICE operation. There's the lady, her wife, following him around. When she tells him, go get some lunch, big boy. At that moment right there, as he's moving, they're moving across, he backs up. There you go. And that is pretty much the new footage that's been released. I mean, that don't change your mind just a little bit? I guess not. I mean, some of y'all, like I said, are a little too emotional about it.
Sad. She's just trying to drop her kid off at daycare that she doesn't have in the car.
I mean, bro, it was it was a dancing in the car to me. I was like, wow.
It doesn't matter. None of again, we got to go back to that. None of that fucking matters. What matters is the 2 seconds in which the actual incident occurred. And like Yeah, we can sit here and badmouth her. That I mean that's completely okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with pointing out that these fucking liberals are idiots and they're liars. But this is, or they're quick to jump to conclusions. But you know, you're playing this, and now everybody in the chat's like, "Oh, because she was dancing, she deserved to get murdered." Oh my god, another dick in the ass, please, honey.
Man, I'm done.
And it's fucking obviously it's weaponized incompetence is what it is. It is weaponized fucking ignorance. They're going to play ignorant, like they don't know what the hell's going on, because you can't engage in conversation with someone that acts like they're stupid.
All right, let's go ahead and get right back into my guy JD Vance. Now we're gonna get into these protests that's been happening all over the country.
No, check the video. Check the video.
American people demanded that they do. That they are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect. And the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest. That's fine. Not peacefully
It's a real good
protest,
video.
but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear.
Hey, and shout out to my man Ray. He says hashtag weaponized stupidity. I mean, literally.
Yeah, and do you notice that? Like they seem to be such experts in every single topic. They're virologists, immunologists, lawyers, all of these things, but they don't understand the very basics of anything when their arguments being put to bed.
I'll be real with you. There's this CNN video that what was it? Myron Gaines broke down that, bro. I'm be real with you, like they're actually misleading the public on how DHS runs, when it goes to shooting a vehicle. And they talk about, oh, you're not allowed to shoot a vehicle in motion or whatever.
No, bullshit.
No. Remember, on a chase, they meant that
on a chase. On a chase. Yeah, they're playing stupid. They're using just enough information, like they are stupid, to manipulate people that are stupid.
I was like, wow, the dishonesty, disingenuous.
They're giving the keyboard warriors in your chat and many other chats the talking points they need. You can't stand in front of a vehicle. I've had friends of mine that I've worked with for years come out and say, oh, he shouldn't have been in front of the car. That's policy. No, it's not.
But all right, though, we're gonna go now. Oh yeah, Monty, we're gonna get into your video, but first, let's go ahead and tackle this 10-minute video on these protesters.
Yeah, cover every angle of it and then cover it, because if people don't understand how much this has been put to bed after that, you're never gonna save them. They're lost souls.
I mean, oh yeah, why not? Let's show every angle of it, and then we're gonna go ahead and move on to your breakdown, because you gotta love a military guy who breaks it down.
It's really good.
Cars coming now. Last hour, that was not the case. Many of these protesters were actually in the street blocking, or at the very least confronting, vehicles that were either coming out or into that federal facility. And you see sort of the law enforcement officers strategizing. They do seem to be going back at this point. Not sure the exact strategy, but you see them now retreating back. A big law enforcement presence. But again, as they swelled quickly, they seem to be shrinking back, but a show of force, no doubt, that these protesters do not seem to be intimidated
That's called crowd
guy
collapsing.
For whatever reason, they are still yelling. They've gotten even louder. And so this just represents, I think, a little bit of the anger that we've seen in various parts of the Minneapolis.
All right, so what we're gonna do is I went ahead and lined up all the clips that's been released. We're gonna line them up, let them play out, and then we're gonna give our commentary for a couple minutes. Then we're gonna move through it. Nice and concise. All right, though, let's get over to the first one. The first one that was released.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking god! What the fuck? What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do?
Damn. All right, yeah, the wife ran over there immediately. So yeah, now we know the lady in the white hat is the wife. We got full context of everything. She was honking a horn and all that wild stuff. What do you say?
Do you before we get into this, are all your videos getting age restricted? Anything that covers this?
No.
Interesting. But no, so yeah, so now we can kind of put this in a timeline immediately preceding the video that you just played. This is what happened. So you have 3 minutes of her backing traffic up, because I guarantee you not all of those cars were ICE officers. And I mean, that's speculation, but I promise you they didn't all just sit there because they wanted to be stuck in traffic that day. She was blocking the road as intended. She was being effective in her job. And then you get to this point, and then you have, I mean, we have another angle. So let's see that angle.
Yep. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and give us the full CNN breakdown of the situation in sound first.
As the vehicle passes, you can see the dark colored SUV driven by Renee Nicole Good. That's on the right there in the back. The surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents can be seen milling about near the vehicle, then converging on it. And then you see right there the SUV begins to move, and that's when the shots are fired.
As he's moving across it.
Yep. He wasn't standing in front of the vehicle like a lot of people were saying initially.
Now, prior to this, the video shows the SUV had been stationary and sideways across the road like that for about 3 minutes. The reason for that is unclear.
Oh no, and we finally got the video, which I just showed you a while ago, of what was happening
clear.
before that.
That clears that up. Also, that video right there clears up the whole, he was standing in front of the vehicle. No, he was walking across the front of the vehicle. So that goalpost gets moved to he didn't actually get hit by the car. Let's play the video from 90 degrees.
Has obtained some new video. Again, it's grainy and distant, but it shows 4 full minutes leading up to the shooting. It shows Renee Good's maroon Honda Pilot entering from the right there. Then 20 seconds later, someone gets out on the passenger side. We don't know who or why this person leaves the car. We then see her turn and pull perpendicular across the street, seeming to block the way. But as you see here, leaving room for vehicles to pass by her on either side. Finally, there is this new angle of the federal officer who shot her. He arrives. Another federal SUV pulls up. As the ICE officer briefly goes back to his car, then he returns, and with another agent grabbing at her door, she starts to move forward. Again, it's hard to see from this angle, followed by 3 gunshots in quick succession. 4 minutes in all from start to finish.
Also incorrect.
The video.
So the investigative report has released that there have only been 2 shell casings recovered. Also from the officer's camera, the first clack that you hear is him getting hit by the car. So in the first video, the clack clack clack, it's clack and then gunshot and then gunshot.
May reveal. It says nothing about why Renee Good was where she was or what she was doing there.
I mean, now we know she's part of the ICE watchers who actually go out there, and impede law enforcement or, ICE operation. And if you can go ahead and watch my cursor real quick as we slow it down a little bit, you'll pretty much see as I pretty much track the guy. Go ahead and get right.
Driven by Renee Nicole Good.
No.
All right, there he is. He's in his car. Now she's
Yep.
saying, "Go get lunch, big boy." He turns around. He's walking. He's walking. He's walking. She's backing up. He doesn't stop. He freezes when she starts going forward. He shoots. He gets hit. He shoots one more time, and she crashes.
Yeah. Man. And then
Also,
we can go to other angles.
I love cell phones.
I know, right? We got his perspective as well. We got all perspectives. Oh, let me go ahead and get to the chats real quick. Shout out to my man Ray. He says domestic terrorism. Well,
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, that's impeding law enforcement for sure, but domestic terror, not yet. Well, hopefully not ever. Not ever. When they start throwing bricks at them, then maybe.
Yeah.
But and shout out TB. She says, "Hi, did you see the video I sent? What was it? Here it is. Here it is. It was the Rikide law. All right. Yeah, I was watching about 10 minutes of it.
Walking.
I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us?
I like how she says former fucking veteran, like it gives her a badge of honor.
Some lunch, big boy.
Bruh.
Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Drive. I'm be real with you. That's also what got her killed. It's like, bro, if you'd have told your wife to stay still, don't move, don't impede them, we're just gonna take this citation or fight it in court. I mean, let's be real. You're in Minnesota. They're on your side in a way. So you telling her to drive, I'm be real with you. That's this lady, Loki got her life took.
And
go ahead.
If she's saying, "Oh, come get us later," blah 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 blah, why would she start complying and then initially, and then after that, fucking decide that she's gonna run from the police if she didn't intend to cause problems?
Wasn't the best decision.
Get out of the car.
Bam, and then 2 shots after that. One of them going through the front of her windshield.
Oh, and shout out to Mr. Puppet for sending the trophy cake for 1,000 joules. Appreciate the support. And shout out for Scott. My man Scott sent 2 thumbs up for basically a total of 20 joules. Then he sent another thumbs up and 100. Appreciate the support, my man. So appreciate the support on the gift side, guys. That does count towards the call-in. Don't worry, because for every 100 joules, that is $1.
I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking
Bro, is it me or does she not look like every dyke ever?
Bro, I'm telling you, it's like the stereotypical look, sadly.
Surprised she didn't have a Subaru.
Damn. Well, and then like I said, there's been more that's released. As we see, there's this little quick 30-second video right here.
Bam. Notice how it's only 2 shots?
Yeah.
It's only 2 shots. So we even got it wrong saying it was 3 shots, and we had to debate people that were saying he was shooting into her open window. He fired 2 shots in quick succession.
Oh, it might have sounded like a double tap in that situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the reality of it. And like I said, guys, we're showing you all angles that's been captured. All of them. Oh, even with her riding off. Sadly. All right, man.
And to all the people that want to defend the fact of how hard she hit, that the car, yes, she did die with her foot on the pedal. However, she died with her foot smashing the pedal. That's why that's why she got up to speed that quickly. You don't, if you die, you go limp. You don't like fucking push your foot down.
Yeah. Let me see if we can find her then, before the shooting, because in this video right here, as you can see, this is like before, the shooting happened. Up to those very moments. And then those very moments, the honking you're hearing, that's her. There she is, right there. You can see her reflective vest on and all that good stuff.
Hold on.
Maroon Honda Pilot.
To the idiot in the chat that says you don't go limp when you die, and then that's calling the paramedic an idiot that knows something when someone dies. You've won the ultimate stupid award.
I mean, hey, congratulations, man. We haven't given out that award in a minute.
Yeah.
Just dancing. But they're gonna act like she didn't do anything, though.
Your muscles shut down, and in fact, if anything happens, you get decorticate posturing, which we've talked about that. All of your limbs go to your core. So any sort of extraneous movement after death is to the core.
And this is just for rage bait purposes, because I don't know, maybe I'm being a dick today, but let's get it.
Renee Nicole Good died being a nigger lover. She died because she wanted to protect niggers who would not piss on her if she was on fire. Anybody saying that she didn't try to run them over, you're a nigger lover. Thank you. My message to white liberals is that these people want you dead regardless. It doesn't matter. Give them everything they want. Let them scam. They still hate you. They still hate white people. They hate you. You can't feel bad for these people. When you have that superiority complex, that you're a white woman saving the niggers. Oh, I have a mission. I have to save the niggers. And the funniest thing is the very people that she was out there and got shot for are making fun of her death. They're not hailing her as a hero. Renee Nicole.
Nope. Now the whole, N-word lover part is a bit wild, but I mean, she got a point.
You're just trying to get age restricted, aren't you?
I mean, hey, bro, sometimes I gotta see what limits you can push. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get to my man Monty's video.
Holy crap, the shooting of a young lady in Minnesota by an ICE agent has really took the United States news media by storm. I can't remember a police-involved shooting that was this large since George Floyd. Ooh, Minnesota catching no breaks. And I say it's on the level of George Floyd because everybody's talking about it. Your mom, your neighbor, your local news, your mayor, your senator, late-night talk show host, the vice president and president of the United States. But what's the reality of it all? No rage bait, no politics, just the video and legal precedents. And none of the BS. Well, that's what I'm here to give you today. So pull up a chair and let's break down the incident from the video, the comments, and the news that we've received so far. And if you're wondering, well, what could I possibly add to this scenario? I was able to get the dispatch call logs from a couple of people that work in the city of Minnesota, which can add a little bit of context to the overall incident. Now, we have a lot to break down, and I'll even get into the what ifs later on at the end of the video of, well, what if that happened? And what if this means something? Does that mean that they can or can't do a thing? And we'll get there. But first, a word from this video's sponsor, Aura. Are you tired of scammers getting your phone number and blowing up your inbox with a bunch of spam?
Hey, one of my old sponsors. Shout out to these guys. All right.
Right now, about this officer-involved shooting, ICE agents are operating in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and they're conducting an investigation.
Or is your sponsor?
One of the ICE agents' unmarked vehicles are stuck in the snow. While stuck in the snow, the ICE agents radio to others that they need assistance. Now, during the time that the ICE agents are stuck in the snow, that other agents begin to arrive so they can assist them in getting unstuck, a group of anti-ICE protesters, at this moment known as ICE Watch, block the road and obstruct traffic. The protest vehicles obstruct the roadways where the ICE agents' vehicles are located during this investigation, and that also includes civilian vehicles.
Oh, and shout out TB. She says, hey, S.E.T, just bought 3 chats. Did you get them? Well, I got this one, and I got this one before it. I'm not sure about the third one. I'm not sure about the third one.
Vehicles that aren't associated with the investigation. ICE agents then approach the vehicle that is obstructing traffic. That vehicle attempts to drive off while ICE agents are making contact with it, and in the process, potentially strikes an ICE agent, resulting in that agent discharging his firearm and striking the driver of that vehicle. The driver received medical aid on scene, but was pronounced dead from their injuries. Now, that's as vanilla as I could make it. But like everything in life, it's not that simple, is it? Now, once the internet got a hold of some of the video by some of the protesters and other witnesses that were around the incident, of course, the internet took it and ran with it. And just like that, the internet has been filled with use of force lawyers, those determining what is or what isn't legal, what is or what isn't justified, and trying to place intent on the driver or the ICE agent that fired his duty weapon. And that also includes intentionally leaving out other videos or deleting comments that could or do conflict with their statements or their point of view of the overall incident. So let's start at the beginning, go through all the videos, some of the comments, concerns, and the conclusions that people draw from on the internet, and we'll compare them to case law to determine whether or not this was or wasn't a lawful shoot. I find this to be one of the more interesting points of this police-involved shooting. Let's say, in a perfect world, where the ICE officer is without blame and we already understand that he is authorized to use deadly force. When does that authorization of deadly force stop? When is the vehicle no longer a threat? The first shot, let's argue and say that he's 100% in the right and that she is aiming for him, and he lets off that first round. There are photos of the bullet hole going through the front of the windshield. But what about the next two? The next two are when he's slightly to the side of the vehicle and shooting through the driver's window. If we can argue that the first shot is a legitimate good shoot because he was in front of the vehicle and feared for his life, could we argue that because he's to the side of the vehicle, that those second and third shots are an overstep when it comes to use of lethal force? What the people investigating this shoot are going to have to do is determine that that one reaction resulted in that simultaneous firing of 3 rounds, bang, bang, bang. Or will they say that although the first round was justified, in that split second between the first and second round, there was no longer a threat to his personal safety as the vehicle was going to the right of him, making the second and third shots no longer justifiable lethal force. Honest opinion, because it happened so closely, I doubt that the second and third shots will be used as a secondary incident trying to show an excessive use of force. Either it all is or none of it is. Sure, we could slow it down to make it seem like an eternity, but the time between the first and third shots are only a matter of 1 to 2 seconds. And now we get to the aftermath of the shooting, the conclusion, the aid that's given medically to Miss Good, and also the 911 dispatch calls, which I've received and I'll share with you. In some of the videos from the aftermath, it shows officers walking away, specifically the officer that shot Miss Good. People say that that's a red flag. They also state that nobody was giving her medical aid fast enough, and that civilians on the road were stating that they could render aid, or that they were medical physicians themselves and could assist the officers.
Can I go check a pulse? No, back up now.
And I'll talk.
Seth, let me pause right there. So I wanna put that to bed even further. Mm-hmm. So as a medic in at least in the state of Washington and most states that I have been licensed to practice in, or certified to practice in, you absolutely can and must. You have a duty to act. Now, if there are lights on scene, that's the rule. If there are lights, not just ambulances, not just medical providers. If there are lights on scene and they tell you to clear the scene after you have, not in uniform, offered your help, that is your duty fulfilled. If they tell you, hey, this is a crime scene, you can't come in here, you don't sit there and argue. If you can plead your case and say, hey, I'm a physician, and they may let you in there. But as he's going to cover, they probably shouldn't let you in there.
Yeah, legal reasons too. I had to look that up myself. I was like, yeah, well, because I've asked questions like, why can't they let my man's in there? And then once I looked at it, I was like, yeah, for legal reasons and other standard procedure, we just can't let anybody who walks up and says, oh, I'm a doctor, is like, nah, don't work like that.
Yeah, they can let you in. They have the prerogative to let you in. If you can,
standard procedure.
And I don't condone this, but anybody can act as a good Samaritan. However, these teams, these elite teams, these high level operators have medics on their staff. Like you'll see in one of the videos, I don't know if you played it, there is a medic bag that gets set by her car immediately.
The officer involved with the shooting not rendering aid and walking away. It's normal practice for an officer.
And shout out TB. She said, did you get the video? I said, yes, I did. I did get the video you sent via email. She said, I can't seem to go back. Don't worry. I got it. Definitely. I got it over there in the history.
Who gets involved with an officer-involved shooting to immediately remove himself from the area and allow other officers to render aid. There are already dozens of other officers there, ICE agents, etc., that can assist Miss Good after being shot and the vehicle stopping. Why the officers involved in the shooting walk away from incidents like that is to protect the integrity of an officer-involved shooting investigation. Hypothetically, if I were to shoot somebody and then I was the person rendering aid to that individual and that person died, would you not, or the public not, immediately wonder if I was actually rendering aid to the person that just A, tried to kill me, and B, that I just killed? Even in this scenario, as much news as it's got, I think it's reasonable for you and I to agree outsiders looking in, including media, would have been upset that the officer who shot Miss Good was rendering aid and that she passed away. So it is common practice that the officer involved in a shooting that pulls the trigger, is not the individual to render aid to an individual that's been shot. I see that as a non-issue, but let me know if you disagree. Second, the rendering of aid by an individual that's on scene. We already have a chaotic scene where individuals have tried to prevent ICE agents from doing their investigation, and it's resulted in an officer-involved shooting. At this time, I think we can understand that the optics of allowing random people into an evidentiary lockdown area because it's an officer-involved shooting is a bad idea. Most officers are already trained in some form of quick combat casualty care, tourniquets, quick clot, Israeli bandages and pressure in order to assist somebody in living, to include CPR. And as we'll see in just a moment, when I break down the radio log, Miss Good is rendered aid immediately by professionals, a step above law enforcement officers, the fire department, and their much better trained staff. I'm not sure the fire department here has paramedics on it, but I've yet to see a fire department that doesn't have somebody medically qualified as a paramedic assisting them when it comes to incidents where individuals are injured, shot, etc., before medical personnel arrive. And when I say medical personnel, I mean the ambulatory individuals. So now that
ambulatory just means walking in your cops.
The next portion of the video shows the detainment. After Miss Good waves on a vehicle, ICE agents in an unmarked car activate their lights and exit their vehicle and tell Miss Good to step out. They further their actions by going up to Miss Good's vehicle, trying to open the door and remove her from her vehicle. Now, some people say that ICE cannot conduct traffic stops, which may be correct or may be playing in the gray a little bit, but ICE agents do have the authority to stop vehicles and effect an arrest or detain somebody if an individual is obstructing an investigation, which...
For the record, the fire department in Minneapolis does not have their own ambulance service. That is Hennepin County EMS. So he's right and he's wrong there. Their EMS is a third service agency.
If we backtrack it to the beginning, was the intent of Miss Good being at the ICE agent's location during their investigation. Now, I use the word detained instead of arrest intentionally. Specifically New York, where I'm from, detained means that the individual that stopped feels as though they're not free to leave. And that can be done in several different ways, which I touched on, and I'll repeat for you again. A law enforcement officer activates the lights in an unmarked car, not uncommon. Gets out of the vehicle, dressed as a uniformed officer, In fact, Miss Good understands that she's there to intentionally prevent ICE agents from conducting an investigation. So she understands contact with an ICE agent, very possible. That ICE agent then gives verbal commands to get out of the vehicle. Now, I know some comments might say, well, it didn't say ICE, it didn't say police. You can't really make it out at that time. Once again, Miss Good is there to intentionally disrupt the investigation of ICE agents. Although it is an unmarked vehicle, it activates its lights, and a uniformed officer steps out of the vehicle giving verbal commands. A reasonable person would understand that they, at that time, are detained and not free to leave. And that detention is highlighted even more after the officer gives and continues to give commands to get out of the vehicle while attempting to open the door and remove Miss Good from the vehicle. Now, without trying to sound a little too sarcastic, as I am trying to be straightforward with this, could you imagine what may or may not have happened had she complied with the ICE officer with lights on his vehicle in uniform, giving a direct command to get out of your vehicle?
Yo.
To the Dominic in the chat that keeps calling you a bitch for not tagging the channel, this was a video request sent in by me, and I am breaking it down. So fuck off.
Oh man, oh, I'm weak. I'm oh wow. Oh, trust me, there's guys like that that just get upset. I'm like, bro. I mean, well, what do you guys? Who are you? You guys PR manager? Like, chill.
I swear to God, it's Angry Cops' video. If you're so fucking, if you didn't already know that, he's a much bigger YouTuber than S.E.T is, has way more subscribers. So the chances of you knowing who he is and trying to play stupid that you don't, completely hilarious.
I mean, shout out to Angry Cops and Donut Operator. He said, no, you put the tag on whoa during a live stream that I didn't even know I was going to be covering this guy on. Like, okay, bro.
Yeah.
But great.
I mean,
PR
he can put a pinned comment in there to the video. I sent him the video link if that'll make you happy. But nothing's going to make them happy because it's not an argument about, oh, he's not getting credit. He's just trying to discredit him.
I mean, shoot, I hope you're getting paid for that type of work, my friend. All right, let's get back to it.
Vehicle and then attempting to open and remove her from the vehicle. Now, at this point in the incident, this is where the controversy begins. This is where attorneys, politicians, late night TV shows, and other members of the public really focus on. At this moment of the interaction, Miss Good puts her vehicle in reverse and backs up a short distance, and then puts her vehicle in drive as an ICE officer goes in front of her vehicle, making his way around to the driver's side. And she drives forward where the officer shoots through the vehicle. His bullets strike Miss Good, which continues her acceleration into a parked vehicle and then into a pole where the vehicle stops. And I'll break this down further into 3 smaller incidents: driving, striking, and the shooting. Let's start with driving. Having already been given instructions by a uniformed officer, Miss Good puts the vehicle in reverse as the officer is attempting to open up her door. It is at this moment that the officer who shoots has already pulled out his firearm. Now, people are disputing, well, she was driving backwards at that time and not a threat. Why did he pull out his firearm? Which, to somebody who's experienced some of these moments in his career, finds mind-boggling. Officers can draw their weapons if a potential use of force incident is present. Potential. An officer doesn't have to wait for a firearm to be pulled out and then pointed at him to then draw their service weapon. An officer, and this is usually in their manual of procedures, can draw his weapon when he feels threatened or that there is a potential for violence, to include deadly force. An example, if I do a traffic stop and I see somebody rooting around in the center console, aggressively digging at something, I could infer that they could be reaching for a weapon, and I could draw my firearm out. I could then give verbal instructions to show me your hands, and that person could obviously pull out a firearm and shoot at me, or could have just been digging in their center console aggressively because they're panicking and have no weapon on them. Now, in that incident, I would reholster and then engage that person verbally, but in no way, shape, or form is me pulling out or removing my firearm because there is a potential threat, any violation of a manual of procedures, or an excessive use of force. Now, we've already used the word intent. From an officer's perspective, after giving verbal warnings to an individual to get out of the vehicle while wearing their uniform and having their overhead lights, that person decides to move their vehicle, as in shift, to reverse and move. And this is while an officer is attempting to open the door and attached physically to the vehicle. It is reasonable to assume that that person is now going to try and drive away, possibly into officers in an attempt to flee. They have already shown that they will disregard the verbal orders and the physical action of the officer trying to open up the door and drive away. And now we get into a micro point that people are really dialed into. And that is where the front tire is turned to. Individuals are stating that because the wheel was turned a certain way, that adds additional intent or shows the thought process of Miss Good as she backs up and drives forward. Some people state that because her front wheels are straight and pointing towards the ICE officer in front of her vehicle as she accelerates, but the wheels don't get traction, it shows that she was willing to strike the individual officer in front of her vehicle. Others are saying that because she turned the wheel shortly thereafter, that is an attempt in order to avoid the officers, and therefore has no liability and is zero threat to the officer that's in front of her vehicle making his way around to the driver's side, which makes me want to rehash how we got here.
Just saying, when you're spinning your tires, you move your tires left and right to try to catch traction.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah.
Especially on a front wheel drive car. So
yeah, but you know, some people in the chat may not be from a state that snows a lot.
Yeah. So when everybody's like, "Oh, she turned her tires." Yeah, when she initially punched the gas, the wheels were straight. That's why she got wheel spin.
All right.
This will come up again shortly when I talk about the shooting.
You know, just in case you're blessed to live in one of those states that don't get snow like that. Yeah. You kind of
I don't get snow a whole lot, and I know that. And especially on a front wheel drive car. So you would know. You've driven in the snow more than 3 seconds. You can speak to this better than I can.
Yeah. Like if you really want to get yourself out of the snow, or you catch yourself like stuck a little bit, you do got to kind of wiggle out a little bit to get yourself out of there. Or even when you take off, sometimes the car will jerk in one direction, you got to spin yourself in another.
Yeah.
And then, if you're brave and you have 4-wheel drive, I mean, you're just a crash waiting to happen because you got too much confidence.
The actual shots being fired. Miss Good is there intentionally to obstruct ICE officers in their official duties. She is detained by ICE officers when they activate their lights, step out of the vehicle in uniform, given verbal directions to get out of the car, have that officer then reach for the handle and attempt to open the door physically and remove her, and now she has chose to ignore those verbal commands, put the vehicle in reverse, and drive a short distance, couple feet, as an officer in front of her vehicle making his way to the driver's side pulls out his firearm. Having all of these things happen in the order that I stated, Miss Good then makes the decision to accelerate. Any defense attorney would have an extremely difficult time trying to defend Miss Good if she stated that she didn't know that she was detained at that moment. Once again.
Oh, and shout out to my man Ray. He says, yeah, fuck around and find out. You know what? I actually have like the perfect clip for that.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around,
you're wrong for this.
The more you're gonna find out.
I know, right? Every single time.
Bro, she's at least a 0.872 on the fuck around scale.
I mean, honestly, and for those of you who are just, chimping out every time we say, oh, there's grounds for self-defense.
Oh, it was a huge movie. It was the lead. No.
You don't have to watch. Like, it's... And the division in the chat is really, really sad because this guy is being completely objective about it, but you don't want to hear objective facts. All you want to hear is Hassan Piker say this was murder.
Bloody murder. He should go to jail. Actually, public execution. Honestly,
public execution. Yeah, they should firing squad him. It's sad because we know how the same people reacted when Charlie Kirk got shot.
All right, let's get back into it.
Intentional obstruction, lights, officer in uniform, verbal commands, attempt to physically open and remove the driver, backs up as another officer draws his firearm and points it at the vehicle, at her, the driver. Not even driving forward yet, no shots fired, and a jury or a judge, if it's a bench trial, would have an extremely difficult time believing that Miss Good was not detained at that moment. And now we move on to struck or not struck.
I
From
mean,
the
yeah,
different
she
angles and the different times being put
She was detained as soon as they told her to get up out that car. Like that was it. But
I mean,
yeah.
hey, Set, I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know if you live in a different world than I live in, but if there is a police officer with his vehicle positioned behind your vehicle with its lights and sirens on, steps out of the vehicle and is in uniform, do you think you're free to go?
Heck nah. But I know if I do take off, I deserve whatever's coming if I get caught. Be honest
I
with
mean,
you.
I don't know. I maybe the lights and sirens mean go faster. Maybe she's. I mean, she is a woman.
I'm crying. I mean, hey, you never know. You never know, though. It might be them inspiring you. Like, look, bro, I'm not trying to pull you over. I'm trying to get you to go just a little bit faster and see. And let's play cops and robbers, for real. Like,
Hey,
no,
Set.
guy, no.
What do you think the last thing to go through her mind was?
Drive.
9 mil.
I mean, like,
9
well,
mil. 9 mil.
Bro, dog. Why? Like, bro. Yeah, well, the chat is going to go wild over that comment.
Together, in my opinion, it looks like the officer is struck. Or potentially he puts his hand on the hood, jumps back, and that acceleration pushes him backwards around the corner of the vehicle as he fires at Miss Good. Now, does the striking matter?
You can't park there.
It does, but it's not as important as people think. Whether he's struck or not struck, it is the officer's interpretation of whether he is being assaulted with a deadly weapon. If he believes that she is driving at him and that vehicle will strike him, he is allowed to use deadly force. Let me break that down because I know you're getting upset. What do you mean if he believes it? From a victim standpoint, if I go up to an old person with a squirt gun, but it doesn't have any orange tip and it looks like a firearm, and I point it at them and I say, hey, give me your money. And then they pull out their .44 Magnum and proceed to put every bullet through my sternum, I am at fault. Why? Because the victim, the individual, reasonably believed that I had pulled out a firearm with the intent to rob them, which is a deadly force authorized situation. If I pull out a knife and start screaming at you, you feel that I may stab you with that knife. My intent may be to put it away. It could be a rubber knife, but you as the victim feel, and reasonably so, that I am threatening you with a knife and that I will stab you, or I have the potential to stab you. That is also a deadly force authorized incident.
You. All of this, because I hear the people now. Well, it's a toy gun. It's a toy knife. She was just driving away. That is all with the benefit of, what's the word?
Doubt?
Hindsight.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, but yeah, the benefit of hindsight, you're right.
You don't analyze it with the benefit of hindsight.
I mean, yeah, that is true. You're like, they're analyzing it after the fact and not in that moment when the police officer, was having a car pretty much seemingly driven into him. So it's really hard to. And here's the thing. That's why they always want to show it in slow motion, all that, to make it seem like he just had ample amount of time. But no, that's not true. I mean, we're talking about this was done within seconds. And they're trying to say, oh, well, due to his phone, which he was holding off to the side and not, like, taped to his chest or taped to his head, yeah, that doesn't prove that he's seen her turning away. That just said that the phone was in that direction. But shout out to Ray. He said she thought this was GTA and forgot you can get wasted. Well, God.
Like the sympathy, the more what's crazy about this? The more the left sits there and just completely ignores facts, the more heartless we're getting towards this. And I have to be measured in how I respond to this shit, because it's like you are weaponizing incompetence at this point. And I get the narrative. They have the right to do whatever they want, be damned with any consequences, no self-accountability, none of that. I get that, but that doesn't work. You live in a fantasy land if that's what you think.
Yeah, that's what they're going for. But all right, though, let's get back to it.
So, an ICE agent crossing over the front of the vehicle, having seen the vehicle back up while an officer's trying to open the door, post verbal warnings and the lights being on and detainment, reasonably believes that that person, after backing up, could potentially run his partner that's on the vehicle or him over, draws his firearm. The vehicle then lunges forward.
Oh, and shout out to Brent Smith for sending the 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support.
And accelerates, to which he believes
ICE is not going against the Constitution, you retards.
And fires. And if you don't think that a vehicle is a deadly weapon, I would strongly disagree. Just look at the amount of times that vehicles have been used in order to intentionally assault large groups of people during terrorist attacks, or even domestics where somebody gets upset at another person, decides to run them over with a car. A car is a 2-ton bullet that you can turn. And it just so happens that the officer who fired those rounds into Miss Good's car was drugged by a vehicle 300 yards while attempting to effect an arrest just 6 months ago. So even if this officer was on the stand, he could state, I have been drugged by a vehicle just 6 months ago because somebody did not want to be arrested. And here he has another scenario, an individual ignoring directions and verbal commands from a uniformed ICE agent, a federal officer, who is then trying to make entry into her vehicle to effect detainment, possibly an arrest, to which she ignores, reverses the vehicle with the officer attempting to open it, attached to her vehicle, and then accelerates in the direction of the officer that's holding the firearm. Now, in my personal opinion, it looks as though his left hip bounces off the front headlight of the vehicle as he puts his hand down on the hood and attempts to jump out of the way of the vehicle.
All right, guys, now I'm gonna have to rage beige the libs in here. So we're gonna take a quick little break with this little clip.
Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 national guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go? Tell you something you don't know. Chicago fucked up cause the government slow. Murder rate never was low. Everybody killing cause everybody is broke. And why is everybody broke? Because the immigrants taking the jobs you want. Send them back over the wall, take notes. I send them back on a plane, a boat. I don't want them in the country no more. I don't want no one looking for work at the store. Why the fuck is they making the city look bad? Why the fuck is they rhyme around waving that flag? I got so sick of this shit and I'm mad. I called Joe Biden that night and I bragged. They deep in the street, then you know it's DT. Free Larry Hoover, I'm really GD. And I hop in the back of a black truck. Camouflage bulletproof vest and you cannot attack us. Stupid little boy better back up. I get to snapping and turn the whole city to back up. Ain't no more New Mexico, I rename. They don't know we about to use Chicago for training. I put 300 guys in the streets in this place. We making America great, it's amazing. Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 national guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go?
Well, all right, now I did not raise you guys enough.
If you disagree with me and say, no, you have to be directly in front of the vehicle or it has to hit you in order for you to use deadly force, I would then ask you, then where is the cutoff? Do you have to get hit by the vehicle? Does it have to launch you a certain distance? Does a certain amount of it have to make contact with you? And what amount? Do you just have to be near it? How near? Because if you're putting your hand on top of a hood and having to do some Michael Jackson weird hip move to avoid being struck, you avoid being struck by the vehicle, not the vehicle avoiding you. From the point of a victim, I would say that that vehicle is a legitimate threat to your personal safety, including a threat to your life. I would also reference all the accident videos you see where people just get clipped a little bit and fly in the air or are drug underneath the vehicle. It's a vehicle in it. It's made of metal, right? I'm a dude just made out of flesh and bones, right? Now we move on to the shooting. Get ready for this. Let's start at the beginning. Why was Miss Good there? Well, from video that was on scene prior to the shooting taking place, and also an interview with one of the other protesters that were a part of Miss Good's overall group, we know that Miss Good was there to intentionally protest against the presence of ICE agents. And during the interview with the co-protester of Miss Good, the co-protester stated this:
They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her, but she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so
Damn.
they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah, that was her goal.
Miss Good was there as a part of a larger group to protest the presence of ICE. Her job and intent was to block or barricade ICE vehicles from attempting to do whatever it was they were doing. And the video of her doing just that shows that, yes, she was successful at it. I bring this up. Why? Well, because it shows the intent of the individual, Miss Good, on why she was in the area. Some stories and individuals have posted that she was a mom, caught up, confused, and trying to get out. But the video of her intentionally blocking ICE agents in her vehicle and the video of her co-protester stating that that was what she was doing and what she was meant to do or had planned on doing and was very successful at it disproves that. Well, it takes that narrative of lost white woman and puts it to bed. Next portion of video, before anything really occurs, shows Miss Good still in the middle of the roadway, but at an angle, waving vehicles on. Now, some people in the comments and other posters state, see, she was peaceful. She wasn't impeding traffic. She was letting people go, which implies intent. We don't know who she was letting go or why. Unfortunately, she's dead. The only thing we know is that she was previously preventing ICE agents from driving through, but now at this moment is allowing some people through. Whether or not she acknowledges that they're civilian vehicles just going on their way or an ICE vehicle, obviously is speculation. One person obviously can say that she's letting vehicles that aren't ICE agent vehicles through, which means she's letting all vehicles through. And another person could say she's letting civilian vehicles through and not letting ICE agent vehicles through, but some of them got through because they're in unmarked cars. Nobody's right. That's just based on speculation. We don't know what her intent was when it came to waving other cars around her. But we do know that she was there to intentionally prevent and obstruct ICE agents from their investigation by blocking the road, and that she'd already done that successfully. And while we're on the word,
she committed no crime. He had no right to stop. Muffle Moose, wall of shame right now.
I'm weak as hell. All right, let's go. Let's see if we can find this guy. You said Muscle Moose.
Muffle.
Oh, Muffle. Okay, I got you. But what this guy say?
She committed no crime. He had no right to stop her.
This guy. Like, what, have you not been paying attention?
Bruh.
Like, sit on your fingers and pay attention. Okay? All right, then. Bro. Like, oh. I don't know what, somebody deleted this? Nah, I can't find him, but hey, there's a lot. Maybe I'm late.
She committed no crime. They had no right to stop her. They didn't stop her. She was stopped. They got out of the car and detained her. They didn't pull her over. She stopped all on her own. Why did they get out of the car? Because she was blocking and obstructing a federal investigation.
people are also implying that because she waved some people on, there was no intent to later on strike the ICE officer. Which, wow, that's quite a stretch. How many times have you watched an episode of Cops where originally somebody's extremely compliant, but then later on either fights with or tries to shoot or runs or obstructs in some form or fashion officers from them doing their job or trying to effect an arrest? Often. Can a person's previous actions show an intent to eventually use force or become more obstructive? Sure, somebody yelling, screaming, and already being violent could then up it. But somebody being compliant...
I mean, well, okay, I see him. I found him. Impeding law enforcement? Can't do that.
Hey, they didn't stop her, Set. She stopped them.
Bro. I mean, all right, bro. I guess you're not trying to look at it honestly, and we're showing you.
No, of course not.
All right, bro.
Nothing
is like,
again,
come on now.
Set, and that would have been their argument if he had gotten run up and over and shot her, and he died. That would have been the argument. Oh, why'd they stop her? They had no legal right to stop her. Oh, I'm an armchair lawyer. I hope. You know what? It would be very interesting to see how many of these people have criminal records because of their complete willful ignorance of the law.
The complete defense for them is crazy because Yeah, impeding officers. Yeah, you can't do that. Impeding in law enforcement, can't do that. And especially when you sit there and ignore the order of a federal agent, I mean, you kind of screwed yourself right there as well.
You don't get to argue. You don't get to argue whether or not they had the right to pull her out of the car. They did. They did. Pure end of story. They had the right to do that, and everything that came from that is her fucking fault. Like, she could have just went home and minded her fucking business, but she wants to be a social justice warrior. Let that be a warning to you guys. Go. You know what? Fuck it. Go out. I want you all to go out and attack the ICE officers and see what happens to you. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. We'll fucking get rid of you one at a time.
Well, damn. I mean, all right. Well, let me go ahead and give you your sinister laugh.
Doesn't automatically bring compliance into the future. Compliance and non-compliance can change like that. Yes, officer, I'll give you my ID. Pulls out a gun and shoots him. But guys, originally he said yes, he would give him his ID and he was complying with officers. But then moments later, he shot somebody. And just because somebody's compliant at one time doesn't mean that that automatically attributes compliance later on, or a lack of a threat. In Minnesota, ICE agents are currently being monitored by ICE watchers who are currently staged at the Bishop Whipple building. Minnesota Park Police have had reports of media vans staged at Fred Wells Tennis and Education Center across the street. MPD has closed this case, and further criminal investigation is being handled by the FBI. January 7, 2026, at 09:39 in the morning, caller saying ICE agent shot a female in her car. 9:40, ICE officer who did this is still on scene. 09:42, squad cars are assigned to the call. 9:43, traffic advised to shut down traffic. And 9:44, a group is starting to form. At 9:45, fire is giving medical aid. What we can state so far is that within 6 minutes of a 911 call going out, the fire department was already on scene, likely with their own trained paramedics.
Hey, what's your name? Darren Roy? Yeah, my friend, actually 598 total. Sorry, but you're not in the right chat. So, but you might want to shut your mouth, my friend.
What did he say?
Oh, he said 3 pedos with the man bun got only 9 viewers. I'm just like, actually 655 now. So
125,000. Where's your play button at, by the way?
Man, I'm telling you, bro. Like I said, I'm gonna get it in March. As long as I don't get no, community guideline strikes, I'm good. I'm good.
Like, who cares how many viewers you have? This is a conversation for all intents and purposes. This is a conversation between me, you, and a video. There could be no motherfuckers in here, and we'd still be doing it.
I'm like, shoot, and bro in my chat crying about viewers. I'm like, dog. Well, wait, how much views you got in your chat? Oh, you don't got one.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
So.
You might be able to say that with some relevancy to me, but I don't give a fuck. I'm doing this because I want to. Not because I care about influence or in fucking any persuasion. I'm just having a conversation with my man S.E.T here. You're the one contributing to the conversation. But thank you for boosting S.E.T's analytics, because every comment, negative, positive, every thumbs up, negative, positive, it all helps. So keep up the good work.
Appreciate you, my man. But and shout out to the baller alert. Appreciate you, TB. Monty, I'm so surprised. Sending this chat to open up the lines and hope my legal video gets shown, bro. All right, I got you, TB. Don't worry, sis. I got
you. Only have to send $10 for a video request, guys.
I know, but it's TB though. You gotta love her. But shout out Ray. She says, Muffle Moose, stop being a pick me. Oh,
bro. Oh, Muffle Moose is a power bottom.
Muffle Moose, he's not being a pick me for the Democratic Party. He's like, it's murder. Now pick me, please. Pick me to be your next political pundit. Okay, bro, we got you.
You can come up and I sometimes I forget that the call-in lines are open now. Now you can come up, argue your point.
Oh yeah, now the call-in lines are now open. If you go to my main page and hit the post tab, which I'm about to post right now, because shout out to TB. Well, shout out to all the supporters because we've hit goals. So we're gonna go ahead and open up that call-in line, and it is now open. Well, StreamYard link. So go to my
wait. Set.
Tab.
Think about this.
StreamYard link.
Think about this. Every night you meet $100 at least super chat barrier with 9 viewers. You must have some important shit to say.
I know. It's like it's funny though. They do get embarrassed when I'll be like, you're in the wrong chat, right? And then they go over and they're like, oh. Yeah, I know. You might have called a bit too early, my friend.
They think they're on one of those Indian channels that has no viewers, and they fucking swipe across it at midnight, and they're like, "What the fuck is this?"
Bro. But all right, let's go ahead and get back to my guy. But if anybody has any disagreements, and like, please, I went ahead and opened up the call in. You can go ahead and call in real quick and explain to us how this is a murder. We are willing to give you the floor on that. Like, trust me, I want to hear you out.
I'll go backstage. I want to hear any without emotion, with any legal sense, with any legal breakdown. Bring your sources. S.E.T will pull them up for you. Tell me where exactly the law says he can't do any of the things he did. Break one of them. One of them. One of the things he did was wrong. Everything he did was by the book.
Like, please come up here and think about it. You guys been talking this ish in the chat. If you truly believe that, you should be able to come up here. I'll give you a 5-minute spiel where you can articulate your point. 5 minutes, I won't say nothing.
With visual
I
aids.
won't say nothing.
Give him the stage too. Give him visual aids. Look up stuff for him.
I'll even do that. I got you. But please come up here and explain your point. Please prove it to us, guys. Because I'm sorry, legal experts, ex-policemen, ex-military, all of them are saying there's strong grounds for self-defense. And none of y'all have history and none of the above. So I'm sorry, but who are you again?
But but to be fair, there's a legal side to this and there's an optics side to this. And I will grant you that the optics of shooting a person, doesn't matter if it's justified or not, does look bad. But that's not what's at play here. We are a nation of laws that we all agreed to.
True. But all right, let's get right back to the video and let's see if one of these guys are going to come up.
Medics assisting Miss Good after being shot. 0946, taping off streets where the incident occurred. 947, officers are told to make room for the ambulance coming from 1 block south. 949, crowd control is needed where the victim is and the crowd needs to be pushed back. At 950, the call is updated showing that the shots fired are from federal officers. 952, more officers are being sent for crowd control. And 953, more cars are needed. 955, shutdown of 2 streets. At 956, EMS is transporting an individual to HCMC, which I assume is a medical center or hospital. At 958, another transport loaded with the victim to the medical center, along with the administration requesting a perimeter be made to assist in further evidence gathering. 10:03, 2 casings are recovered. 10:04, the agent has been moved to a federal building. 10:06, additional ambulances are responding. And 10:07, agitators on the east side of the crime scene are cutting police tape. This is important.
Shout out to my man Ray. He says she's dead like muffled moose brain cells. Ooh.
Oh, come on. That's an insult. That's an insult to the victim.
I mean, come on. Look, I'm actually, like I said, I wish that the man didn't shoot her, but like I said, he has all the grounds for self-defense. I wish he didn't take that, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But we ain't gonna sit here and just call it, oh, he was going to murder her. No, that was if he wanted to do that, I'm be real with you, he could have did that off camera.
To everybody that's talking about the use of aid or you know the appearance that no one did anything for her. First of all, she has injuries, what we call injuries incompatible with life, meaning she's obviously dead and there's no bringing her back. Fucking all the CPR and all the fucking TCCC does absolutely nothing if you have major parts of the brain out on the steering wheel. Like, it doesn't matter. And I've seen pictures of her. I wish I fucking wouldn't have. She had injuries incompatible with life. She had brain matter fucking out of her head. So I hate to be that gruesome, but that is what the officers that worked her, that's what the paramedics that worked her saw. It doesn't matter what you do in that situation. She's not coming back.
And man, all right.
Unless you have a fucking necromancer spell, which
like, bro, unless you got something we ain't never heard of, bro. I mean, it's a done deal. God rest her soul.
Yeah.
Individuals that are upset about an officer shooting are now cutting police tape and interfering with a potential homicide investigation. This is not the last time. If you're upset about investigations going poorly, or having evidence thrown out that you thought was damning. It is moments like this, when individuals break a police line and interfere with homicide investigations, that occurs. At 10:10, more people are still needed for crowd control. 10:13, more MPD officers are needed to get ICE agents to evacuate the scene. And between 10:20 and 10:26, leadership from federal agencies, as well as city council members, have been arriving on scene and requesting to talk to MPD leadership. At 10:27, once again, people are ripping down cordon tape, police tape, and interfering with the investigation. 10:27, a crowd is surrounding officers, and by 10:30, people are ripping down tape to allow cars and vehicles to drive through a cordoned area by police that are now investigating a potential homicide. At the same time, 911 callers are stating that there's an irate man calling himself the governor, and that Bloods and Crips are going to be meeting at a location, potentially, to cause an issue, which is concerning the 911 caller. I'll put the rest of the call logs here so you can read them as you like. I'll also be posting them on Instagram and Twitter. But the rest of the 911 call log states other things like the mayor arriving on scene to give an impromptu press conference, federal agents being out of the area completely, individuals throwing snowballs, and protesters screaming and threatening police officers, MPD officers who had nothing to do with this entire scenario, to include tires being slashed on vehicles, and other protest groups beginning to gather around other locations in the city.
Seth,
So here we
Seth,
are. Who
you know what we
prosecutes
should
this
do
now, right?
You know what we should do
Agency is involved.
to keep up with what happened after Charlie Kirk. Maybe we should go over to her memorial like that one guy did and just kick everything over.
God damn, yeah, I couldn't do that, but I mean, like, bruh.
Rules for thee, not for me, right?
I mean,
she was a domestic terrorist and an evil person. Let's demonize her after she's dead, right? Let's. He's a fascist and he had it coming. Does it sound familiar?
Yeah, it does. It definitely do. But we like to try and I know you're being sarcastic, of course, but man, you know, we love to try to rise above that type of thing. We don't lower ourselves to them.
We are above that. Just by the fact that we can see common sense, we are above them intellectually.
And shout out to my man Ray with another grimy super chat. He says, got her with the blicky 2-shot. Now she can't hit me.
Oh my God.
Like, I know it was my job, like at that very moment.
Bro.
Emotional damage.
In an officer-involved shooting? Does the local, county, state, or does the ICE agency internal affairs begin an investigation? Based on the information that I've received, I currently understand that the FBI has taken over the investigation regarding the officer-involved shooting between the ICE agent and Miss Good. But what's my conclusion? I've stated all of these things, and I'm sure you might have picked up a little bit on the way, especially when I'm talking about the detainment, that this is a legal shoot. This falls underneath the term that my friend Donut Operator has coined, and that's awful but lawful. What a horrible incident.
Yep.
A mother of 3 is dead. An ICE agent trying to do his job is obstructed and now finds himself in the middle of a homicide investigation with him as the potential suspect. Tens of hundreds of thousands of people clamoring for the head of the ICE agent without due process happening. And I can only imagine doxing him and trying to threaten his family members who had nothing to do with it. And a middle-aged woman, 36, 37 years old with 3 kids. The kid's father already passed away a couple years ago. Now left with
she got
no
the kids
more
taken away from her
biological
because her
parents.
spouse was
And her
putting
death
cigarettes
celebrated
on.
as a fuck around and find out moment. Ugh. 2 things can be true at the same time. It can be a horrible incident that resulted in the death of an American, and it can be a lawful shoot brought on by an individual who ignores direct commands and panics. If you want to see me dive a little deeper into this incident, the rest of this video is going to be on Pepperbox.
Now, shout out to this man. Now, let's go ahead and get the legal perspective from this here. See here, shout out to TB. Let's go and get the legal perspective.
The question is, are you in a reasonable, objective fear, and are you in subjective fear or imminent death or bodily injury to yourself or someone immediately present, or if you're a police officer in the commission of your lawful duties to the public generally? And this woman is a danger to at least 1, if not 3 officers, 1 possible civilian, and the public generally. She is. She's a fleeing felon in a motor vehicle, moving at high speed.
Fight, 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 fight.
hypocrisy.
We're going to watch the most important video that matters here, which is the one from the angle which shows the officer getting hit. This is key to what's going on. So ICE agents exit the car. They're going up to her for whatever reason. We don't actually know at this point. I haven't seen a stated reason for their approach of this vehicle. It's entirely possible that they are approaching this vehicle because this woman is impeding with her vehicle an ICE operation, interfering with the operations of federal law enforcement officers in the commission of their duties is illegal and justifies them arresting and detaining you and potentially charging you with a crime. You can't do this. That does not make this a traffic stop.
Yep. Thank you.
Driving down the road and they put on their sirens because she swerved over the midline. Okay. This is not a traffic stop in the way we think of a traffic stop. And if you could negate federal jurisdiction by entering a car, we would have a mockery of a legal system anyway. So stop with that shit right away. None of this matters because wrongful or not, these officers approach her and issue a lawful order to her. Presumptively
Hey, Set,
lawful.
just for Razor in the chat, this guy is a lawyer, not a cop. So what do you have to say now, big boy?
Yeah, we're going in it from both angles. Now, yep, we covered the cop angle. Now let's see what the lawyer's talking about. Shout out to this guy.
To be unlawful, and she would have had a case were it so. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. All right. Officer goes up. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the fucking car. That's more specific. Just in case there was a question about which car it was, it's the fucking car. Now, he goes and he grabs the door handle. She starts backing up. Right now, this woman is resisting arrest. You can't do this. Potentially putting that officer into threat of death or serious bodily harm. He is touching a vehicle. She is moving the vehicle. Automatically now, backing up.
Lethal force can be used.
Unlawful activity, which may justify a use of force. And this is critical right here because the officer who is shooting, who will end up shooting, is watching her drive while another officer is in contact with this car. Another officer is next to the car. I believe there's an officer coming over to the other side of the car. There's also bystanders. This person videoing is in the potential path of a vehicle that is going in reverse with its tires turned to the left. That vehicle's ass will come right at this camera if she keeps backing up. This is part of the analysis. And people are overlooking this, or who are saying she backed up, therefore she wasn't trying to run the officer over. And someone dumb did say that. Sorry, her backing up is not good because her duty under the law at this point is to remain stationary and get out of the car. She can say, I don't want to get out of the car. They will open the door and extract her. She may
in a
be
spicy
in the
manner.
Right. She does not have the subsequent right to back up or go forward at this point. And any doing so is a violent act against anyone in the vicinity. I do not think a cop,
especially while the cop is basically holding on to the car still, like she had the potential not only to hit that guy that was moving around the car, but the potential to drag that guy along as well.
And hit the cameraman. We all know the cameraman never dies, but
true.
should fire at her at this point. Arguments could be made, but the imminence isn't quite there because even though I said the ass of this car could run directly at this camera the way the wheels are turned if she backed up. That's not actually happening. We're not imminent yet. It could turn imminent very fast, but it doesn't. Something changes. She puts it into drive. We're going to watch in just a second. Now, I don't know if you saw that. Now, this lady yelling no is correct, but here we go. This happens very quickly as she starts to back up and then stops. We see the ICE agent come in front of the car. Not one of these two chaps, another agent, presumably from this vehicle. No! There, right here. Here's this person, okay? You can see them more clearly now. There's an ICE agent clearly in front of her vehicle, within feet of it. If this woman puts this car in drive and drives towards that officer, full stop, deadly weapon, which is the car, imminent. She's within feet of this person. And it does not take hardly any level of actual velocity in this car, because it weighs so much, to transfer a tremendous amount of force into a human body or body part.
Facts.
Hey, Say, can I stop it real quick?
Go ahead.
I think at this point we can both agree that the officer made the mistake of being in front of the vehicle, right?
Yeah.
He you
Because
can
he wasn't
say
paying attention while it was moving. He was moving
Yes.
around it. He should
he
have.
you can say that, but it does not change the fact that the illegal act is not walking in front of the vehicle. The illegal act is moving the vehicle. So she is in the wrong legally. He's in the wrong policy-wise, because it is policy not to stand, keyword stand, because he does freeze and start, like, he stops walking, so that means he's now standing. He does stand in front of the vehicle. That is irrelevant. Irrelevant. Because the law says, and what he'll be prosecuted under is the law, not the department policy. It might be department policy not to stand in front of a vehicle. It is not department policy not to walk in front of a vehicle. And the vehicle wasn't moving when he initiated walking in front of the vehicle. He thought it was just going to be, a normal ICE protester. Who knows? Who knows what the cop thought? Only the cop knows what the cop thought, right? It does not matter. However many ways you want to cut it, it does not matter, because he is executing his duty. She's not executing any duties. She's not protected under any laws. She is there. She's past protesting. Now she's become violent. As soon as she put the car in reverse, like he said, she has become violent. It does not matter where the cop should have been standing, perfect placement. All of those are textbook, and this is the street, literally.
Oh yeah, and shout out to I guess West Coast Luffy for sending the thumbs up for 10 joules. Appreciate the support. And guys, make sure you follow my man Monty, Mr. Pandemic. Like, Monty, if you got your channel link,
Mr. Paramedic.
My bad, Mr. Paramedic.
I'm gonna have to change my name to Mr. Pandemic because of you.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, I remember there was this one guy called Mr. Pandemic, and I was like, that's kind of a cool name. But shout out Mr. Paramedic. Make sure you follow my man Monty. Make sure you link it in the chat.
All right, I will. You can't put links in your chat.
All right, then. All right, I know you can link it in. Well, I know you can do the horizontal one.
Okay.
Gotcha.
It is. Much is being said about this, because her wheels. Now, granted, we are from behind and can actually see the wheels. And I want to point something out. The officer who fires has already drawn his gun. He draws it the moment she goes into drive, but not before. Let's watch again.
No!
He has not drawn his weapon yet. Her reverse is now off. Watch her move forward and him draw.
No!
He draws that weapon after she moves forward. Now we can see that there's a person over here as well. This person is similarly in danger. This person does not look like an agent, I don't believe. This looks like a civilian,
That's
but
the
I could be
wife.
wrong. He has now drawn his gun. This happened. We're gonna watch this in real time in a second because this is important to do as well. Everybody wants to break this down frame by frame and do a lot of pauses and go in slow motion and all that. And we will, we're doing that, but we're also going to watch it full speed. That's critical to the analysis because the officer doesn't have the benefit of a pause, a camera shift, or slow motion. He has to react in real time.
Oh, shit!
That officer fires the first shot while being struck by the car.
Yep. That's why it was
Now,
so low.
when I say he's struck by the car,
I mean,
he does not appear.
Yeah, and that's you hear the thump in his video in his camera phone video.
Injured. I'm not saying he's dying or launched into the snowbank like in the Karen Reed trial or something crazy. He's just hit by the car. I don't know if he's harmed or not. Doesn't look like it. He doesn't need to be. He fires as he's being hit.
No! No! Shame!
3 shots are fired. This is where the use of force analysis ends, period. That car goes on to hit it keeps accelerating and hits other cars. I cannot attribute that continued acceleration or the erratic driving or anything other to than the fact that the woman is dying. So we're not going to say that anything beyond this moment happens. And this is critical because Minnesota courts, and we're talking under Minnesota law here, because the feds aren't going to prosecute this guy. Well, they may, but
Can we also take a stop to before he shoots? Look how fast the car is accelerating. She's not dead at this point, right? She has all of her body functions, and look how fast the car is moving just before he shoots.
Okay, just before he shoots. Well, I mean, then we'd have to go to a different little tab right here to catch the video. Let me make sure.
Try to play it up until the point in which the first shot, because we don't know which shot is deadly yet.
Gotcha. So I'll just slow it down a little bit. Scream it. No sound. So this is where the cops pull up.
Do you have it on slow mo?
Yes, I do.
Oh, to catch it. Okay.
Now this is where they tell her to get the F up out the car. They told her 4 times at this point. 4 times. Officer is pretty much walking over. You mean that speed right there? Or
yeah, she's moving. The 0 to 60 on that thing is like 6 seconds, and it's trying to hit it.
We try to go at the slowest speed possible then.
Backing up. She's putting
Shouldn't
it
have been
into
doing that. While officers holding you, you should not be doing that. While the officers literally holding onto your car, like stop.
That's illegal.
And boom.
It's moving. You have it on its slowest speed, and it looks like she's moving at a normal rate of speed.
Yeah. Well, that goes to show, but like when you look at the video, look, honestly, like I said, you could tell that she was trying to speed off, but that's where she effed up. I mean, one, as soon as the officers were holding her car or holding onto her door handle and basically had his hand inside of there, that's it. Stop. You're done. Don't do anything else.
Pause. Minnesota courts, and we're talking under Minnesota law here because the feds aren't going to prosecute this guy. Well, they may, but probably not. Minnesota courts is the likely prosecuting agency, and they have said that the moment of the use of force is the critical moment. That's what matters. Without the benefit of hindsight. That's in the law. That's not the statute. That's the common law interpretation of these courts. No hindsight. You don't get to look back on the issue. You have to see what the officer was under the impression of at the time the trigger is pulled. This isn't political. This isn't ICE versus someone else. This isn't federal government versus state. This is a guy doing his job, whether he's doing it right or wrong or whatever, doesn't, like, if he was doing it completely wrong, it might matter. In this case, I mean, if the job he's having to do is right or wrong morally, should ICE be in Minnesota? ICE has the authority to be in Minnesota, so they can be. All right. He's in the lawful commission of his duties. He has to do something egregiously removed from his duties to not be justified in doing what he's doing. He's doing that. This is now about the
I mean, Dave, bro, come up here. Like, no, I'm gonna go ahead and put in the chat again because I love to call out the cowards in the chat who like to sit there and, you know, like me. You don't want to listen to me. No, bro, we're gonna listen to you.
Come up
here. Go to my main page. Hit the post tab and go to the StreamYard link. We'll let you carry on for 5 minutes because you're wrong. Immigration officers have no jurisdiction over the flow of traffic, bro. It's not about the flow of traffic. It's about impeding law enforcement. So you don't even know what you're talking about.
He's being willfully ignorant. He's gonna come up here and just reiterate that.
Oh no, he really means this. I know he really means it. So go ahead, call up, and please explain your point. Because I'm telling you, you're wrong, and you're sounding like an idiot. Just with this chat alone.
By being accused of murder. And this is, again, difficult for people when the government is the accused.
And shout out to my man Chase. He says you can see the tire spin both ways, back and forth.
Yeah,
Murderer.
she's trying to get her car free.
Yep.
But it's not the government. ICE isn't accused of killing this lady. That guy is accused of killing this lady. That guy will go on trial. A government will try to prosecute that guy if they try. And that puts him firmly in the seat of the defendant. And all other considerations.
Hey, and shout out Sir Shirley for sending the New Year's Eve 2026 for 260 joules. And shout out 57 International for sending basically the same thing, New Year's Eve 2026 for the 260 joules. Happy New Year's, guys.
Go away. And they necessarily must. We cannot prosecute this guy because we don't want ICE in Minnesota. That is not fair to that guy. Resolve your issues with the federal government some other way. You don't get to prosecute a federal agent who's a person with their own life doing their job unless they act egregiously outside of the scope of that job. He has not done that here.
He has prosecutorial immunity.
I've got news for you. He was hit. He was hit. He was hospitalized. Now, I assume the hospitalization was a pro forma hospitalization for an examination following being struck by a vehicle. And I would assume that he's found to not have sustained any major injury. That doesn't matter.
We don't know that, though.
That is post hoc. That is after the shooting to determine that he did not sustain injury. But I'm going to do you one better. Even if he wasn't hit, he is 100% justified in making this shoot. You cannot drive when an officer is in front of your car. You can't. You do not have justification to do so. Oh, they were trying to get in her car. Yeah, I get it. I don't want the cops opening my door either. But guess what? This isn't where you get to fight that. It's not the rule of the streets.
Yep.
We gave that to the government. We said we don't want the rule of the streets. In fact, we want
the rule of law.
Now, you can not like that all day, but that's the system that every civilized society lives under. All of them. All of them have this. You cannot attempt to run over an officer. That is not allowed. I don't understand why anyone is struggling with this concept. Do people think that if you disagree with the officer, you can just drive?
Bruh.
You know what people want to do?
Not literally, officer pull you over like for speeding. You'd be like, I disagree.
You know what?
Drive off in his face, like, bro. Hey, yo. I'm sorry, but how do you interpret the law? Please let me know, because we might need to go ahead and become a law channel real quick to inform you guys, because apparently you got the law fucked
Do
up.
you have any lawyer friends out there, Set? Like actual lawyers? Can you call them up right now?
True, right now, probably not. They're probably busy as
I'll pay their retainer.
I'm weak as hell. Well, shoot, nah, probably not. They're probably busy as hell. And it actually, they're a friend of the doctor that I brought up.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you know, shout out to the who was it? And she's a female too. So I'll see if I can get in contact with her, see if she's willing to break this down. But she is a liberal, so
I don't care. I want an analysis of the law. I want to ask her legal questions based off of this, not.
Got you.
Yeah.
All right, then I'll see if I can get in contact with her.
Because they started at first they said the shots were fired from the side window, and then there's a big fucking bullet hole right in the front window in the windshield. So they started getting blown out on that because the officer fires the first shot into the front windshield and then the second two shots into the window or into the side of the vehicle. And they want to say that those second two shots are unjustified. They're still justified here. This officer has no reason to believe that the threat that this person poses is over at this point, at the time he fires those three shots, which it's important to remember all happens within, I think, 2 seconds of time. Oh, but the agency handbook says that they're not supposed to stand in front of vehicles. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Don't.
Because the answer is not, I guess you just have to die then.
Yeah. Thank you.
This is use of force, justifiable, deadly force. Okay, so the question is a person in imminent fear
Set.
of
Set.
serious injury?
I'm sorry, that is wild. Those like, yeah.
I guess you just have to die then, bro.
Just let her run you over, bro. It is what it is, man. GG. Like, wait, what?
What?
Like, really? Yeah, bro. You know, so you get in front of that car, you kind of just sacrifice your life. You're done. You're through. Like, whoa. That is not how it works.
I guess you just have to die then.
Oh, weak. Somebody said, I guess I'll just die. I'm like, okay, then. I mean, that's up to you. That's up to you.
I guess you just die.
Wait.
Oh my god.
I need to hear that one again.
Run it back to where they
Because
talk about the
the
use of
answer
force.
is not.
No, go a little bit further. Get the whole context.
Doesn't matter.
All right, here it is.
Important to remember, all happens within, I think, 2 seconds of time. Oh, but the agency handbook says that they're not supposed to stand in front of vehicles. It doesn't matter. Because the answer is not, I guess you just have to die then.
That's literally their logic in a way. It's like, damn, when you kind of break it down like that, that's literally their logic they're hitting us with. Like, he should have just died, guys. I'm just like, he should have just took the potential death. Like, oh, he should have just took the potential of death? Well, damn, would you have did that? I mean, hey, maybe, you know, some people are different.
I mean, but that is their argument. I should die. So it doesn't follow. I mean, it follows their logic at least.
Somebody said yes, they cannot put themselves in front of a vehicle. No, bro, that's not how it works. He said yes, he should have sacrificed his life. He should have took the hit, sent them to the Lord, all because what? He's accidentally stepped in front of a vehicle.
I mean, he didn't accidentally step in front of a vehicle. He was intentionally walking to the driver's side. His intention clearly was not to stand in front of the vehicle and be a barrier to the vehicle. That is what you can't do. That's what that handbook says. You cannot be a barrier to the vehicle.
But here's what the law also said. Just because a cop is standing in front of your car doesn't mean you can just run over it. I mean,
in that case,
dumb to think that.
In that case, why don't we just run over protesters? Because they're not supposed to be on the road.
If you think about it,
they're not supposed to be on the road, so we can just run them over, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to stay out of the way of traffic, right? So when y'all are protesting in the road, I should just F it, run y'all over. Okay, I mean, according to your logic, why not?
The answer is not. You just have to die then.
This is use of force, justifiable deadly force. Okay, so the question is a person an image?
And shout out to my man Ray. He says, here it is. He says, you know that if we had the rule of the streets and not the rule of the law, most of these idiot volunteers as the tributes for natural selection. I think, damn, tribute for
Damn.
natural selection.
They're volunteering
I mean,
as tribute. Yeah.
I mean, look, if you're not smart enough to understand that, don't go out there and impede law enforcement. I'm sorry, but I guess you're just not smart enough you're not smart enough for your genes to progress. I mean, that is the way the wild
You
works.
just have to die.
I guess you just gotta die then. I mean,
in fear of death or serious injury. Okay? If they're in fear, but your justification is, well, you shouldn't have been standing there, that doesn't negate their fear. That doesn't change the circumstances that they are reasonably in fear of imminent death or bodily injury. Sorry, you're in front of a car. Guess you just get fucking run over then. That's not how it works. You can't provoke violence towards yourself. You can't say, hit me and so I can fucking shoot you. You can't do that. But you can't go, shouldn't have been in the bar or that alley. So much so that if you are illegally carrying a firearm, you can be justified in your use of deadly force with that firearm and still be convicted of carrying the firearm illegally.
Yep. Both can be
But
true
you'll
at
be
the same
acquitted
time.
of the murder. Because justifying a use of deadly force, we recognize that someone is reasonably afraid for their own life or the life of someone else, sufficient to justify the taking or attempt taking of another life. We don't go to these things like, well, there's a handbook that says he shouldn't be in front of the car. Oh, I guess he just dies then. Think through the fucking thing. This is not hard. This is not unintuitive. It's actually the most intuitive thing ever. Here we have my man, Andrew Branca. The driver need not be a threat to the officer who fires the shot. The officer can shoot to stop a fleeing felon endangering all in the vicinity, as this driver was. Lawful shoot. Andrew's 100% right here, and this is what I'm talking about. When a fleeing felon is endangering anyone, and they don't actually have to be endangering someone, the officer has to reasonably believe they are a danger to the public. That justifies a shoot. This shoot is justified prior to that. We don't have to get there. And I know Branca knows this, but he's just accepting the argument and going, yeah, it doesn't even matter though, because this doesn't have to happen. He has this other justification. But he's justified in shooting in the first place on his own behalf, of course, because the analysis is obvious. Nina Infinity says a felon, that's a stretch, isn't it? Let me see. Here we go, Nina. I'll show you. Fleeing officer motor vehicle. This is Minnesota statute 609.487 subdivision 3.
Oh.
Whoever by means of a motor vehicle flees or attempts to flee a peace officer who is acting in the lawful discharge of an official duty, and the perpetrator knows or should reasonably know the same to be a peace officer, is guilty of a felony and may be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 3 years and 1 day, or to payment of a fine of not more than $5,000, or both.
I mean, it's right there in Minnesota law. So, wow, yeah, she basically committed a felony. That's tough, guys. Real tough. In the moment, though. Fleeing a motor vehicle. Yeah, you can't do that, guys. Fleeing an officer by motor vehicle, yeah, you can't do that. I would hope you'd know this.
Answer to your question.
It's really important to me that you understand this.
is yes. A fleeing person in a car is automatically a fleeing felon. And therefore, the felony analysis is complete at that point. Not if convicted. At the point you are fleeing, you are guilty. Everyone making the claim that she was merely trying to get away from the ICE officer, she is fleeing a police officer in a motor vehicle. That is a felony. Someone tweeted the front view to me. Okay, let me see. Let's take a peek, shall we? Okay, well, I think it's going to play in slow motion, but he clearly gets hit. Like, I hope you see that. It happens really fast right over here. Okay, so now
and shout out Toe. She says I post a good chill fun. Oh yeah, I post a good chill fun chill song for you. All right, yeah, I got it. Appreciate you, Tove.
Now we have 2x speed. So this is the officer in question. This is the officer who discharges the firearm. This is the officer who is potentially struck by a vehicle. Contact has been made at this point. He is struck by the vehicle. There's no question about it. This is straight out the gates, contact by a vehicle. Elder Scrolls says, and it's her fault. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. This is a tempting thing in use of force analysis that it's a trap that people fall into. It's a trap. She doesn't matter. Her thoughts, her feelings, her fault, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was an accident. If she accidentally drove forward at a police officer, it doesn't matter. Get the rock from Wycliffe. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't.
Bro,
Like this guy.
Did you see that? Get out her fucking way. She committed no crime.
Bro.
Can we ban him? Please.
I mean,
either come up or get banned. Either come up and defend your point or get banned.
Oh God, bro, because I'm sorry, but bro. Oh my goodness. All right, shout out Tove. She says, remember back when the law enforcement was able to go in, sometimes have a bit of an argument / brawl, detain, conversation, and everyone went home. Yeah, but that's back when people wasn't so hostile. But all right, let's get back to it.
Hey, set.
It doesn't matter.
Set. You're not supposed to stand in front of a loaded weapon either. Good rules for life. I mean,
at this point, they can't help themselves but to sound dumb. At this point, man, God bless y'all, bro. God bless y'all. God bless y'all heart, man.
I hope you find Jesus.
She does,
like literally, bro. We're praying for you every night, guys. Every night.
Doesn't matter. Her thoughts, her feelings, her fault. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was an accident. If she accidentally drove forward at a police officer, it doesn't matter. Get the rock from Wycliffe. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It will never matter. It doesn't matter what she felt, thought, meant, intended, wanted to do, tried to do. Maybe she was trying to back up. Maybe she was trying to put it in neutral, but she panicked and hit the gas. It doesn't matter ever. It doesn't matter because the person is not condemned to die based on what the other person meant. The question is, are you in reasonable, objective fear, and are you in subjective fear or imminent death or bodily injury to yourself or someone immediately present, or if you're a police officer in the commission of your lawful duties to the public generally. And this woman is a danger to at least one, if not three officers, one possible civilian, and the public generally. She is. She's a fleeing felon in a motor vehicle, moving at high speed. Lars Larson says imminent does not mean something that already happened in the past. What are you talking about? This all happens in the same moment for the purposes of the law. This happened all within 2 to 5 seconds of time. You don't get to go, he was hit, he's not hit now. He's shooting while he's in contact with the car. What happened in the past? What are you talking about? Not in the
Bro, why
same
does
moment.
Muffle
Time
Moose
is
look like
linear.
he's strung out on
Time is
drugs in his
technically
picture?
moment
I'm
to
done.
moment. And yes, it linearly progresses. All
Hey man, it be those types. It be those types where this, wild.
He must be a criminal himself. He knows all about the law.
I doubt it.
Although physics is working.
Well, know what? Maybe. Hey, Muffle, I'm trying to. Hey, you can at least come here and defend yourself. Like I said, you still have the 5
No, he
minutes to
can't.
explain
He
your
can't
point.
defend himself. And it's more. He can have more than 5 minutes. If it takes more than 5 minutes for his brain cells to fire up, we can give him that.
Yep. See, yeah, we're nice people. Before we get into the geopolitics side of this,
Let him go. Let him produce his most eloquent argument he's ever produced in his life to defend a criminal who is protecting a child predator. Let him go. Let him go. Have fun. I'll get out of the StreamYard. You won't get no interruptions. You can have the fucking stage, my guy, if you can articulate 1 ounce modicum of common sense.
All right.
Reverse it. Stop. They're not talking about microsecond to microsecond. They're talking about the reality of someone who's being struck by a vehicle in real time, firing because the person is continuing to drive. What are you talking about? It's not like he got hit and shot her 45 seconds later, or he shot at her as she's driving away, which he would still be justified because she's a fleeing felon. I don't know how else to say it. If you don't like it, I get it. This isn't about what we like or don't like. It's about what fucking is. Take your would'ves and should'ves and shove them into his shoe. It doesn't matter. Just like the woman and her intentions and aspirations and her kid and all this shit. None of that matters. A person is not condemned to die because of what someone else wants to happen. Only what is happening, what they reasonably perceive.
I mean, yeah, as Monty keeps saying, and as Monty keeps saying, it don't matter. What matters is what is perceived.
Hey, Seth,
not what
has this guy been disbarred? Because that's what fucking Muffle Tits keeps saying.
I mean, I don't really know. If he does, even if he has, it doesn't denounce him of what his legal knowledge. It just means he might have did some shady stuff in the past.
But is he? Because he keeps saying that, and I don't know that to be true or false. So I guess you can put your thumb on the scale if your IQ is 5. I guess that's why he's getting so hot and heavy about that.
Man. I mean, and shout out to my man Ray. He says, don't bring a car to a gunfight, kids. You will lose. Oh, damn. And he says it again. Don't bring a car to a gunfight, kids. You will lose. He needed to emphasize on this to let you guys know you will lose this battle. All right, but
we can go to William Kirk with Washington Gun Law and fucking get his. He's an active practicing attorney for 30 years, and he says the same fucking thing. So you can find several lawyers out there, actual fucking lawyers that break it down the same fucking way. You're just mad that this guy says it with emphasis. He's saying the same fucking thing. So his knowledge and the points he's making are not negated by your impression of him.
He's just mad that he's funny.
he's mad that he can't make a point and is too much of a coward to come up and make a point.
But all right, though, let's let a former DHS agent get into it as well, because Myron did a decent breakdown as well. All right, let's get into it.
Go after somebody in terms of a chase like this.
In my 25.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. They commit a felony. You can have, and which they did commit a felony. They struck him, which is impeding. Again, don't know what you're talking about.
5 years. I've done
18 U.S.C. 111, impeding, obstructing, and/or assaulting a law enforcement official. That is a felony.
hundreds of vehicle stops. If someone is fleeing, that is not a justification for the use of deadly force.
Under the Department of Homeland Security's use of force policy, firearms may not be discharged solely to disable a moving vehicle, and shooting at a moving vehicle is tightly restricted.
Yeah. See, it's funny. You know, it's funny because I know that memo because I've actually worked for the agency. That's within a chase. Okay. See how they fucking see how they frame that? Yeah. Shooting at a
Oh, he's a DSH agent? I did not know that.
Oh yeah, but he used to be ex-DHS agent.
Oh,
yeah, that's why he don't use his so-called real name. I know. I was like, I'm impressed.
So how the cookie crumbles, isn't it amazing? You know what? I would like I Muffle Moose, if you don't want to come up, post a video of someone that has any credentials that can fucking break this down for us, that puts it your way. Please, because I haven't found it.
Lord knows I ain't found it.
Agencies, you can't do that. There's some rogue state police agencies out there that will let you shoot out tires, but in a chase, yeah. But this isn't a chase. This is a woman trying to run over a federal agent. Not the same whatsoever, Abba and Preach. See how they try to fucking frame that shit? Disingenuous fucking assholes. Holy.
So
to disable a moving Department of Homeland Security's use of
fleeing, that is not a justification for the use of deadly force.
Under the Department of Homeland Security's use of force policy, firearms may not be discharged solely to disable a moving vehicle, and shooting at a moving vehicle is tightly restricted.
But if it's coming at you in a self-defense fashion, that's different. That's an exception. And I love how they're fucking using this memo, right, to say, oh, you can't shoot into a car when this is a completely different scenario. Not the same scenario whatsoever, you fucking dumbasses.
So
you're a dumbass.
Is that you cannot use deadly or lethal force solely to stop a fleeing vehicle.
It's not about them fleeing. It tried to run him over, dude. Brain dead DEA agent. Literally, if a car's trying to run you over, you can shoot at that fucking vehicle. Absolutely all day.
1994, 95. We changed it in LAPD when I was there in 2004. But it's basically simple, which is if you're confronted by a moving vehicle that could be a threat to you, get out of the way of the vehicle and don't shoot at a car. Now, this is...
that's another law enforcement agency. Every law enforcement agency has a different thing. And here's the thing. Get out if you can. That's assuming perfect scenarios. Use of force isn't always perfect, okay? He clearly didn't see that she was going to fucking try to run him over. And she did. And he responded accordingly. Just like many use of force situations, you don't see it coming. You respond. And that's how he responded. And it was a justifiable response.
All the people who claim to care.
See, again, another stupid progressive going off of 2020 hindsight. Just get out the way, bro. Just get out the way of the moving car that's coming at you, bro. He did. He did, and he still got hit. Dumbasses.
About law and order or rules. They don't. Like I said, they're not even following their own rules and their own policy. But it goes even further than that.
The policy that you cited was based on pursuing a vehicle, not use of force in a life or death situation. Completely different. And I it's crazy how they just tried to, finesse that. They used the policy paper when it comes to use of force of pursuing a vehicle during a law enforcement operation, like pursuing a vehicle like they're running from you, versus use of force from a self-defense perspective.
Let's just listen a little bit more.
DHS law enforcement officers are prohibited.
S.E.T, I figured it out. S.E.T,
what's going on?
S.E.T, that's why they're trying to frame it as if she didn't intend to hit him, that she was just trying to flee. Because if you just look at it in the light of she's just a fleeing vehicle, afraid for her life, then they start applying that logic on top of it. And that's where they're going with this. I was wondering why they were sounding so fucking ignorant. It's because they are solely and 100% basing it off of the fact that she turned her tires, which is the benefit of hindsight. She turned her tires and was trying to get away. They're not basing it on the fact that she actually hit him with her car. That is what it is. That's why they push so hard right in the beginning to say, oh, look at her tires, she's trying to get away, so that they can frame her as a fleeing suspect, not an aggravated assault. That's why they're doing that. And they're going to just completely ignore the entire narrative or sorry, go along with the entire narrative, not the actual facts of what happened. That's why they keep putting that in there, because if you, and they're not even, I was wondering why they're not even touching on subsection 2 of the same policy memo that says if no means of escape are available to you, you can shoot into the vehicle. So that's what they're doing. They're saying, oh, he could have got out of the way, so that's a means of escape, and that she was a fleeing suspect and he shot her. That is what they're trying to frame it as, because that's the only way in which there's any credibility to their argument.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. That was a great breakdown. I mean, shout out Monty. And like I said, bro, if you want to follow my man Monty, go to Mr. Paramedic. Follow this man. Get him, man. Let's get him to 100, and then 500, and then 1,000. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
Vehicle or other conveyance, unless the use of deadly force of the, basically it says, unless it's...
This appears to be black and white.
Well, it does. And it also says a law enforcement officer must take into consideration...
No, bitch ass nigga, no. No. See what they just did there? See what they just did there? He didn't want to read that second part. He didn't want to hear after. He didn't want to have to read after that. Unless,
it's right after it.
He didn't want to have to read after that unless. Fucking got him, man. Fucking.
Gotcha, bitch.
Caught that, chat?
Gotcha, bitch.
Didn't want to read after that unless. Because there's always exceptions, motherfuckers. There's always exceptions.
Vehicle or other conveyance officers are prohibited
in their own policy. But it goes even further than that. Let's just listen a little bit more.
DHS law enforcement officers are prohibited from discharging firearms at the operator of a moving vehicle or other conveyance unless the use of deadly force of the... Basically, it's...
Unless the use of deadly force is what? Oh, authorized. Oh, legal. Oh, yeah. And in this case, run him over with a car. Use of deadly force is justified. Thank you. Motherfuckers. CNN, bro. Fake news. Fake news. See, here's the difference. We're talking to someone here that understands the policy and understands that policy...
He trails right off as soon as he's going to get to the point.
It's always more restrictive than the law. I'm going to say that again. Just because something is prohibited by policy doesn't necessarily mean it's illegal. Policy is always going to be more restrictive than the law because policy is to protect the agency. So what are they going to do? They're always going to be more strict in the policy versus the law. So even if it is against policy, that does not necessarily mean it is illegal. And this is what I'm trying to say when I say people like Abba and Preacher are brain dead fuck. That honestly have no fucking, they have no business even giving commentary on a topic like this that's extremely complex, that has nothing to do with their shithole country, that has nothing to do with their expertises. These guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about whatsoever. And the big reason why I'm reacting to them is because they're giving a lot of the stupid progressive left-wing dead point, brain dead talking points that everyone else is giving, right? This policy paper that they're even talking about, which this guy's scared to fucking read the rest of, by the way, because I'm right. Let me find this policy paper for you guys real quick. This use of policy paper. Yeah.
16.200.
Appropriateness of particular use of force. The department is guided by the constitutional law. By constitutional law as interpreted by the U.S. Supreme Court, the Fourth Amendment supplies the constitutional baseline for permissible use of force by LEOs in the course of their official duties. Okay, so what does that mean? Use of force is basically they're deferring it to the law. Right now, obviously, they can have policy that's a bit more restrictive on it, but this particular one that they're talking about, and I know it because of obviously me working for DHS or whatever, when they're talking about shooting at a vehicle, they're talking about pursuing a vehicle and trying to stop said vehicle. You cannot shoot at a vehicle to try to shoot out the tires or whatever. That's what they're talking about. They're saying you cannot shoot at a moving vehicle. Okay? That's what they're talking about for the purpose of like disabling it during the course of a chase. Because there are some...
So that's expansive on what you can do. It also does not say you cannot use deadly force on a fleeing subject, because a pit maneuver is a vehicle interdiction that is considered deadly force. So they're saying you can't use this form of deadly force on a fleeing vehicle. And again, that's talking about in a chase. That's talking about, you know, anything other than someone's about to run you over. So like if they go 5 miles ahead, right, and set up a roadblock, and the car is coming at them, and they see the car coming at them, they cannot just stand in front of the car and say, "Oh, well, he was coming at me." You can't do that, right? But what you can do is, if you're surrounding a vehicle, they have the vehicle boxed in, and someone tries to skirt out in between the cars and everybody's out of their car and you're about to run one of them over, you can shoot them then. And that would be a fleeing vehicle, but it's all about context and about what's actually preceding the events and what's going on. And based off of that, he had no means of escape. He tried to dive out of the way and was still hit. Did not shoot until he was hit. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that. He was jumping out of the way. You can see it in the video. The video moves to the right as respective to the car, and he still gets hit because you can see it in the other video where his leg's up in the air.
Good point.
Some police agencies out there that allow troopers to shoot out tires. There are some crazy ass state agencies that still allow that shit.
Use of deadly force. Basically, it says unless it.
This appears to be black and white.
Well, it does, and it also says a law enforcement officer must take into
She stopped him right there, where she said it's pretty black and white. I like how they did that.
Consideration the hazards that may be posed to law enforcement and innocent bystanders by an out of control vehicle.
They claim to want law and order, but they don't want it.
Seriously, this dude is a fucking idiot, bro.
You stupid.
This nigga's really.
What I predict is that this is going to escalate so much that eventually, I think within the year, winter is going to be over because a lot of these things happen in the blue states and stuff. And I can predict a shootout. It's going to escalate to shootout civilian against ICE. It's going to be a whole ass civilian war over there.
So this person doesn't follow company protocol, doesn't follow DHS protocol, is in.
The government is not the same as a regular company. There is no company protocol. Policy protocol is going to be more restrictive than the law. Okay. So even if he doesn't follow policy, which he did, by the way, he did follow policy, but assuming he didn't follow policy, that's different than the legal standard. Policy is always more restrictive than the law. And agencies do that on purpose to create more protection and insurance for themselves.
Competent by any standard. And I'm just going to ask a question. Is this man a DEI hire? Just wondered. I'm just saying, I remember Charlie Kirk saying, if I see a black pilot, I'm a wonder. Okay, well, shit. I've seen a lot of traffic.
I told you he was going to come out with the Wakanda take over here.
Bro. A lot of checkpoints. This is definitely the most incompetent one I ever seen. One thing that I thought was interesting about this story is I got a chance to look up the officer himself because a lot of people have been trying to figure out who he is and what he's about.
What began as a planned federal immigration arrest took a violent turn in this quiet Bloomington neighborhood. Court documents say he repeatedly refused to comply before a federal agent took out his spring-loaded window punch with his right hand and broke the driver's side rear window. These images show the officer's hand in the vehicle. In this video, you can see the driver take off with the agent hanging from the car, dragging him 300 feet through front yards. These graphic images show the aftermath.
Set. He shouldn't have busted the guy's window out. If he didn't bust the guy's window out to affect the arrest, he wouldn't have been in that position.
So basically, he can't be a police officer, bro. This is what they're talking about when they say Trump pretty much uncuffed the police officers. Because, bro, these police officers have to follow everything you Dems say. They couldn't even be police officers.
No, they can't. And this is like you said, Seth, this is what he means by uncuffing the police officers. That there's nothing. If you follow every fucking liberal fantasy that's out there, no criminals would just kill people, and as soon as they get in a car, they're off limits now. So it's like playing a game of tag. Oh, I'm on base. You can't touch me now. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
This ain't a game. This is between life and death. Bro, we have too much crime around here. Things are gonna get bad. You don't want that, right? All right, cool. Let the police do their job instead of you giving them all these crazy rules to be scared for their life or to get sued. This is why people be quitting in high numbers, or policemen be quitting in high numbers in these blue cities and blue states because you guys don't back them up.
That's by design, by the way. That's by design, by the way.
And that is true. It is by design.
You know what's interesting? What these idiots don't realize is this actually makes his use of force defense even stronger. These guys are so fucking that they don't realize that him getting dragged and this happening to him before actually strengthens his use of force case.
You stupid.
These two morons actually just made his case stronger. Good job. Good job. Because now, when he goes in and gets interviewed by OPR, Office of Professional Responsibility, and probably more than likely he might have to do an interview with the state police of Minnesota. He's probably going to do one interview with all of them, just sitting there. taking the statement, right? Because I doubt his lawyer would let him do multiple interviews with multiple different agencies or whatever. But he is going to have to give a statement. He's probably going to have to give it probably in the next day or two, right? To OPR and all this other shit. And then maybe OPR will furnish it to the other agencies, right? When he articulates himself and he gives a story, he is absolutely going to talk about how he's been dragged in a vehicle before, he's been hit by a vehicle before, and that played into his decision-making when he pulled the fucking trigger. And guess what that's going to do? That's going to make his use of force even more what? Audience? It's going to make it more what? Reasonable.
Credible too.
I hate to say it, chat, but any way you slice this shit, the shooting is clear. And not only is it clear, the fact that he has been a victim of this shit before is going to play into the justification for his force. So progressives look at this and say, see, and this guy got dragged in a car before. See, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. His training sucks. No, sir. No, this actually strengthens his use of force defense. But of course, these two niggas are too stupid to understand this because they're Canadian. And this is what I mean when I say we are superior to Alabama Preach in every single way. We're smarter than these niggas. We get better analysis than these niggas. We understand the law better than these niggas. I'm not over here talking about Canadian law. I don't give a fuck. Canada's a failed country. Who cares? But even from a cognitive standpoint, these niggas are brain dead analysis. What, is this supposed to make the case that he's been dragged or hit by a car before weaker? You idiot.
It's the exact same agent who pulled the gun and fired it on the plane.
Well, don't you see that he's the Punisher and his name is Frank Castle?
And this is what I mean when
you niggas are getting hit with the castle.
I say incompetence. I don't mind that these people are executing this warrant. This man's not supposed to be there to pour him, do what you gotta do. When you do stupid shit like that, you put yourself and others at risk. And it's the incompetence that I have an issue with. My man.
Law enforcement has no duty to retreat. They have every duty when someone doesn't comply.
Pause. You can only speak on incompetence if you are a subject matter expert. It's the incompetence that gets me. What competence do you have, motherfucker? What pedestal do you have to put yourself on that you can call somebody else doing a professional job as incompetent? You don't. That would be like calling a knife maker incompetent because he opens his forge up and you don't understand why he opened his forge up. Like that. Like it would be like calling a plumber incompetent because they cut a hole in the wall. Like it's fucking stupid. You don't know what's going on. You have shown that you don't know what's going on, so you don't get to talk about competency. If you're gonna armchair quarterback something and use your justification as, oh, he's incompetent, you don't know what the fuck he's doing. You can't understand it. Clearly, you said a couple of times, I don't understand. Then shut the fuck up. Your input is not needed if you don't understand.
I mean, those are facts. And shout out to my man, AZM. He sent a clutch for 30 joules. Appreciate the support, my friend. And all right, guys. So let's play a little bit more of this, and then we're going to get into the geopolitical side of things.
Commands to pull him out the fucking car and arrest him. The individual obviously pulled off with him, right? But that is the risk you take as a law enforcement official. That's what happens. Unfortunately, that's the game.
And just reaching in, and the guy just takes. Now you're putting yourself. Now you may have to use your firearm, or you may die yourself. The thing that always strikes me when I watch this, and I think it's true for everything that this administration does in regards to world trade, everything like that. It's just everything is sloppy. Everything is sloppy. Everything.
Nigga, I know you ain't talking. Bro. I know you're not fucking talking, bro. I know your dumbass not talking about U.S. is sloppy.
In regards to world trade, everything like that.
I mean, bro, he's seen y'all economics, Canadian politics. Please, bro, don't talk about us.
Hey, Seth, do you have that video of the National Guard and the Minneapolis SWAT team going through during COVID and shooting people with fucking less than lethal because they came out of their house and were standing on their front porch?
I mean,
you want to talk about how ICE shouldn't be there and what they're doing is unconstitutional, but literally 4 years ago, that's what was happening in Minneapolis. They were fucking rolling down the streets in the same fashion, walking and shooting less than lethals because people dared come out of their home. And you want to talk about Nazi Germany? Shut the fuck up.
Please. But all right, though. I think we're about to go ahead and move on to the geopolitical side of things. We done put 3 videos into this topic, gave you 3 different perspectives. I mean, I think the guy was an ex-military or a cop. Then we gave you
Angry Cops
lawyer.
Are you talking about Angry Cops? Angry Cops was a former U.S. Army, and he was a drill instructor, and he was a police officer in Buffalo, New York for like 10 years. He is now a detective. So he's an active serving detective in Buffalo, New York. So the analysis that he's giving is, how am I going to interview this guy? So and then you have a lawyer, whether he's an ex-lawyer or not. In order for him to lose a license, he had to have passed the bar to have a license. So he does know what the law is. And then you have there are plenty of other examples out there of lawyers who are still active practicing lawyers. Then you have a former
all right, but then hold on,
DHS agent.
and then we got a next. I know you went too far off on the first guy, but and then we got you analysis from a ex DHS agent. I mean, they're all saying the same thing. So if you guys can bring somebody more credible besides your favorite leftist political pundit, please.
That says I don't know anything, but
yeah.
I'm going to comment on it.
So let's go ahead and move on to Iran, because Iran, they've been talking spicy. Actually, they've been talking to the point where they're talking about striking U.S. military and Israel. Now,
bro, they gotta worry about their people coming and fucking killing them more than they have to worry about us.
So before we get into it, Donald Trump dropped a diss track to Iran, so we'll go ahead and play it right now.
Like a thief in the night, I send me a strike, kidnap a op, I'm taking this BT, nigga. Drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ran, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm thugging. I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Since 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to Hey Barack. They must not heard what happened to Bin Laden. 6 men deep and everybody body. If we get it started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to world war like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the arm. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I won't say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck is it, Masoud, Masal, ooh, First of the money, we clocking they rip. Pat a home on the head, we tactical with it. Take over your country, infested with it. Tell Ali that he better repent. Setting up base right outside of the fence. Tell Qasim that nigga a bitch. Dig his ass up and I kill him again. You still ain't get back with that boy, he got bent. In the way that I did him, how could you forget? And I'm smoking your leader, this shit getting bored. They're not trying to get
pleads to defend national interests as protest continues. All right.
Iran's government's intensifying a crackdown on protests against a severe economic crisis, and which are now into their second week. More than 200 people have been arrested. Rallies are taking place in towns and cities across the country, with demonstrators setting fire to buildings. The Attorney General's warned that those involved in the unrest could face the death penalty. A nationwide communication shutdown's been in place since Thursday, but some people are managing to post videos of the rallies online. The protests began over the soaring cost of living and plunging value of the currency. Tauhid Asadi has more from Tehran.
It's now 2 weeks we have been witnessing protests across Iran in different cities, including here in the capital. The unrest flared up into violence in several locations, leaving fatalities and injuries, both from protesters and security forces. Arrests are reported, even though when it comes to numbers, we don't have any confirmed information. The protests actually started in the economic hubs, such as the Grand Bazaar, against the country's worsening economic situation. It quickly spread to other cities, sparking rallies initially scattered, but now in more cities, we see it going on. The state response started by recognizing the right of people to peacefully protest, but as the situation started to escalate, the state has been trying to draw a line between protesters and what the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei called saboteurs, against whom he said the Islamic Republic will not give in. The Supreme National Security Council of the country called it a joint American-Israeli plot to destabilize the country. As the security measures have tightened up, the internet shut down, which...
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've been stated this out before, that they do believe that there might be Mossad agents go ahead and like riling this thing up, because especially when it came down to the burning of the mosque and all that good stuff. And of course, people on our side of the media says they're overthrowing Islam, but I mean, the country's like 99% Muslim. So burning mosques, I mean, let's be real. They may hate their government, but doesn't mean that they're going to just throw away their entire religion. So it is a bit strange that mosques are being burnt down, and buildings as well. I mean, when you start like burning your own property, something seems a little bit weird.
Started on Thursday night, continues, and international call.
And I'm not saying that the Iranian people don't want to get rid of this government. I'm saying that there might be well, other forces at hand when it comes to escalating this protest. I mean, all of
Hey,
their
Seth.
protesting with and all of what they're protesting is valid. There is crazy inflation. They do have water shortage. The Iranian leaders do send money to other countries while leaving their own people destitute. But, you know, I'm just go ahead and giving y'all the real and what they're reporting on both sides. But go ahead,
Seth. If you remember, a little country or a little colony of Britain started a war against their government about 250 years ago, and a little country called France stepped in to help us. So it doesn't matter that someone's stepping in to fuel the fire or whatever. That's honestly a good sign that they have support
No, it's
from around
not.
the world.
No, it's not.
How is it not a good sign?
Because this may not be the people, like if we're talking about in terms of protest, you got other people, foreign actors coming in protesting, and causing destruction. No, that's not a good thing. Now, if we got people backing up the Iranian protesters and giving them protection, okay. But foreign actors in there, you know, fueling the protests, burning flags, burning down buildings, cars, and all that good stuff, that's not good.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, the entire world wants to see this regime fall. Everybody except for the regime wants the regime out. To include the Iranian people.
I'll agree with you on that, but you know, having foreign actors in like pretty much like I
get what you're saying. It's a bad optic because it's being framed
if
as
we're
if
talking
this
about,
is,
you know, having trying to protect or wishing for the protection of these protesters, I'm all for that.
What if we were just to accept the fact that foreign interference, this is not this organic thing, because the media likes to frame everything as sensationalist, as if this is just this Arab Spring movement and yada yada yada. Let's just agree. I mean, as a matter of fact, without flushing it out, that there is foreign influence. What does that change?
Honestly, it changed the legitimacy of the protests. Honestly, it's like, all right, well, are they all
so
really
everybody else that is actually
really
protesting?
Are they really wishing for the teardown of the government, or are they asking that just be heard? Like, and if we got like foreign agents in there doing these wild things, think about it, it's like January 6th. Agitators, people who are doing way more than they need to get a point across. These people are trying to protest to their government, and their government said, yo, we'll listen to you guys, but we're not trying to deal with these rioters who are out here destroying a property. And that's literally what's going on.
I think they're just trying to discredit the people's voice because there's foreign influence in it. And that's not fair to the people that actually do have that voice. Just like I said with January 6th, the people that, went into the Capitol, you can agitate all you want, but your decisions are your own. So these people that are protesting, they are protesting and they are being gunned down. That is enough. That you don't have to have fucking foreign influence. That if you go and start shooting people.
But hold on now, there's foreign influence in there, and they're agitating the police. They're the ones throwing the rocks and not the people of Iran. The people of Iran are the one getting shot. Then that's not
the people that are throwing rocks are getting shot. So why would someone throw a rock?
Shooting into the crowd then because of the agitators. They don't really know. They just know that there's attack coming in their direction. This is why I say if there are foreign agitators, these could actually put the Iranian people in more danger.
But Seth, if you're in a crowd and you're throwing rocks at police and police start open firing on the crowd, you are now at risk. Someone that's trying to professionally agitate is going to get themselves out of risk or not put themselves in risk. Notice how Larry Epps did not fucking throw anything at police. He just convinced a bunch of other people to throw things at police. He got himself out of there.
Yeah, and get moved out the way. Now,
so those were those people's decisions to make.
Hold on. So you're pretty much saying it's okay for them to be incited to do this and have their own. I mean, okay.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying the entire.
Okay, my bad. I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from, though.
But don't discount the fact that they're impressionable enough to do it, which means there is a level of they don't fucking want this, and they are willing to resort to violence because of it.
All right, though. Let's shoot. I can't wait to see how this further progresses because there's so much coming off the ground that you're getting all types of stories. But all right.
Are severely restricted. It happened following the escalation of protests in the capital the same night as we saw many protesters taking to the streets And the mayor of Tehran said government buildings, banks, mosques, public transportation vehicles, and medical centers were damaged. Several protesters were arrested. Also, speaking of the latest developments, the government unveiled a subsidy scheme which includes a monthly payment of around $7 to citizens, available from today for the lower income classes who are struggling to cover daily essentials these days. Public dissatisfaction exists whether or not people take to the streets, and many here are now watching to see how the government will respond, not just to the protests, but to the economic hardships that they are facing in their daily lives.
Don't miss out. Get a full picture.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and move on to the next little story here. Well, we got, well, I mean,
good God, way to fucking frame it out of context. So someone said, so if the Mexican government sends foreign nationals into our country, it's a good thing. I never said it was a good thing. I said it doesn't take legitimacy away from their fucking actions. It doesn't take get off your. I swear to God, people are.
Well, I get what you're saying. It doesn't take legitimacy away from what they're protesting, just because there might be foreign actors involved.
Yeah. And it like I said, your actions are your own. So all the people that joined in with the fucking foreign nationals that were in Los Angeles, notice how we said they're all a bunch of fucking idiots? Because it wasn't, it doesn't matter fucking who's involved. If you're being violent, you're being violent for a reason. So when the entire country is fucking being violent and trying to overthrow the government, that's a little bit different than a bunch of fucking libtards that have never had to do anything in their fucking life, fat ass motherfuckers with leaf blowers. That's a little bit fucking different.
And all right, man, make sure we got about over 200 y'all on YouTube. Make sure y'all double tap that screen and like the video. And we got about 33 of you guys on X. So you guys make sure you follow me on X as well. So appreciate the support. And yo, shout out to my man Ray. Says, yo, use that logic with the lady that just died. Her wife told her to drive while she's out of the car, out of the line of fire and shit. I mean, that is true.
I did use the same logic. I said, while it is wrong to influence people, your actions are your own.
Mm-hmm.
I used the same logic.
All right, though. Let's go ahead and get on to the next story because yes, our guys over there in Israel, man, getting a little wild out there. But yes, Israeli forces carry out a strike across Gaza Strip despite ceasefire. But remember, though, to give both sides of the argument, they're saying that Hamas is refusing to disarm, and then Hamas is saying, well, we're too busy fighting these Israeli-backed militant groups that are attacking while the IDF is still carrying out strikes on Gaza. So that's just both sides right there.
Israeli forces have launched a new wave of airstrikes on Gaza. There have been several attacks overnight targeting Palestinians in both the northern and southern parts of the Strip. And another infant has died in Gaza as a result of harsh winter conditions.
Damn.
Mahmoud al-Aqra was just a few days old. Local authorities are warning about an imminent humanitarian crisis after storms destroyed makeshift shelters. Children are often the most vulnerable, and aid groups say Israel is defying calls to allow supplies like tents to enter the territory. Well, let's speak to Tariq Abu Azum, who joins us live from Gaza City. Well, talk us through the latest attacks here, Tariq, first of all, and military actions in Gaza's eastern communities. Given it just seems that it's another day and another breach of the ceasefire.
Has Gaza disarmed?
Yeah, it's been a very dizzying period of it.
You mean has Hamas disarmed?
Has Hamas disarmed?
Hell no. Remember,
then they're not violating the ceasefire. The ceasefire
no, they
is null
are.
and void.
They are. They're
No.
still violating the ceasefire. They're like I said, ceasefire is still it's still going.
Ceasefire is a contract.
Says that they dissolved it. And let's be real, they haven't came out and said, oh yeah, Hamas has refused to disarm, will now be carrying out attacks. They're just doing it.
It doesn't matter. A contract is a contract. When you sign a ceasefire, it has the same effect as a contract. I can sign a contract with you that says that I will pay you $100 if you put my channel link in your no listen, if you put my channel link in your thing, if you don't put the $100 or if you don't put my channel link in there, i.e. Gaza doesn't disarm, I don't have to give you the $100, i.e. Israel doesn't have to stop shooting them.
Yeah, but here's the thing, here's the thing: when you break a ceasefire 3 times, basically leading up to this is like the 3rd strike during the ceasefire. I mean, at
The
that point, you're
ceasefire
just
was
giving
already
them an
broken as soon as they
excuse,
didn't disarm. As soon as they
bro.
didn't
Whoa, whoa,
disarm, it was already
whoa,
broken.
bro. They're still bombing them. Why would they disarm while still being bombed? Like, how is that fair? You're pretty much saying, all right,
The
well, we'll
ceasefire
give you our
held for a
weapons,
couple
you're just
days,
going to
didn't it?
keep bombing us.
Set. Did
And then
it
they're
not
still
hold?
fighting the Israeli backed forces.
They
So
stopped bombing them and they stopped
they
attacking
didn't,
them when
Monty. I
this.
just told you they did not stop bombing them. This is not the first time they bombed them since the ceasefire. This is the 3rd time they've been
When
bombed
was the
since the
ceasefire
ceasefire.
signed, Set?
Bro, like this summer, I believe.
Yeah, this summer. And how long was it before the next wave of attacks happened?
Probably like a month later, and they
So
got
they had
bombed
a
again.
month. They had a month to disarm and refused to do so. So Israel took action.
Yeah, but
They
that's not
violated the
reporting it
ceasefire
properly,
first.
Monty.
Set.
You're pretty much just saying they could break a ceasefire with zero consequence.
They didn't break the ceasefire if the
They did
ceasefire was
break it
already
because
broken.
it's still enacted, Monty. Like, look it up. Their ceasefire is still going. You just can't bomb somebody and say ceasefire over.
Yes, you can. That's what
you. You can't.
So you can't back out of a contract because because of malfeasance.
Bro, you have to announce it. And here's the thing, like,
no, you don't.
It's not like the Hamas has not been trying to disarm. Hamas has not even stated that, yo, we have no desire to disarm. They already laid out their plight.
Actions speak louder than words. If they still have
how
guns,
are they
haven't
going to disarm
disarmed.
when they're being attacked by militant forces?
They weren't attacked for an entire month. They
How?
weren't attacked for an entire month.
No, that's not true. Because the Israeli, I told you.
I asked you, when was the ceasefire signed and when did Israel first attack?
That I said there's a difference between the IDF and this Israeli-backed militant force.
Okay,
we're talking about when Israel attacked, it was a month later, but this militant force has been in Gaza fighting the Hamas this entire time. So
the ceasefire was between the IDF and Hamas.
Still fighting a militant force.
So
you can't really give an excuse to this.
I'm trying to, if you'll stop talking over me. The ceasefire was signed by the IDF between the IDF and Hamas, not this Israeli-backed force. So you can't use the IDF as a fucking scapegoat in this. The IDF did not attack until a month after the ceasefire was signed, when Hamas still had not disarmed. They broke the ceasefire. They broke the ceasefire.
Plain and simple. Give them time, and they broke. No, they broke the ceasefire because they bombed them before allowed the time that was allowed, because they said that, oh well, Hamas took out these 2 Israeli men, but that was proven false. It was their own bomb, but they struck them anyway, which was a break of the ceasefire. So they didn't even breach contract then. They bombed them over misunderstanding, and they breached ceasefire. Monty?
What does that have to do with anything? They got attacked.
That's why they got attacked. They didn't get it. You're saying that they got attacked because they didn't follow the ceasefire. No, the first time they got attacked is over misunderstanding, because they said that, oh, Hamas took out 2 Israeli or 2 IDF men. That wasn't true. They were blown up by their own bomb. That's why they were attacked, and that's why Israel broke the ceasefire over that misunderstanding.
That doesn't negate the fact that they violated the ceasefire by
yes,
not disarming.
It does.
It negates it. Everything that happened up until that point doesn't matter.
Misunderstanding. Therefore, they have not been abiding by the ceasefire themselves, but you're expecting Hamas to. You're not holding Israel to the same standard you're holding Hamas to.
Israel waited a month to go in and attack after they believed that they were attacked.
They didn't wait a month. They went in there off a misunderstanding of the confusion of the 2 IDF soldiers being killed.
So
You're not understanding that part.
If there wasn't that confusion during a hostile time when Hamas hadn't disarmed, remember that all of these things matter, and you're just glossing it over like it doesn't matter. It does.
I'm not. I'm giving you the details of it, but you're not taking it into account.
I am taking it into account. So you have.
When I gave you the detail of that, is not because they didn't disarm why they were attacked the first time. So Hamas didn't break contract. Israel broke contract by attacking them over that misunderstanding.
So stop. We just got over fucking talking about it doesn't matter what the misunderstanding is with hindsight. So when you have a contract with somebody, they're not following it, you don't do anything, and then you perceive that your fucking people are being attacked by the same people you have a ceasefire with that aren't violating or that are violating the ceasefire, or are they just supposed to say, oh, you know what, keep doing it, it's okay?
Bro, without verifying it and they did it and here's the thing, they were supposed to give them a set amount of time. They did not give them that set amount of time. They bombed them anyway. So Israel broke the ceasefire first.
Did the cop have to verify that the wheels were pointed at him, or did
Monty?
he have
Monty, you're moving the goalpost at this point.
No, I'm not. I'm saying exactly. I'm holding you to the goalpost, and you're kicking short of it.
No, Bro, we're talking about this, and I don't think you're understanding the details, to be quite honest with you.
I am
You're over here
understanding
trying
the
to frame
details.
them as if they are the ones who broke the ceasefire. I wouldn't be real with you. It's Israel who broke this ceasefire.
How is it? So the ceasefire says that Hamas will disarm. Did Hamas disarm before they were attacked? Yes or no?
Bro, they
Yes or
attacked
no?
them first before they allowed time for disarmament. What don't you understand about
After they believed that they were attacked.
Bro, that still doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter. And they didn't do the proper investigation and they attacked them. That's breaking the ceasefire and not allowing for that proper time of disarmament.
So
and then you're still
so let's
forgetting the
let
fact
Hamas
that they're
completely
still
off the
running,
hook.
they're still paying for the Israeli-backed paramilitary group in Gaza. You're also ignoring that as well, which is basically breaking the ceasefire, a covert way of doing it, but we can't really call that out.
So are we just going to completely ignore the fact that Hamas broke the ceasefire themselves?
But
And
where did they break it?
Hamas
We
has
didn't even
no
give them enough
accountability.
time to disarm. We've actually constantly been attacking them. Israel's broken the ceasefire. Hamas actually didn't do anything.
How long does it take for you to disarm? If I say, hey, put your gun down, does it take you a month to put your gun down?
Actually, do you know how the disarmament was supposed to work? They're supposed to turn the guns in, and they're still under fire. So you're all right. Come on, Mike.
Okay, if they're still under fire, that's different.
You're not even all right. Then that's what I've been saying though. That they've been under fire though, still, and they're supposed to disarm.
Put the guns down. Don't fucking come at them with guns.
Die. Okay, they're just supposed to die, Monty.
No, they're not supposed to die, but they're not supposed to fucking be fighting.
No, I mean, okay, then just be dead. All right, then, Monty. So
no, it's not just be dead.
Under attack and put down their guns and just get laid waste to. I mean, I don't like Hamas either, but all right, bro.
They had a ceasefire. They broke it. Both sides broke it, but the side that broke it first was the side that did not make any efforts to disarm.
I disagree, but we'll agree to disagree on that one.
All right. Good talk.
Escalation
good
started to sound as we can hear right now, the sound of Israeli drones hovering overhead in central Gaza City and also in the eastern communities as well, where the Israeli forces continue waging attacks beyond and along the agreed yellow line, which was supposed to mark the ceasefire's front lines. We can see that civilians living in these areas face near daily shelling, gunfire, and airstrikes. But what's so remarkable to document earlier this morning is that there is a huge surge in terms of the demolition operations in multiple areas as these different reports and satellite imagery show a wider scale flattening of buildings in Rafah, which has been under the Israeli military control for more than now 2 years, in Khan Yunis in the eastern parts of it, and in Jabalia refugee camp, where we saw earlier this morning huge plumes of smoke coming from the destroyed areas. Now, these activities are basically designed to expand the areas that are under the Israeli military control to possibly used as a political leverage in any further negotiations for the second phase of the ceasefire agreement, given the fact that Israel now is controlling over 50% of Gaza's territory. And what has been so massive is that Israel is confirming that such activities have been viewed as defensive, but what we are documenting are demolitions and strikes on already evacuated civilian spaces, which significantly raises questions about whether this is security enforcement or a territorial reshaping under the cover of a ceasefire, which has triggered a sense of frustration among Gaza's civilians who have been saying that there are hundreds of people have been killed beyond the yellow line and in areas that have been designated to be safe for them, and they are still quite skeptical about the potential of the coming days, whether Israel will continue to commit to the terms of the agreement or there will be further rounds of escalations and offensive attacks under the pretext of security that will definitely leave no one with the full sense of respite or even safety, as Israel is still shaping and also dictating the dynamics of the ceasefire agreement.
Thank you so much, Tariq Abu Azoum there, joining us there from Gaza City.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into some outrageous stuff right here, because you know how Kiev basically starting to look like a battle zone, destroyed buildings and all this wild stuff. Let's take a look at Moscow.
You can hardly tell this is the capital of a country at war with its neighbor for the past 4 years. no air raid sirens, no shelter-in-place signs, no damage.
Oh no.
Drones have hit Moscow.
Bro, they just got done with Christmas. They haven't even taken their Christmas trees down. That's how scared they are.
I'm weak. Oh man, I ain't gonna lie though. You know, Russia takes Christmas seriously.
So I just hit. I mean, I did a 1,000-yard deep dive because I have not kept up with the Israel Hamas war. There's too many things to fucking keep up with.
I swear.
And I will retract my statement because it seems like every time there's a break in the fire, the first action is something done by Israel.
Yeah, sadly.
So I kind of tried to take Israel's side in that because it on its face it sounded like that, but every single time after now this is all after October 7th, but every single time there has been a break and a pause in the war because the ceasefire is supposed to be a pause. All right, everybody collect your fucking thoughts and let's try to end this. And every single time the first aggressor, you know, I don't know the circumstances around those things because they're all fucking bullet points in the timeline, but the first aggressor is always Israel.
Yeah, sadly, every single time. That's why I always said is like Israel has a problem with ceasefires. And here's the thing: when they don't like their ceasefires, yeah, they have like, I mean, when they hit Hezbollah on their underground facility, I was like, you know what, I kind of get that.
I mean, just
did you really
just
have
the
to like
first
a ceasefire?
the first ceasefire in November, they like right after like 7 o'clock in the morning when the ceasefire was signed, they went and shot 2 Palestinians. Then the next day, Hamas executed 2 quote unquote Israeli spies. So it's
tit for tat.
It's tit for tat, and then it fucking burns up. But it seems like the first tit is from Israel. The attack comes, and then the Israel fucking punches them in the face.
Yeah.
That's from the 1,000-yard. And again, I'm not looking at the nuances. I can't give my opinion on the intricacies, but on its face, it looks like Israel has a problem with keeping their hands to themselves.
Man, I shout out Monty. Ain't that the truth? But hold on now. But you know, it's so effed up, man. Look, like Kiev is going through such a hard time, and then we got Moscow out here, just like
half of Moscow's.
Bro, they got Santa pictures with Santa.
I know, but we got these guys in Ukraine hiding under subways, underground. They can't live in their house because they might get struck by hypersonic missile, bro. Check this little video out, bro. This is gonna blow your mind.
Hold on, I got a joke. You got fucking Zelensky in his pajamas and can't afford a uniform, and meanwhile they're so peaceful they have costume changes.
It's like, let's be honest, it does look nice over there. And like, bro, here's the thing: Putin kind of shocked the world with this move right here, guys. Pay attention.
Russia struck the Ukrainian city of Lviv using a deadly Orshnik hypersonic missile. The target was Ukraine.
Oh, I heard about
this.
The
message was Europe. Lviv is just 70 kilometers from Poland, a key NATO country. It's the main corridor for weapons, logistics, and gas supplies going into Ukraine. This strike was not accidental. It was Putin's retaliation after reports of threats against him, and after the UK and France openly discussed sending up to 30,000 troops to stop Russian forces. Moscow answered with a missile. Air raid sirens echoed across Ukraine. Even in Poland, radars were activated. A single missile froze the entire European continent. Because this wasn't ordinary, Oreshnik missile can travel 1,500 kilometers in just 7 minutes. It can also carry a nuclear warhead. Patriot systems failed. Nothing stopped it. This time, Putin used conventional explosives. Because this wasn't an attack, it was a demonstration. Now, Oreshnik missiles are being deployed in Belarus, even closer to Europe. Reaction time, almost zero. The warning is clear. Step into Ukraine, and this is what follows.
He's trying. Oh, God.
Boy, I told you, bro, here's the thing. I was telling people about these hypersonic missiles, like, they got hypersonic missiles. Oh, they don't work. I'm like, bro, do you really want to fuck around and find out? And actually, they do. They hit Ukraine earlier in the war with them with no warhead attached to it. Now they're attaching warheads.
Yeah, I gotta say, for as ridiculous as Russia's being, they are being very measured. And this calls into my question: how good is our intelligence? Because Trump initially said that, Putin was attacked. Then he said, we don't believe he was attacked. I don't think he would be responding like this if he wasn't really attacked.
Yeah, and bro, here's the thing though. Like I've been covering this that Europe has been posturing, NATO especially have been posturing to take on Russia. They've been posturing. So, and I'm just like, bro, I don't think
we need to get out of NATO. We need
Yeah.
to get out of NATO. If that's the case, if NATO is just acting like, so they're writing checks that they expect us to cash, and that's what I don't like. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like me and you go into a bar and I start picking on everybody and fucking causing problems, and I don't know how to fight, and I don't have a gun, and you're the one that has a gun. So what do you you're gonna fucking walk out the fucking bar before
Like
shit gets
eventually
real.
it's just like, bro, you just gonna bring trouble. And that's what NATO's doing. It's like, so you're just gonna bring trouble to our doorstep and be like, oh yeah, fix this real quick. I'm like, whoa, we didn't do anything. You're right, we did, but fix it. Like, bro,
You're my friend, right? Right.
Like, allies, right? Article 5, right? Like,
I don't think we should actually get out of NATO, but at
least we need at least full control over NATO because they need to back the F down.
Yes, that's what it is. We need full control over NATO and fucking get our yapping fucking hyenas that, Poland, I love you, but fucking calm down.
Yeah, like be quiet. Like Finland, like we love you guys, but bro, chill out. You don't gotta do this. You don't gotta posture yourselves to go commit suicide with the rest of the European continent.
But Poland, I will give it to them. Poland can hold their own. Poland has some good fucking tech. So does Finland.
Yeah,
they can hold their own, but don't expect us to back you up when the shit ends. Like World War II was started, World War I was started because of a whole bunch of alliances and secret alliances. Now, I mean, they're on the table now, but a whole bunch of people being aligned against a whole bunch of other people is how you start a world war.
Literally. Oh yeah, and shout out my man Country Fried Hillbilly. Appreciate the support. He sent $5. He had too much to say, so wanted to show some support. Shout out to my man Daniel Castro. It's like Monty versus Sid. Yeah, it was one of those conversations for a second there. But bro, Monty, between Monty and me, we always got to give each other pushback. It keeps us.
Oh yeah, when we actually disagree on something, we're fucking willing to go to the mat. But I can go and fucking verify what I'm fucking saying without just fucking saying it.
Yeah,
and so can SET.
Yeah, we actually look into this. Well, or at least we try to as deep as we can with the time that we're allowed.
They are unaffected by the war in Ukraine.
We haven't seen anything here. In other regions, yes.
I'm not gonna lie, her coat is nice. Like what?
Bro.
That bear skin? Oh, they eating out there in Russia.
All I want is this shit to end. I want everywhere to look like Russia. Sorry, I said that wrong. I want Ukraine. I want Ukraine to have that kind of prosperity. I want Ukraine to feel that safe. I do not want people to continue dying. It is a very lopsided fucking war, and it's not fair to the people of Ukraine.
Oh honestly. No, Monty. This is how you know that Russia's superpower. Only superpowers can get into wars and their capitals just seem like flawless. Like, bro, how much wars have we been in, and we just been going about normal day as if a war hasn't even been going on in the background.
That's true. That's true.
Like only
we also haven't been invaded.
Get that off. Only.
God damn it! I just want it to not be like this. I just want it to fucking end.
Yeah, me too. But sadly, some of these guys, well, they don't really care, and that's the sad reality of it. I mean, and when I mean they don't really care, they actually they don't really care too much about the Ukrainian people. They hate Russia more than they want the preservation of the Ukrainian people. They hate Russia that much.
And I get it. I hate Russia. I hate Russia too, but Russia's not getting taught the lesson they need to be taught by Ukraine.
Yeah, that's true.
My family's affected there.
We feel 100% safe. Moscow is protected.
Oh my God.
There's a general demoralizing feeling of the war, of the killing. The uncertainty is affecting our mental health.
Changes in laws and regulations on security and freedom of speech are feeding that uncertainty.
Pull out your phone and you will realize that some of the most popular apps don't work here. Instagram and Facebook, they're banned for extremism. WhatsApp is restricted over terrorism concerns. And if you open a map, it probably won't show you where you are. We are currently over here, and it is showing that we are 10 kilometers away.
Damn.
This is because of so-called GPS spoofing to trick drones. Moscow airports regularly shut down for several hours because of drone threats disrupting flights. Another concern is the cost of the war. A third of Russia's budget goes to defense.
Holy shit!
Coupled with sanctions, this has led to high inflation and increased taxes.
Many people have had to tighten their belts and switch to simpler foods, but even staple products have gone up massively in price. Potatoes have more than doubled, onions are up 50%, and bread, butter, and milk.
Hold on, pause.
Jesus.
No, that's how you know you're in a superpower. That right there. The fact that the worst thing is your people have to pay a little bit more for potatoes.
Yep.
That's how you know you're a superpower.
And this ain't even. I mean, you're telling me this.
Think about it. What do we bitch about? What do we bitch about? We bitch about prices and fucking all that shit. They're bitching about prices and all that. You notice how the supermarket's not fucking bare and there's not a fucking crater in the fucking roof?
Literally, like they got all their fruits and vegetables. Everything is there. I mean, why?
It's expensive. The people. So that's the thing. That's how communism works. When they go to war, everything gets more fucking expensive, and the people have to get fucking worked harder.
Yeah.
But they don't seem to be too upset about it. Like that looks a lot better than even China does.
Not fact.
China's not even at war, and their fucking people don't have that.
Exactly. It's like, bro. But look at them. They got all this stuff. They got to deal with crazy inflation, sure. But just to only be dealing with this and not no military, bro. Look, think about what Ukraine is facing inflation. Their homeland is getting attacked. Capital is getting attacked. People got to hide underground.
Bro,
and
they show
people in
videos.
Moscow just living their best life.
They show videos of Ukraine in grayscale. Meanwhile, we got full color in Moscow. Like, right? Like you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Like, bruh.
Past 4 years.
All we can do is stare in amazement.
I'm okay. Prices are rising, but my income has grown more.
I wrestled a bear and killed it.
Spoken to.
I'm crying. He's like, so pretty much wages are outpacing inflation for some of these guys. He's like, bro, let's be real. It's like, you're not going to complain about prices going up 20-30% if you got paid 50% more.
That means, that just means bigger numbers are fucking processing through your bank account. Yeah,
go ahead.
God damn it. I don't like that this is happening. I'm glad at least the Russian people aren't fucking getting killed, but come on. The humanitarian side of me is like, what the fuck? What are we fucking doing?
Like, what are we supporting if they're just getting their ass handed to them like this? Like, yeah, literally, what are we doing?
Stare in amazement.
I'm okay. Prices are rising, but my income has grown more.
Almost everyone we've spoken to said they're hopeful the war will end in 2026.
Мы хотим родить. Да.
Our plan is to become mothers this year. People give birth even in the midst of war.
Moscow City.
Bruh, man, our women ain't talking like that. They talk about, we're about to go get our degrees and avoid family all the way out until, like, I don't know, 36 years old. It's like, wait, what? Come on, man. Come on, bro. Why y'all making Russia look so... Russian propaganda. Y'all making Russia look a little too nice right now.
The hall spared no expense preparing the capital for the festive season, perhaps to reinforce a feeling of life as usual, while the war rages elsewhere, out of sight. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
All right, now let's go ahead and get into our people over here in Venezuela, because let's see here. They was
set. None of this is to say that Russia's just fucking hunky dory, but the image that the left is trying to fucking portray is that fucking Russians are in dark alleys starving to death. Doesn't really look like that to me.
Yeah, it looks like they're all right, man. It looks like they're doing okay.
At least in the capital city, which is what we're looking at.
Yeah, what kind of pissed me off because it's just like, price went up, but my wage is good. I was like, Man, what?
He might be. That's how communism fucking works. The rest of the country, you fucking go and look at the rest of the country, and they might be starving and dying. But the people that live in the big city, man,
boy, living it up. No, next to the oligarchs.
Yeah.
From Delcy Rodriguez, and let's see if we're both interpreting the same thing.
Le hablo al pueblo de los Estados Unidos. El pueblo de Venezuela.
He's like, I speak to the people of the United States. Venezuela did not deserve this aggressive act by a nuclear power. This is a stain on our shared history. Well, look, man, Donald Trump once again dropped another diss track. Okay, guys, this man been spitting. So here's the diss track dropped by Donald Trump for Venezuela.
Like a thief in the night, I send me a strike. Kidnap a op, I'm taking his wife. Me and Joe Biden are nothing alike. He fucked up and I'm making it right. I'm in my bedroom plotting on how we gon' fuck up their New Year. Send him a buck. I got your president hostage, bitch. You pay thinking I'm sending them up. Smoking on you don't know what I do for that fag. You don't know what I do for these riches. Fuck that money I got from my dad. 40 million on my head, and I wipe it with my ass. I'm a $1 billion pocket pilot. Hop out, get my man. Understand? I'm too deep in this shit. Who the fuck is Maduro? Kidnap you and you know. I tell him to come here, let's play a game of Uno. Drop 2 bombs, Uno. Just like I dropped that bomb on you know. And I cannot move on. I heard that they clicking up, I get in Majin Buu mode. And I get them all gone. And I turn your whole country to a war zone. I take you and put you in a mud hole. Take your wife and give her ass cornrows. Weapons of mass destruction. Venezuela ain't no nothing. Know that they laughing in the discussion. Know that I'm holding the button. They got me pressing the button. Can't catch you, then I'm killing your cousin. I pop out and I'm making it thunder. Take your oil, leave you with nothing. The mind of a general, know that I'm thugging. We gon' slide before dawn, they won't know that we come. When they bring up that list, they distracting the pop. Tryna make it seem like I'm just sliding for nothing. Tryna do me like Michael, they know I'm an idol. I hope your bitches reading your Bibles. I hope your soldiers staying alert. Putting their ass 6 feet in the dirt. You gon' get hurt, you step on this turf, you're done, you're bun. Chances of winning 100 to 1. You ain't gon' win, you ain't on shit.
I'm trying to tell you, boy, that boy Trump been talking real spicy lately, man. Talking real spicy. All right, let's go ahead and get back to the... Yeah, go ahead.
I got a video for you, if I can go find it, of Trump showing the Green Berets and Delta Force and all them fuckers at Fort Bragg training for this.
Shoot, see if we can find that.
Back in July. It looks dope.
Sure, I bet it does, actually. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to DIC Rodriguez. Literally, DIC Rodriguez. I mean, DIC is kind of cool.
Presión vil, guerrerista de parte de una potencia nuclear. Decía.
All right, I speak to the people of the United States. Venezuela did not deserve this aggressive act by nuclear power. This is a stain on our shared history. Shared. Oh, all right.
Yo ayer que ha pasado a ser una mancha en nuestras relaciones y en nuestra historia. Si algo...
Our response will not be revenge, but vindication. Through example, we will show the Bolivarian diplomacy in action, guided by the legacy of our liberator.
There you go. There you go, Set. Fucking play that video. This is the perfect time to play that video.
All right, I got you. Let me go ahead and pull up Monty's video real quick. But now that you know what she's talking about, we'll go ahead and hear the rest of it.
This is what Trump has to say about that.
We're on the first helicopter, and they'll be flying the faster up under the roof of the 3-story building. And then our Green Berets are on the second helicopter.
Damn. The training was elite. Dang.
Also moving, racing to the target. They're going to suppress any remaining enemies and isolate the objectives. On board is also...
Check out this Chinook. Look at that fucking belly flop.
That's exactly how Maduro building was looking. But the replicas they make for this is amazing. I gotta be real. Like, shout out to the replicas that they make.
Bro, does this not look like that raid?
It does, bro. No, the building that they raided looked exactly like this. Like, exactly.
They released apparently they did this 6 months ago. Like this video came out like 6 months ago. I mean, this particular video, I found it on somebody else's channel that released it 3 days ago. But like it says Trump's July surprise or whatever. Yeah,
it'd be crazy if they actually did release it and we just like paragraphed it like that. Like we're literally just showing you what we could do to you, and then we do it like word for word, bar for bar. Like we did it. Like
I can't find the older version of the video, but I don't put it past Trump. Could you imagine though? Could you imagine Maduro watching this? Oh, that looks like my house, huh?
Like, you know, that building looks real familiar. Like, isn't this where they're hiding me? Like, all right, I bet too.
The whole video is 2 minutes long.
2-minute operation. Running there, I'm kicking this door. Extract. One of the benefits of being a big ass country is we can pretty much do this at scale. I mean, beautifully, like at scale. This is probably the size of Caracas, and Caracas, and we did it at scale.
That's fucking hilarious.
Go ahead.
It's just fucking, it's hilarious, and the fact that we just this is what some of these teams prepare for a good majority of their career. Like it's 3, 4, 5 years. Apparently, this one was months in the making, but I wouldn't be surprised if this same operation or this same training mission was done over and over again. Look at Sec War.
Smiling.
He knew.
He's like, oh no, we got him. We got him.
That's them retrieving intel.
Yep. I think the drills are a little bit more intense too, because like they actually go for, you know, if they shoot back, if this and that, like
yeah.
So shout out to these guys.
The counter team. It's like a big fucking game of you know, skins versus shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is actually pretty damn fun. Like, bro, it's like you can run this with paintballs. But all right. Let's go ahead and get back to our lady, DIC Rodriguez, as she, you know, caves in and tell us how she's just gonna start serving us, apparently. But yes, our response will not be revenge for, you know, pretty much us striking them and kidnapping, or I'm sorry, but indicting their leader or extracting their leader. Yeah, she's saying to that is our response will not be revenge, like you guys could ever carry it out, but vindication through example. We will show the Bolivarian diplomacy in action, guided by the legacy of our liberator.
Digo yo que no es venganza, sino será reivindicación, será cuando le dejemos y le demos lecciones y ejemplos de lo que es la diplomacia bolivariana de paz en acción internacional. Que sea nuestra diplomacia bolivariana en lecciones que dejó nuestro padre libertador, héroe de esta patria, héroe de la patria grande, quien dejó doctrinas en derechos humanos.
You know, she worded that statement. She presented it in the typical.
Hey, Set.
I mean, that was the craziest double speak ever, but hey.
I don't know what any of that meant, but all I have to say is
dang, all I could say. She's pretty much saying that, you know what? You guys got it. You guys got it. Like I said, she said, we're not going to go through payback, go through vindication, and actually basically work with us in a way against their so-called liberators. I'm like, whoa, who's the liberator? And then why are y'all all clapping like, you know, disgruntledly? You could tell they don't even want to clap. They're like, oh, yeah, I guess we're going along with this.
Here's my measured response.
I'm done. He said the helicopter's coming close, and
I'm in danger.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into what China is getting into. You know, we got to always check on China, one of our biggest economical nemesis. Well, yeah, economy-wise, yeah, they are nemesis. Military-wise, well, according to Monty and Gaming, they're like, hell nah.
Nah, they are specifically building up their military. Here's the thing about China, right? if you threaten China, they're trying to beat you. They try to beat you. But if some other actor, say Russia, decides that they want to turn against China, the China will ally with the United States to protect their own interest.
Facts.
It's weird. It's fucking weird. They're like that one friend that's kind of not really your friend, but you can't trust them, but they might come and get into a fight with you if it's good for them.
Yeah, like in a certain situation, like, all right, bro, you know, if you lose this, you're fucking shit up for me too, right? Like basically that's how they pull up. It's like an unexpected help, like, oh, thank God this affects you too.
But because China was helping fight Japan.
Yeah.
And very happy.
Just because the whole rape of Dia Kong and all with Dia Kong, I believe. Yeah, just because of that. And they're like, look, bro, we don't like them either, so we're gonna ride with you.
American pilots.
Yeah.
American pilots were given sanctuary in China if they had to like go down or anything like that. And like the Chinese people were just all too fucking happy to like it. There are things we can build on.
But we got to remember, Japan was that dangerous though. Like they actually fought back Russia.
Yeah, Japan's fucking. Whew, do not let the Japanese get guns.
I'm almost glad we neutered them at a certain point because I'm just like, I ain't gonna lie, they had too much military experience. We're talking about guys that pretty much took on bigger countries and won.
Yeah, fought them back fucking successfully, and it's because of their warrior spirit. You have to respect the warrior spirit.
Man, the samurai spirit, bro. Who'd have knew? Who'd have knew that, bro? Who'd have knew they'd been that powerful? But all right, then let's go ahead and get into our friends over here in China.
The shifting world order is increasing risks for Taiwan. Pressure has been building on the island. In recent weeks, it has intensified. Just before 2025 ended, China launched its largest ever military drills around Taiwan. The United States remains Taiwan's main military and diplomatic backer. They have a mutual defense pact in which the US pledges support if Taiwan is attacked. But that pledge is deliberately vague. It does not spell out how Washington would respond and whether it would deploy troops in the event of an attack. And that ambiguity is by design. It is to deter Beijing without triggering a direct military fight with it. But now Donald Trump has injected doubts about America's commitment. He says it is up to Xi Jinping to decide what he wants to do with Taiwan.
Whoa.
So has Trump thrown Taipei under the bus?
Ah, shit. Damn it, bro. I think he's actually really following that mug to the T, to the Don Road doctrine to the T. Like, bro, it's not our hemisphere. I mean, like, do what you want. Like,
wait, what? I didn't catch that. I was reading the comments.
Bro, oh my goodness, bro. Check this out. She basically Trump is telling him, look, bro, it's up to China what they want to do with Taiwan. AKA is not
what?
Do what the fuck you want because we're worried about our hemisphere. I mean, let's be real. We don't really need Taiwan for chip making. If maybe we take over Greenland and we make chips over there or something, or we may start making chips in Venezuela.
What?
I told you this was kind of my worst fear. I was like, bro, what if we are only focusing on our hemisphere? We're just going, oh, Russia, China, bro. It's all you, bro. It's all you. Like, China, go ahead and take over Taiwan. Go ahead and do what you want if you think you can. And, you know, Russia, I mean, look, bro, if Europe get into it with you, look, bro, we're not even going to back them up. Do what you want. Like,
you know, this is going to be hard pill to swallow. Okay.
Like,
you ever heard of the too many cooks in the kitchen argument?
Yeah. I mean, what? Too many countries in the kitchen. Now we only need 3 empires.
God damn it. Okay. Bear with me. If you have 3 major superpowers and they're controlling their hemispheres respectively, and you know, everything Russia controls is operating in Russia's interest. Everything China controls is operating in China's interest. And everything the United States controls is in the United States' interest. There's the whole resources issue and the whole fucking all of this and all of that and trade. You can kind of become self-sufficient on yourself and trade with each other and, you know, be friends with each other.
I mean, within the confines of the mega United States that now includes all of South America and, you know, Canada and Greenland. I mean, we can get anything done at that point.
and we can have free immigration across, in between the superpowers.
I mean, if
the
it's
reason,
us, if it's
the
ours, I mean, it would be immigration, just be moving states.
the I don't.
Ecuador is going to be the 56th state of the United States, bro. Road trip to Ecuador.
Why don't we just like control our continents, or like I just in a world like this is obviously completely hypothetical and all that fun stuff. You have, if it'd be like gangs, right? You have the shot callers. There'd be three gangs. As long as you don't fuck with each other, everything's copacetic, and you just fucking live on your planet. And then all the fucking minions or all the other countries. This might work. The only issue is if they ever get into a fight, it is two fucking hemispheres against each other.
Hey, look, man, I'd rather a good thing we got the rainforest. Like, you can't test China with any type of wildlife or nature life. Still, like, bro, they throw us all under the bus. So,
for the record, none of this would be good. Like, it would not be good for the people that lived under this. It would just be three fucking colonies.
Yep. Dominating the world because we just all of a sudden decide just like, hey man, fuck you, bro. Like,
it's not dominating the world.
In the battle for resources, it's best we just have 3 empires instead of 180 countries.
Bruh. God damn it.
Like, bro, hear it again. Hear this.
Military drills around Taiwan. The United States remains Taiwan's main military and diplomatic backer. They have a mutual defense pact in which the US pledges support if Taiwan is attacked. But that pledge is deliberately vague. It does not spell out how Washington would respond and whether it would deploy troops in the event of an attack. And that ambiguity is by design.
Set.
It is to deter
so in other words, the US can be like, you got it, guys. Good job.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, we back you up maybe if it was Japan, I don't know, some Middle Eastern country attack you. But since it's China, guys, good luck out there, buddy.
You got it. You can do it. I don't want to live in a world like that. For the record, I don't want to live in a world like that.
I mean,
I want to live in the world where we're fucking king of the hill.
Yeah, but that's true. Sounds like they'll have 3 king of the hills of our own separate hills.
Without triggering a direct military fight with it. But now Donald Trump has injected doubts about America's commitment. He says it is up to Xi Jinping to decide what he wants to do with Taiwan. So has Trump thrown Taipei under the bus? Here's a report.
The past few weeks have been uneasy for Taiwan. Pressure from China has intensified.
Is that an AI
Beijing
video?
has escalated its campaign against the island.
Or this?
That voice is AI. It's the AI voice from all the shorts.
I'm weak. I don't know. Maybe. Remember,
Run it back. Listen
voice
to
from
it.
somewhere. Let's see.
Beijing has escalated its campaign against the island.
It is.
Let's wait.
It launched its largest ever military drills.
You might say his name. Yeah,
the exercises simulated an attack and a blockade. After that show of force, a clear word of reassurance from the U.S. president could have calmed nerves in Taipei.
Okay, never mind.
Instead, Trump chose a different message.
Yeah.
He considers it to be a part of China, and that's up to him what
AI-generated
he's
voice
going to be
too.
doing.
It says it right here in the corner too. I'm crying. Hey, I mean, shout out for his posts. I mean, man, they over here utilizing the hell out of AI.
Calmed nerves in Taipei. Instead, Trump chose a different message.
He considers it to be a part of China, and that's up to him what he's going to be doing.
Donald Trump was asked about Taiwan and a possible Chinese military move. His answer stunned many. Trump said Taiwan is considered by Xi Jinping to be part of China, and what happens next is up to him. Trump also...
Man,
hey,
AKA...
set.
Like,
wait. Maybe we're reading this wrong.
All right, hopefully.
Like, hold on. Like, let's just say we can spin this because Trump fucking cannot articulate a point to save his life. So we have to read into what he fucking says and not just take it at face value. Let's just say you can make the fucking decision, buddy. and as a threat. He's like, what happens next is up to you.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
this is the point of view he's taking. He can choose what happens next.
Yeah, but let's be real though. He's not really saying it like, I don't know, with any type
Think
of.
about it. Think about it. How does Trump fucking speak? Can you fucking do you really when you have the benefit of hindsight after he's done something big, everything he has said up until that point makes sense under the context. But up until it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Every time. Think about that.
I hear you, Monty, but that's the problem. That means should we also take what he's saying about hemispherical dominance seriously as well? Because it's looking like it.
Yeah, you're right, but
you never know. You never know with this
not with that guy,
Trump, man.
Don't try to. The second you think you have him nailed down, he goes and does something. And you're like, you wake up and fucking El Presidente's in jail.
I mean, but all right, let's go ahead and get back to it.
So said he would be very unhappy if China used force. He hopes that it would not happen, but hope is not policy, and reassurance was notably absent. To make matters worse, Trump said she may act after there is a different U.S. president, but not while Trump is in office. That is not deterrence. That is a personal guarantee, and it is fragile.
Okay.
For decades, Washington has relied on strategic ambiguity when it came to Taiwan. It used carefully calibrated language. Statements were designed to deter Beijing.
Yo.
It's still designed to deter Beijing. You can decide what you want to do with Taiwan, but while I'm president, you're not going to.
All right, we'll see. I mean, not the way they're posturing, man. Kind of sounds like they're might be taking Trump literally. Like, yeah, we still have this little alliance thing, but I mean, let's be honest. If you guys want it, look, you stay out of business with Venezuela, and we'll stay out of your business with Taiwan.
You can try that under another president, but not under me.
I mean, I hope that's where he's going with it. But time will tell.
Without provoking it. Trump's words cut through that ambiguity, and the timing matters.
Sure does.
These comments came days after the U.S. captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. Trump discussed that operation too. He argued Venezuela posed a real threat to America. But, in the case of Taiwan, there's a difference.
You didn't have people pouring into China. You didn't have drugs pouring into China. You didn't have all of the bad things that we've had. You didn't have the jails of Taiwan opened up and the people pouring into China.
Trump is downplaying the risks from China. Just weeks ago, Beijing conducted live drills around the island. The PLA deployments were significant. 130 aircraft were involved. This included fighters and bombers. In addition to that, Beijing sent 14 military ships and 8 additional official vessels. This was not symbolic. It was a rehearsal, a show of force. U.S. lawmakers were quick to react. A group of lawmakers issued a strong statement. They called the drills intimidation. They warned of attempts to reshape the regional order through force. And they reiterated the United States stands with Taiwan.
All right.
So to Jason that's saying, oh, the mistake is taking countries by force. Greenland said all these things. You fucking idiot. They can't defend themselves. They are strategic in our hemisphere. And they cannot stop an incursion from another country. So would it not make sense to bring them in to the fold of the United States with the full faith and fucking support of the United States and its territories, so that if somebody does try to fuck with them, they can actually fucking defend themselves. Because we're not going to fucking... There's 55,000 people. There are fucking towns in the United States bigger than Greenland.
I mean, yeah.
A bar fight would topple Greenland.
A bar fight. Well, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. Just we don't really need to use that much force when it comes to Greenland, and it'd be better if they just sell it to us. Like, come on,
just fucking enrich your fucking selves, and then get the fucking giant shield that is the United States. Like that. Then it's like, oh, someone's attacking California. We might not like California, but we'll fucking kill somebody over California.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, come on now, that's ours.
You
like
come
it,
and
like
fuck
him or
with Gavin
not.
Newsom. You come and fuck with Gavin Newsom, and we'll fucking execute you. Like,
if you kidnap Gavin Newsom, as much as we don't like the bastard, we will want that man back, unharmed.
I mean,
well,
with his hair intact.
Yes, with his hair intact. His hair is somewhat nice. We got to admit, the man has nice hair. Even though we don't.
The man has the perfect. What is it called? The perfect ratio. His face is like. He's got a good face.
I mean,
that's about
bro,
all he's got.
I mean, the ladies love the man. When it comes to Gavin Newsom and what was it? Hunter Biden. Yeah, Hunter Biden got a pretty strong female fan base. It was actually pretty damn funny too.
But no, the Greenland should just sell themselves to us, and it's not a hotly. It should not be a hot take.
I mean, damn, sell themselves. It's like, oh, yeah, so you either be Denmark's whore or you could be our whore. Pick one.
No. They're nobody's whore. They are people now. Like, hold on. Let's frame that a little bit differently. They're not a whore. We just want them
to us.
Like, they still. God damn it. It would be like the the Virgin Islands, or any like Puerto Rico, or like Hawaii was before. None of it doesn't mean that you can't have your own system of governance. And Texas, for example, was its own country. We bought a whole country called Texas. It's now a state. I don't think the Texans are too mad about it.
No, they're not. But well, except for the illegals,
talked about leaving. They've talked about leaving a couple of times, but
yeah, except for the illegals talking about stolen land. But all right,
think about this. This would be more electoral votes for the Democrats.
True, but all right, we're gonna finish up this video, and then I got one more video to get into. Then we're gonna close out with Toe's music video. But let's get into it.
That message was firm, but it did not come
Greenland
from the
is our friend,
and that distinction matters because in his statement, Trump did not threaten consequences.
God bless you.
He did not draw any red lines.
Stupid Jason.
Instead, he spoke of personal displeasure and personal confidence, that she would not act while Trump is president. For Beijing, that statement sounds vague.
Oh,
for
shit.
Taiwan, this is
Yo.
The fucking Jason or whatever dude is a fucking Ukrainian.
Really?
Proud to be a Ukrainian American. That's his profile picture.
Oh, proud to be Ukrainian. Oh, well, I can see why your butt hurt about this.
So you want us to go defend your homeland, but fuck anybody else, right?
I mean, let's be honest, dog. There are people running for the hills of Romania. They'd rather die in the icy cold.
You want the same thing to happen to Greenland. You want the same thing to happen to Greenland under Russia's influence. But Denmark owns Greenland, so that means somebody else can't own Greenland. Things are bought and sold, motherfucker. Maybe you should be kissing the ground you're fucking walking on, that you haven't been fucking executed in the street by a fucking Orishnikov missile.
Jesus. But all right.
Because deterrence depends on clarity and consistency in policy. So far, Trump isn't offering any.
The world doesn't fit in boxes, so
all right. Now let's go ahead and get over to our guys over here in Colombia, man. Because these Colombia guys be tripping. Like, we try to get something going with them, but they effing it up for us. Like, Jesus, man. Colombia, Thailand, chill out. Like, bro, and I mean, at this point, this is why we might need to take Colombia. This is why we might want to take you guys. You're making us look bad. We try to do a little peace deal. Trump try to make you guys, look good. And then you fuck it all up.
You know what? You know what I have to say? You know what I have to say to all you fuckers try and stop us.
I mean, no,
That's
literally.
that's what I have to say about that. Try and fucking stop. We're gonna do what's in our best interest because fucking, god damn it, we have the military to do it. You can't fucking stop us, and it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, that's
Might makes right, bitch.
I mean, bro, that's the argument that they hit us with. Oh, so does might make right? I mean,
yep, it sure does.
Kinda. I mean, real with you, it's kind of been that. It's kind of been like an ancient law of might makes right. Sadly, and if the mighty plays nice enough, you guys can all have your little land, you have your little toys. But then, as soon as the might don't want to play nice no more, well, all that goes away. I mean, you know, God bless America for us being a superpower. No, you don't like to hear that, but it is what it is. And you should feel happy about being born in America too. The American Empire. You were born. It's basically like being born back in Rome or something. Like you should feel grateful, feel blessed. You were born into a superpower.
It don't matter.
But let's go and hear what they say.
After capturing and detaining the Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, President Trump's been musing on who's next, and his gaze turned almost immediately onto the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro.
He's making cocaine, they're sending it into the United States, so he does have to watch his ass.
He's even talked about a military operation. On Tuesday, the response from the Colombian foreign minister.
He's the legitimate president, the head of the security forces and of the state, and therefore any move against our president is an offense to our country.
So why is Trump talking about Gustavo Petro?
He's on the left, he's sparred with Trump before, and crucially, is in what Trump regards as the United States' rightful zone of interest, Latin America.
Trump's repeatedly accused him of trafficking cocaine to the US with no evidence.
Since Maduro's
Colombia? Wait, pause. No evidence?
None whatsoever. I'm like, bro, the cartel literally run your effing country. The only reason you're there, most likely,
my God,
is you work with the cartel.
My guy. Sorry. All that cocaine is just powdered sugar. It's not real. Bruh.
All right, let's get back.
That's the funniest shit I've heard all day.
Since Maduro's capture, Colombia has deployed 30,000 troops to its border here with Venezuela. They're here to stop any violence from armed cross-border groups who are unhappy with the US attack and to watch out for any influx of Venezuelan refugees. But they're also on alert for any US attack.
The foreign minister was clear on what happens then.
The defense of our sovereignty is paramount. For that purpose, we have a very capable, very well-prepared army, an army under the command of the head of state, President Gustavo Petro, who would have to defend our population should such a situation arise.
It's not just Colombia that Trump's been casually threatening. He's mentioned Mexico, who wants to go in after drug cartels. His administration's looking at long-term enemy Cuba too.
Yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
God damn it, Marco.
Damn it, Marco, you're not helping us out. He's like, well, you know, if I was a Colombian government, I'd be concerned. I'm like, oh, well, yeah. All right, stay on your toes, guys. Boy, like I said, man, like as things progress, it does seem like we are definitely about to start, you know, putting certain countries under the American umbrella. Certain countries are going to become states in about 5 years or so. So we have about 55 to 60 states in the next 10 years. Well, at least we told you it was coming. May not like it, but it is what it is. But at least we get to add extra stars on the flag, though. That'll be nice.
This is a president who's come to believe in the US and its political and economic objectives being dominant in Latin America.
But Colombia isn't Venezuela. It's got a democratic government, and there aren't widespread doubts about its president's legitimacy. Any attack here would be much harder to justify. Given recent events, that doesn't mean that the government here isn't taking it seriously. John Holman, Al Jazeera, Cúcuta, Colombia.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe.
And all right, I think that's is that enough? Hold on. Yeah, I gotta show this. Too. Because these people, bro, Man, bro, these people, all they do is cause trouble. God damn it, Starmer, Macron, and his wife with a dick. Like, man, all they do is cause problems.
On foot, despite the snow, or by car, more than 30 leaders were welcomed by French President Emmanuel Macron at the Élysée Palace for a meeting of the so-called Coalition of the Willing countries.
I'm crying. President Trump, it's not cocaine, it's booger sugar, LOL. I'll be real with you, though. I heard that one in a minute. Nah, for real. Yo, shout out my man Ray. Appreciate the support, bro.
Is willing to provide security guarantees to Kyiv. They were joined by US envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, a positive sign for Europeans who've been working to keep the US engaged. After the talks, the UK and France pledged to send troops to Ukraine after a ceasefire to deter Russia.
Bruh, send troops to you. You don't think that, like, will probably, I don't know, kind of kill the ceasefire? You think Putin's going to agree to that? You think Putin's going to agree to sending NATO into Ukraine for a ceasefire? I mean, bro, it's like these guys are the epitome of delusional, or they do everything in their power not to get Ukraine to a peace deal. Look at this dumb, smug bastard smiling like this is going to help him out in some way, shape, or form.
It paves the way for the legal framework under which British, French, and partner forces could operate on Ukrainian soil. Securing Ukraine.
Wait, who?
Paves the way for the legal framework under which British, French, and partner forces.
British, French, and partner forces are going to be in Ukraine.
So NATO.
Basically, NATO. And the
so NATO
whole,
becomes
the thing, like, did you not forget which was one of Putin's main gripe about this? Is Ukraine joining NATO? Here you dumbasses are talking about how, well, basically they're not going to join NATO, but NATO is going to be in Ukraine. Like, bro, y'all freaking stupid. Do you think this man is dumb? Bro, if I was Putin reading this, I would feel low-key like played with. I'd be like, bro, they got to be playing with me. Did they really send this on paper?
They put it on paper. They smiled about saying it.
And then they sent this to us.
They think
send the hypersonic
that
missile. Monty, send the hypersonic missile. They're playing with us. Send it. Because that's how I would have been. I'm like, they're obviously playing with me.
You can't have my toys, but I'm going to be inside your house playing with them.
Like, bruh.
What?
Yeah, you're, like I said, it's delusional. It's the delusion of these guys right now. But hey, man, we'll see how that works out for you guys. Just got to hear the stupidity again, though.
Russia.
It paves the way for the legal framework under which British, French, and partner forces could operate on Ukrainian soil, securing Ukraine's skies and seas, and regenerating Ukraine's armed forces for the future.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called it a major breakthrough.
We really have good steps forward. Yes, 90%, but we are each day a little bit closer. It's still not enough to have a peace.
The US said it would support the proposed force if Russia was to attack again and would monitor a ceasefire, although how long that commitment would last was unclear.
We think we're largely finished with security protocols, which are important so that the people of Ukraine know that when this ends, it ends forever.
As leaders leave the Élysée Palace, it is clear that there's been progress on security guarantees, but to implement anything decided here, first, there has to be peace. With continuing Russian attacks and no agreement yet between Moscow and Kyiv, an end to the war still seems a distant prospect. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
Don't miss out and get the...
well, I mean, at least Steve Witkoff is there. Maybe he could speak some sense into them. But yeah, it sounded like they want NATO security force to be in Russia. I don't know how Russia's going to take that, to be quite honest with you. I don't think they're going to take that one lying down. I think it's pretty delusional, to sit there and think that, oh, yeah, they're just going to take that one lying down. It's all good. Oh,
we fought a war. We fought a war for 3 or 4 years so that Ukraine wouldn't become a NATO ally. And now, what?
Bro, and here's the thing, like, excuse my language, but apparently they got Kenyans lured to fight for Russia and Ukraine. There's okay, I was about to, bro, there's niggas on the Ukraine battlefield, apparently. Apparently, guys. Well, check this out.
Alirudi. A mother's worst nightmare. I'm sorry, David succumbed to a missile attack. We were together. I also got injuries in the hospital. I don't know what to say. My heart is torn into pieces.
Damn, that's a Russian guy.
This is the message Susan Kuloba received from Russia a month ago, telling her of her son David's death. The 22-year-old was among hundreds of Kenyans who say they were lured to Russia to fight on the front lines of the war with Ukraine. Some say money, deception, and contracts they didn't understand thrust them into a war zone. Kuloba says her son was told he was going to work as a security guard.
David's training took about
No, that's fucked up. Like, yeah, you're gonna work for a security guard. Yeah, securing this. Securing Russia's
Securing
interests.
all of Ukraine.
Yeah, that's what we're about to do. Secure all of Ukraine. Good. Now go out there and march. Like, damn. Yeah, they got it. Yeah, Kenyans. They got Kenyans. The people from Kenya out there fighting on the field for them.
And remember that these are people who had not been trained in military at all. So how did you feel, Mom, when you saw these pictures of him training?
I was torn apart because I knew
He's never done anything like that. He was never even a scout. To be trained within 2 weeks, it was awkward.
Damn.
Kenya's foreign
They can't even have like a
secretary
full
says
boot camp.
200 Kenyans are fighting for Russia in a war that's not theirs. Many were duped by recruiting.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when I say that Russia's low-key cheating the system, they're not even using their own reserves. They're recruiting people. Like, bro, dang it, they did the same thing.
Bro, they're drafting Kenyans.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Kenyans, kids, basically like 22-year-olds. And bro, here's the wild part. They did this. I mean, what was it? Kim Jong-un sent a bunch of like soldiers that he didn't like, about 30,000 of them, to go die for Russia. We got Kenyan kids getting confused with contracts of security to go out there and fight for Russia. It's wild. Oh yeah, and then we got the other side, Ukraine, pulling their own citizens off the street to go fight this war against Russia. I mean, war is ugly on both sides. Never forget that.
Across Africa, some of those agents have since been charged in court.
The government of Kenya is now facing a rescue mission kind of situation. So these are difficult issues. Trying to piece the information together, working with the authorities in Russia using diplomatic channels.
Several kilometers in the forest. This man recently returned from the front line. He asked us to hide his identity.
Ours was just to collect the dead bodies.
He was later injured after being hit by a drone.
The drone hit me here and here, another one here. These are marks from where the bullets were removed.
He eventually found his way back home. Now he's helping others lured into the war. But despite the obvious danger, many young Kenyans are still trying to make the journey, driven by desperation and hoping for luck. Kathy Soy, Al Jazeera, Nairobi.
Damn, I'm done. They got this is crazy, bro. Bro, literally niggas fighting for Russia, bro, out there on the field.
They don't even let them play Call of Duty before they just send them out.
Like literally, no simulation or nothing, bro. But apparently, well, you know how they said, Kanye West and Jay-Z said there's niggas in Paris. Well, guys, there are niggas in Russia. Well, and in Ukraine, apparently, on the battlefield.
That sucks.
I know, because the story about it, I was like, all right, this is heartbreaking, because, you know, the mother's receiving the message like, yeah, your son died. He got hit by this little drone missile, but we're just telling you. It was like, ooh. Yeah, and I know he said he was going after security, but he was really fighting a war. I'm like, wait,
bro,
what?
we're getting mad. We're getting mad about breakups over text. They're getting death notices by text.
Bro. Nah, for real.
That's horrible.
I know. Hey, man, while you over here getting a breakup text from your girlfriend crying, well, there's a mother in Kenya that's receiving a death text, or receiving, you know, a death text about how her son was killed by a missile in Ukraine.
Bro, he thought he was gonna go work security and fucking God damn.
Right. Out on the front line. Like, wild.
By Southern Separatist leader Haider
All right, though, let's go ahead and get
al-Zubaydi
into
to
this one
arm
real
and
quick. Going to be the
rally
last of the geopolitical
says
subjects. Said I might as well dump them all out because I've been stacking them for about 3 days. All right, so Saudi-led coalition in Yemen says STC leader al-Zubaydi, you know, I F that up, has fled before talks in, I guess, Yemen, I guess. So let's see here. Let's see what they're talking about, because, you know, Yemen is actually, it's a beautiful place, to be quite honest. Yemen is like probably one of the most beautiful places in the world, but it's a war-torn country. All the same. War-torn country, all the same. Damn near like all of them in the Middle East. And it's split up into about 3 or 4 groups. There is the Saudi-backed group. Then there's the Houthi-backed group, or basically the Iranian-backed group called the Houthis. And then there is these the Yemen, the people of Yemen that consider themselves their own little thing. So it's basically split up into like 3 different groups, all fighting for dominance over Yemen.
It carried out limited preemptive strikes on Yemen. They say they targeted locations used by Southern Separatist leader Haider al-Zubaydi to arm and rally forces. The focus was a camp in Al-Dala Governorate, that's in southern Yemen. It comes hours after al-Zubaydi failed to board a plane scheduled to take him to Riyadh, where he was due to take part in talks. The coalition says the STC leader has fled to an unknown location.
Somebody said something extremely ignorant, like, yo, Yemen is just a bunch of sand. Well, let me show you a picture here, and I want you to take a guess where this is. You want to know where that's located?
That's pretty.
That's Yemen. Yep, these are Yemen trees. These trees are out there in Yemen. There's a whole nice little forest full of them, bro. They got some beautiful beaches. I mean, clear water beaches, all that crazy stuff. I mean, bro, like I said, look, trust me. When I looked up Yemen, beautiful country. I mean, it's so sad that it's even war torn the way it is. I mean, does that look like just desert and sand to you? I mean, boy, that look like prime real estate, boy. If that shit
Bro, that
was
looks
not
like the
under such
Caribbean.
heavy fire, yeah, it's like literally the Caribbean of the Middle East. Such a beautiful country. So sad it's fallen into this stuff.
Location. And for more on this, we have Al Jazeera's Hashim Ahalbara here for us in the studio. Hashim, so what happened exactly? It seems a little bit confusing as to who, what, where.
So basically, the Saudis asked Haider al-Zubaydi, who is the leader of the Southern Transitional Council, which is the separatist movement in the south of Yemen, to join talks in Riyadh. And they gave him 48 hours. He didn't show up yesterday. And they monitored armed factions relocating in different parts of the south, particularly around Al-Dala, which is the hometown of al-Zubaydi, which could be an indication that he was trying to stage a military comeback and launch a surprise attack against Aden. And this is why they targeted his troops in Al-Dala. Why today is significant? It could be an indication Haider al-Zubaydi has decided to fight against the troops backed by Saudi Arabia and to reject the offer that was given to him by the Saudis. And this explains why the government today ejected him from the Presidential Council and also referred his case to a court for treason, which basically means a death sentence. If he is still alive, it will be interesting to see whether his troops will be able to regroup and control Aden. They remain largely, they cannot match Saudi air superiority, but he has thousands of elite troops operating across the south.
And of course, if you can just remind us as to how we got here in the first place. It's been a very eventful week so far in Yemen, hasn't it?
Zubaydi is a man who came to power when he was governor of Aden, and then he joined the government of Abd Mansur Hadi. But then when he saw that...
And just give you a little bit of background, shout out to, what was it? This channel's called Global Conflicts. And shout out to these guys.
Breaking news. Saudi forces... Russia has clearly said there are 3 key reasons why the U.S. has launched an attack on Venezuela.
All right, hold on, man. That must...
Breaking news. Saudi forces carried out airstrikes on a southern Yemeni port called Mukalla. Riyadh says the port was receiving weapons shipments backed by the UAE. Soon after, Saudi Arabia issued a strong statement accusing the UAE of harming Saudi security interests. Here's the background. Yemen is divided. The north is controlled by Iran-backed Houthi rebels. The south is controlled by the internationally recognized government. But even that side is split. Saudi Arabia supports the Presidential Leadership Council. The UAE backs the Southern Transitional Council, or STC. The STC wants to create an independent South Yemen, which existed before 1990. Recently, STC forces took control of most of southern Yemen. Saudi Arabia warned them to withdraw. When that didn't happen, airstrikes followed. The UAE denies sending weapons and denies directing the STC. Now, with strikes, threats, and counterstatements, the big question is simple. Will this proxy conflict turn into a direct clash? Breaking news. Saudi forces carried out...
Yeah, that's pretty much a backup. But like I said, it's like a country in a three-way war. But here's the thing, is everybody in the Middle East that has its eyes on Yemen. I mean, that's, you know, some prime real estate. That's why I looked into it, because I'm like, bro, what's so nice about this country? We got 3 people fighting over it in their own region. You got Saudi
Can we just go bomb everybody and take over the world?
I mean, I'm weak. I mean, I wouldn't want to leave the Middle East to be dominated by, I don't know, like China, maybe Russia, but not China. But yeah, now you know why the whole Saudi-led coalition is kind of going after the people of Yemen. Or I guess
just take out Putin, take out Putin, take out Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-il, whatever the fuck it is this time. Take out Xi Jinping, take out the Ayatollah. Take out Bibi, all the people that are causing problems for us. Just take them all out.
Yeah, just remove them from power. Whoa, oh my goodness, bro! I'm be real with you. The pro-Zionist guys are gonna lose their effing shit. If we took Bibi out, bro, they have a conniption. Like you see Mark Levin literally have a heart attack or like live on television.
Then they can take themselves out with their own heart attack.
I'm crying. Or move to Israel. You know, it's always an option.
You can move to Israel. Like, I'm not saying people won't rise to power in their place. But just if we don't like them, just take them out. Fuck it. We can do it. Yoink. The great yoinkening.
I'm done. Hey, bro, did everybody get that from that one guy who be picking up like the little animals and shit? The yoink.
I don't know. This is the Venezuelan operation has been called the great yoinkening like I don't know how many times. So that's what I'm going to call it. Just keep doing it. Like what do we have? Nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us as long as we stay concentrated.
We have
and fucking like we can't do this all simultaneously, so that might be an issue. But just fucking BB, we can do BB next. We don't even have to do China or Russia. Do BB next. Keep them on their toes.
Bro, if we ever did Bibi Netanyahu, oh my goodness, you don't know how much people would celebrate that. They would literally forget about Maduro overnight. Oh yeah, we're capturing Bibi on war crimes. Bro, everybody in America will probably be giving a round of applause except for the Zionists. But everybody else just going to be like, all right, Trump, all right, the left and the right, we're all going to appreciate it. Like, all right, you cooking with this one. Like
now the left will suddenly become a whole bunch of Zionists.
Bro, oh my goodness. Like can you imagine if we capture Bibi and the left is going like, release Bibi? Like you was calling him a war criminal. You say he was committing a genocide. What? Well, now you want him to be protected? Oh, so it's okay when the International Criminal Courts acts for him, but when we get him, oh, it's a problem. Okay.
Get Bibi. Then next is Russia, because I believe Russia's a bigger threat than China. And then right after Russia, the helicopters don't even have to land. It could just be an operation, go from coast to coast to coast, refuel all the helicopters. They don't even have to land. Go pick them all up overnight.
God.
The separatist sentiment was gaining ground. He became the voice and the leader. He managed, with backing from the United Arab Emirates, to build a strong alliance with tribal leaders, with the Salafis, with different factions within Yemen who were not united in the past, under the hope that they would be able to reinstate a republic that existed until 1990. 2017, he became larger than life. He ejected the government. He took over everything except for Al-Mahra and Hadramaut. But last month, when he decided to take over these 2 provinces, widely perceived to be an issue of national security for the Saudis, because they were on the border with Saudi Arabia, the Saudis interfered and they completely routed his troops on those particular
And it was
areas.
a real turnaround we saw with Saudi carrying out attacks.
And we can
against
bomb
Yemen,
Iran
taking,
for good measure.
back those
Bro,
areas.
it's like,
Now,
honestly, who isn't bombing Yemen? Like, we're bombing Yemen, like Saudi's bombing Yemen. UAE is helping out to promote bombings in other parts of Yemen. Iran is helping out the Houthis to do some bombing in Yemen and also to shoot like reckless ass missiles at Israel. I mean, god damn.
I'm telling you, we don't have to kill anybody. Well, I mean, maybe the people that are trying to defend them, but we just go pick them all up.
Yes, do a 3-way pickup spree in Yemen and be like, all right, this is you're gonna be your guy now, because bro, this whole 3-way war ain't it?
No, or even better, here's what we do: we go, we go and we pick up Bibi. We put him in charge of China. We pick up Xi Jinping, put him in charge of Israel. Pick up Putin, put him in charge of Yemen.
Just gonna do a switcheroo of leaders. Just start switching around like F it. This isn't your region. You know what? Maybe you'll do better in the Middle East. But all right, though. Let's go ahead and get back to this whole Saudi-led coalition.
what does all of this mean, considering we have Saudi Arabia and they were hosting these talks? What does this mean for the talks? What does this mean for the Southern Transitional Council?
If Aidarus al-Zubaydi had showed up.
I know Saudi Arabia, I think they have our jets. I'm not sure if the newest ones, but I think they might have the F-35. They might. I could see them having it, but if not, I know they have our jets, or at least the F-16. All right, though, let's keep it going.
Yesterday, at Riyadh, it would be the biggest diplomatic breakthrough for Saudi Arabia. The head of the separatist movement would be sitting around the same table with different leaders in Yemen to negotiate a roadmap for the future.
Yo,
we got to fucking accommodate the person that thinks the world revolves around them. How is Russia a bigger threat than China? Also, what's the point of streaming if you guys don't answer comments? They are? Oh yeah, IDK the whole time they haven't been responding to comments, so I don't know. Bitch, just because we don't respond to your comment, particularly while we're watching a video, does not mean that we're not responding to comments. I'm
honestly,
reading your comments.
Monty, you know, I like to do those guys. Look, I don't even respond to. I just hit them with the super chat and any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements that you have to be read out loud and engage with. If not, sit your broke ass down. Okay, it's only $2. All right,
$2.
Calm down.
And Russia's a bigger threat than China because Russia's actively going around and trying to fucking invade places.
Yeah, and look, that's the only reason why he's crying, Monty. He wants a free call out. I'm just like, I'm sorry, bro, but when dudes cry like you, it makes me want to ignore you even harder.
Yeah.
But all right, he got his little bit of attention. He feels good about himself, so he feels recognized. He can finally, go to bed.
By not showing up, it could be an indication that he wants to continue the fight. That could leave the country, particularly the south, with more instability. You have three key players in Yemen: the Houthis in the north, a government backed by Saudi Arabia in Aden, and the separatists led by Aidarus al-Zubaydi. It could be an indication that we are likely to see further strained relations between the United Arab Emirates, which backs Hani bin Barak, and Aidarus al-Zubaydi, both of whom are strong separatist leaders, and the government of Rashad al-Alibi, who is backed by Saudi Arabia. I think the upcoming hours will be very critical for all the parties, and I wouldn't be surprised to see more airstrikes targeting the elite troops, which are under the command of Aidarus al-Zubaydi. But people...
And all right. Now wait, is that the last one? All right. Now this for sure is the last one. Like I said, I'm knocking out all my geopolitical topics right now because I let them stack up for days. And something's always going on in the world. Do you know the whole ICE shooting and all this good stuff and Trump's talks of world domination? I'm just playing, but according to the Dems, I'm on point.
New threat to seize Greenland comes just days after it captured Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro. Maduro and his wife, who was also captured, made their first appearance in a New York court on Monday. They pleaded not guilty to federal drugs and weapons charges. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has released more details about his plans for Venezuelan oil. In a post on Truth Social, he said interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high-quality sanctioned oil to the US. He says the oil will be sold at its market price and that money will be controlled by him to benefit, he says, people in Venezuela and the United States. Trump also said it would be taken by storage ships and taken directly to loading docks in the US. Well, let's cross over to Manuel Rapallo, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. Manuel, what more do we know about what Trump is planning here exactly?
President Trump said on Tuesday that Venezuela would give up as much as 20 million barrels of oil. He said that on social media. The operative term here is leverage. That's how the Trump administration is framing this deal, as a strategic plan to redirect Venezuelan oil away from China and toward the United States. Now, there are things that we know and details that are still up in the air. We know that U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright has been tasked with overseeing this operation, which will consist of oil being moved directly from oil tankers to refineries on the U.S. Gulf Coast. Some of the details that we don't know, for example, how much involvement will there be from the Venezuelan government? Will the proceeds go to the Venezuelan government, given that there are still sanctions against Venezuela's state-run oil company? Now, U.S. officials have assured that this will be of benefit to Venezuela, that it'll help stabilize fuel prices, that it'll give a much needed boost to the country's economy. But we should note that the talks are still ongoing with oil companies, and but we can note that that the markets have reacted quickly as crude prices have fallen here in the United States. But as you can imagine, it is a mixed bag when it comes to reaction.
So I want to make a comment. For some reason, Jason seems to think that they're building an airbase in Idaho for Qatar.
Are they? No. Not an airbase, a barracks.
So there is no independent Qatari airbase in Idaho. Instead, the Qatari Air Force is building a new training facility at the existing U.S.-controlled Mountain Home Air Force Base.
Yeah, they're building like their own little barracks and all that good stuff, so they can train them to be able to fly the jets that they bought.
Yes, it like way to completely misframe what's happening, because I had to go Google that. I was like, they're not building anything. There is no country that has a base inside the U.S.
Oh,
there
I
are
remember that misinformation when it first came out, because it happened like right after what was it? Israel bombed Doha. And then, it made like Trump made it seem like, or, the timeline, the way it lined up, well, Trump made it seem like he was playing too nice with Qatar, and he was giving them a barracks to train their air pilots.
And he's not giving them shit.
Yeah, he's not giving them a whole air base to operate in, to fly Qatari jets out of, that they can just be here like we have a whole like military base there. We're not giving them the same luxury that they give us in their country.
They are literally paying for a barracks for their fucking pilots to sleep in. They're paying, and the U.S. owns it, for their pilots to be able to sleep somewhere while they are being trained on the aircraft that they bought from us.
24, man. No, I guess it takes some weeks, some months, a year or so to learn how to fly those jets. Those are some expensive jets that they bought. I think they did buy the F-35s, by the way, and I know they want them. I mean, look what we was able to do with them in Venezuela. Exactly.
Here in the United States.
Certainly, and I'm sure there's a lot of reaction. My question actually to you is, what sort of reaction are we getting in the US from, your average American, wherever they are, in terms of the threats that the US is sending, not just to Venezuela, Greenland, Colombia, and even Mexico?
The Trump administration certainly has put the entire Western Hemisphere on notice here. He referred to Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro, as a sick man. He said that something needs to be done about Mexico. Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller recently said that Greenland rightfully belongs to the United States. But there, again, it is a mixed bag when it comes to the response and the attitudes, even from Trump supporters themselves, even from those who, when it comes to Venezuela, for example, supported the military operation to oust Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro many of them say that they're concerned
He's a
over
fucking
too
idiot.
much
God damn
involvement
it.
by the United
He's
States.
an
A
idiot.
similar reaction when it comes to Greenland.
They
even
have
though
their own
many,
runway.
Americans say that they would support an expansion
How
of
do you think
U.S.
planes take
territory.
off, my guy?
Others say that they worry about U.S. standing in the world, given that what the Trump.
No, it's actually funny. So, how do you think we're gonna train them? What, without a runway?
Bro, they have their own runway and they have a barracks. That's a whole military base, my guys.
Bro,
Not to
I
mention,
mean, I guess he never actually seen an Air Force base before.
bro, I swear to God, yeah.
Yeah, like, cause bro, right, Pat Air Force Base. Yeah, maybe you should go there and then tell me they got an Air Force base. You might actually want to go to one.
It's already a U.S. training center with a U.S. base. They're not turning the base. Like I had to like go and look into this because I was like, there's no way the U.S. is doing that. And they're not. They're not doing anything of what he's saying. He thinks that because I guess Canada is not a country because we have we have Canadian joint forces. We have not Russian. British joint forces. Fucking every NATO ally has training operations that they run with us, and while they're doing those training operations, their people are stationed on our bases.
Yo, we're about to do the same thing with Saudi Arabia since we sold them jets as well.
And they all do the same thing. They pay for a barracks to be built, and when they're done training, that becomes an American barracks.
Like simple as that. But I don't know. You know these guys.
He's dumber than a fucking box of rocks. I tried. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go research this before I cook this guy because I don't. On its face, it sounds stupid, and then when you actually look into it, he sounds even dumber.
Now, here's the worst thing that was disproven like months ago, so it's kind of
Months
crazy.
ago, bro.
Months.
He must actually be in Ukraine and hasn't had a chance to check his email in the last 6 months.
Like, bruh, disproven months ago.
Lives under a fucking rock and then wants to talk smart and bring up completely irrelevant points in a conversation.
But all right, guys, I guess we're gonna go ahead and close it out on this one. We got through all the geopolitical subjects, so I'm happy. And I'll go ahead and I'll catch you guys later on at 5.
In conclusion, we need Greenland. We need it.
Hey, man. Hey, apparently we do. I mean, look, guys, we need for Arctic to have dominance in the Arctic region, so we need that. Then, of course, we need their natural resources as well, because, like, guys, remember, we need to make the data centers, wires, chips,
and we need their people to be our slaves.
Yes, of course. You know, the slavery also comes in part. Okay, we're just playing about the slavery part, but you got to understand this got positive reverberations throughout the United States. I'm not, excuse me for sounding like Bibi Netanyahu, but I mean, let's be real. There might be some positivity that can come to this.
You know what? We also need Ukraine.
Well, we need their rare earth minerals too. Like I said, it's a fight for the rare earth minerals. Like,
we need Russia. We need China as well.
I mean, hey, if we end the war with Russia, we can start trading with them. So why not? Why not?
Dumbasses. It's fun. It's fun to every time you have a show, you need to have like an hour after the show just to cook the commenters.
Bro, sometimes I do. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I'll take a smooth like 10, 20 minutes just to cook certain commenters. Like, bro, you've been talking like this for an hour. And I'm just like, now I'm just gonna cook you on everything you talked about.
It's okay. I feel like I shouldn't even engage with them because, like you said, I'm defeating the purpose of your super chats. So I won't do that anymore. I'm sorry.
All right, no, you're good. You're good. So you can hop
down.
It's
just too stupid sometimes, and they're prominent commenters.
Like that's why I call them out sometimes. Just be like, whoa, bro. How'd you thought that was a good idea? That's why I have to grill some. I have to stop the whole show, like guys. Or when I make a point, I make a good point, and they prove my point while I'm making my point. I'm just like, thank you, bro.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Buddy. Like,
oh man,
when I was making
it's all in love. It's all in love.
Like, bro, when I was literally making a point about how, like, bro, I ain't gonna lie, liberals get racist when you're a conservative. While I'm making this point, they literally got like guys in the chat called me the N-word and all that. Man. And I'm just like, well, thank you for proving my point. I appreciate you.
I mean, I feel like we've gotten rid of most of that audience. It was really bad when I first started watching you, and we've banned and kicked most of those people that do that. They're, you know, you always got your dumbasses that come in, but
I'm weak, but I wish we could spend a little bit of time.
you know what we haven't had in a long time? A
What's that?
suicide bomber caller. Like when someone calls in and just starts saying the most outrageous, completely fucking off the wall shit. They just run in and blow up with some shit.
Bro, just go off completely just on some type of tangent about how Donald Trump is just the Antichrist.
Or that the Holocaust didn't happen, or that I'm a Nazi piece of shit. It's been a while.
That means, what you mean, man? The numbers are off. You think 6 million people really died in the Holocaust? I'm like, bruh.
What? Yes, I think 6 million people died in the Holocaust. I have the internet.
I was like, wait. I was like, you know what? F it, bro. Let them cook. Look, I need to hear it.
And I was completely baffled into what I was hearing. I was like, "Set."
I'm like, hey,
I'm
man,
afraid.
Hey, they exist.
But all right,
Hey,
man,
baby.
you have a good one.
All right, big dog, man. Shout out to my man Monty. We're gonna go ahead and end out on Tove's video. Hopefully, Tove is still here. But I did promise I was gonna play the video at the end. So shout out Tove. Appreciate the support, man. Shout out to my man Monty for coming up. Thing contributor, man. Appreciate it. And shout out to you guys for supporting the show. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to the channel. Make sure you follow my man Monty, Mr. Paramedic. So make sure you do that.
And yes, Set, or to Jason. Fuck everybody. We have the biggest guns. We win.
Yes, we do. And we always will. But all right, guys, go ahead and get into the music video. Appreciate the support, guys. Set with Set Media. Peace.
Drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm thugging. I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Since 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to Hey Barack. They must not heard what happened to Bin Laden. 6 men deep in everybody body. If we get it started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to World War like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the arm. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I won't say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck is it, Masu, Masal, ooh, First of the money, we clocking they whip. At a home on the head, we tactical with it. Take over your country, infested with fit. Tell Ali that he better repent. Setting up base right outside of the fence. Tell Qasim that nigga a bitch. Dig his ass up and I kill him again. You still ain't get back with that boy, he got bit. In the way that I did him, how could you forget? And I'm smoking your leader, this shit getting bored. They not trying to get like a thief in the night, I send me a strike. Kidnap a op, I'm taking his wife. Me and Joe Biden, not nothing alike. He fucked up and I'm making it right. I'm in my bedroom plotting on how we gon' fuck up they New Year. Send him a buck. I got your president hostage, bitch. You pay thing and I'm sending them up. Smoking on you don't know what I do for that flag. You don't know what I do for these riches. Fuck that money I got from my dad. 40 million on my head, and I wipe it with my ass. I'm a $1 billion black and Paula. Hop out, get my man. Understand? I'm too deep in this shit. Who the fuck is Maduro? Kidnap you and you know. I tell him to come here, let's play a game of Uno. Drop 2 bombs, Uno. Just like I dropped that bomb on you know. And I cannot move on. I heard that they clicking up, I get in Majin Buu mode. And I get them all gone. And I turn your whole country to a war zone. I take you and put you in a mud hole. Take your wife and give her ass cornrows. Weapons of mass destruction. Venezuela ain't no nothing. Know that they bluffing in the discussion. Know that I'm holding the button. They got me pressing the button. Can't catch you, then I'm killing your cousin. I pop out and I'm making it thunder. Take your oil, leave you with nothing. The mind of a general, know that I'm thugging. We gon' stop before dawn, they won't know that we come. When they bring up that list, they distracting the pop. Tryna make it seem like I'm just sliding for nothing. Tryna do me like Michael, they know I'm an idol. I hope your bitches reading your Bibles. I hope your soldiers staying alert. Putting their ass 6 feet in the dirt. You gon' get hurt, you step on this turf.